In one way, this belief in the capacity of willed transformation rested on a more specific Maoist belief in the people, ready to be transformed and hence to take part, creatively and with all the traditional Chinese intelligence and ingenuity, in the great march forward. It was the essentially romantic view of an artist, though, one gathers from those who can judge the poetry and calligraphy he liked to practice, not a very good one. Not as bad as Hitler's painting, but not as good as Churchill's, in the view of the British Orientalist Arthur Waley, using painting as an analogy for poetry. It led him, against the skeptical and realistic advice of other communist leaders, to call on the intellectuals of the old elite to contribute their gifts freely in the 100 Flowers campaign of 1956-57, on the assumption that the revolution, and perhaps he himself, had already transformed them. Let 100 flowers bloom, let 100 schools of thought contend. When, as less inspirational comrades had foreseen, this outburst of free thought proved lacking in unanimous enthusiasm for the new order, Mao's native distrust of intellectuals as such was confirmed. It was to find spectacular expression in the 10 years of the Great Cultural Revolution, when higher education virtually came to a complete stop, and such intellectuals as already existed were massively regenerated by compulsory physical labor in the countryside. Nevertheless, Mao's belief in the peasants, who were urged to solve all the problems of production during the Great Leap on the principle of letting all schools, i.e. of local experience, contend, remained unaffected. For, and this was yet another aspect of Mao's thought which found support in what he read into the Marxist dialectic, Mao was fundamentally convinced of the importance of struggle, conflict, and high tension as something that was not only essential to life but prevented the relapse into the weaknesses of the old Chinese society, whose very insistence on unchanging permanence and harmony had been its weakness. The revolution, communism itself, could only be saved from degeneration into stasis by a constantly renewed struggle. Revolution could never end. The peculiarity of the Maoist policy was that it was at once an extreme form of westernization and a partial reversion to traditional patterns, on which, indeed, it largely relied, for the old Chinese empire was characterized, at least in the periods when the emperor's power was strong and secure, and therefore legitimate, by the autocracy of the ruler and the acquiescence and obedience of the subjects, who, 1966, p. 241. The mere fact that 84% of Chinese peasant households had allowed themselves to be quietly collectivist within a single year, 1956, apparently without any of the consequences of Soviet collectivization, speaks for itself. Industrialization, on the heavy industry-inflected Soviet model, was the unconditional priority. The murderous absurdities of the Great Leap were due primarily to the conviction, which the Chinese regime shared with the Soviet, that agriculture must both supply industrialization and maintain itself without the diversion of resources from industrial to farming investment. Essentially, this meant substituting moral for material incentives, which meant, in practice, the almost unlimited amount of human muscle power available in China for the technology that was not available. At the same time, the countryside remained the foundation of Mao's system, as it had ever since the guerrilla epoch, and, unlike the USSR, the Great Leap model made it the preferred locus of industrialization also. Unlike the USSR, China experienced no mass urbanization under Mao. Not until the 1980s did the rural population fall below 80%. However much we may be shocked by the record of the 20 Maoist years, a record combining mass inhumanity and obscurantism with the surrealist absurdities of the claims made on behalf of the divine leader's thoughts, we should not allow ourselves to forget that, by the standards of the poverty-stricken Third World, the Chinese people were doing well. At the end of the Mao period, the average Chinese food consumption, in calories, ranked just above the median of all countries, above 14 countries in the Americas, 38 in Africa, and just about in the middle of the Asian ones, well above all South and Southeast Asia, except Malaysia and Singapore. Taylor/Jottis, 1983, Table 4.4. The average expectation of life at birth rose from 35 years in 1949 to 68 in 1982, mainly owing to a dramatic and, except for the famine years, continuous fall in the mortality rate, Liu, 1986, p. 323-24. Since the Chinese population, even allowing for the Great Famine, grew from c. 540 to c. 950 millions between 1949 and Mao's death, it is evident that the economy managed to feed them, a little above the level of the early 1950s, and it slightly improved their supply of clothing. China Statistics, Table T 15.1. Education, even at the elementary level, suffered both from the famine, which cut attendance down by 25 millions, and from the Cultural Revolution, which reduced it by 15 millions. Nevertheless, there is no denying that in the year of Mao's death 6 times as many children went to primary school as when he came to power, i.e. a 96% enrollment rate, compared to less than 50% even in 1952. Admittedly, even in 1987 more than a quarter of the population over the age of 12 remained illiterate and semi-illiterate. Among women this figure was as high as 38%, but we should not forget that literacy in Chinese is unusually difficult, and only a fairly small proportion of the 34% born before 1949 could have been expected to have acquired it fully. China Statistics, pages 69, 70-72, 695. In short, while the achievement of the Maoist period might not impress skeptical Western observers, there were many who lacked skepticism. It would certainly have appeared impressive to, say, Indian or Indonesian ones, and it might not have looked particularly disappointing to the 80% of rural Chinese, isolated from the world, whose expectations were those of their fathers. Nevertheless, it was undeniable that internationally China had lost ground since the revolution, and notably in relation to its non-communist neighbors. Its rate of economic growth per capita, though impressive in the Mao years, 1960-75, was less than that of Japan, Hong Kong, Singapore, South Korea, and Taiwan, to name the East Asian countries which Chinese observers would certainly keep an eye on. Vast though it was, its total GNP was just about the same size as Canada's, less than Italy's, and a mere quarter of Japan's. Taylor/Urdis, Tables 3.5, 3.6. The disastrous zigzag course steered by the great helmsman since the middle 1950s had continued only because Mao, in 1965, with military backing, launched an anarchic, initially student, movement of young Red Guards against the party leadership which had quietly sidelined him, and intellectuals of any kind. This was the great cultural revolution which devastated China for some time, until Mao called in the army to restore order, and in any case found himself obliged to restore some kind of party control. Since he was plainly on his last legs, and Maoism without him had very little real support, it did not survive his death in 1976, and the almost immediate arrest of the gang of 4 ultra-Maoists, headed by the leader's widow, Jiang Qing. The new course, under the pragmatical Deng Xiaoping, began immediately. 2. Deng's new course in China was the Francoist public recognition that dramatic changes in the structure of really existing socialism were needed, but as the 1970s turned into the 1980s it was increasingly evident that something was seriously wrong with all socialist systems that claimed to have come into being. The slowing down of the Soviet economy was palpable, the rate of growth of almost everything that counted, and could be counted in it, fell steadily from one 5-year period to the next after 1970. Gross domestic product, industrial output, farming output, capital investment, productivity of labor, real income per head. If not actually regressing, the economy was advancing at the pace of an increasingly tired ox. Moreover, so far from becoming one of the industrial giants of world trade, the USSR appeared to be internationally regressing. In 1960 its major exports had been machinery, equipment, means of transport, and metals or metal articles, but in 1985 it relied for its exports primarily, 53%, on energy, i.e. oil and gas. Conversely, almost 60% of its imports consisted of machinery, metals etc. and industrial consumer articles, SSSR, 1987, pages 15 to 17, 32 to 33. It had become something like an energy-producing colony of more advanced industrial economies, i.e. in practice largely its own Western satellites, notably Czechoslovakia and the German Democratic Republic, whose industries could rely on the unlimited and undemanding market of the USSR without doing much to improve their own deficiencies. In fact, by the 1970s it was clear that not only economic growth was lagging, but even the basic social indicators such as mortality were ceasing to improve. This undermined confidence in socialism perhaps more than anything else, since its ability to improve the lives of ordinary people through greater social justice did not depend primarily on its ability to generate greater wealth. That the average expectation of life at birth in the USSR, Poland, and Hungary remained virtually unchanged during the last 20 years before the collapse of communism, indeed from time to time it actually dipped, was cause for serious worry, for in most other countries it continued to rise, including, it ought to be said, in Cuba and the Asian communist countries about which we have data. In 1969 Austrians, Finns, and Poles could expect to die at the same average age, 70.1 years, but in 1989 Poles had a life expectancy about 4 years shorter than Austrians and Finns. This may have made people healthier, as demographers suggested, but only because in socialist countries people died who might have been kept alive in capitalist ones. Riley, 1991. Reformers in the USSR and elsewhere did not fail to observe these trends with growing anxiety. World Bank Atlas, 1990, pages 6 to 9 and World Tables, 1991, Passim. About this time another symptom of recognized decline in the USSR is reflected in the rise of the term nomenklatura. It appears to have reached the West via dissident writings. Until then the officer corps of party cadres, which constituted the command system of the Leninist states, had been regarded abroad with respect and a reluctant admiration, although defeated oppositionists at home, like the Trotskyists and, in Yugoslavia, Milovan Djilas, 1957, had pointed out its potential for bureaucratic degeneration and personal corruption. Indeed, in the 1950s, even into the 1960s, the general tone of Western, and especially U.S. comment had been that here, in the organizational system of the communist parties and its body of monolithic, selfless cadres, loyally, if brutally, carrying out the line, was the secret of communism's global advance. Feinsod, 1956, Brzezinski, 1962, Duverger, 1972. On the other hand, the term nomenklatura, practically unknown before 1980, except as part of CPSU administrative jargon, came to suggest precisely the weaknesses of the self-serving party bureaucracy of the Brezhnev era, a combination of incompetence and corruption. And, indeed, it became increasingly evident that the USSR itself operated primarily through a system of patronage, nepotism, and payment. With the exception of Hungary, serious attempts to reform the socialist economies in Europe had been, in effect, abandoned in despair after the Prague Spring. As for the occasional attempts to revert to the old command economies, in a Stalinist form, as in Ceausescu's Romania, or in the Maoist form which substituted voluntarism and putative moral zeal for economics, as with Fidel Castro, the less said about them the better. The Brezhnev years were to be called the era of stagnation by the reformers, essentially because the regime had stopped trying to do anything serious about a visibly declining economy. Buying wheat on the world market was easier than trying to cure the apparently growing inability of Soviet agriculture to feed the people of the USSR. Lubricating the rusty engine of the economy by means of a universal and omnipresent system of bribery and corruption was easier than to clean and retune, let alone to replace it. Who knew what would happen in the long run? In the short run it seemed more important to keep the consumers happy, or, at any rate to keep their discontent within limits. Hence probably in the first half of the 1970s most inhabitants of the USSR were and felt better off than at any other time within living memory. The trouble for really existing socialism in Europe was that, unlike the interwar USSR, which was virtually outside the world economy and therefore immune to the Great Slump. Now socialism was increasingly involved in it, and therefore not immune to the shocks of the 1970s. It is an irony of history that the real socialist economies of Europe and the USSR, as well as parts of the Third World, became the real victims of the post-Golden Age crisis of the global capitalist economy, whereas the developed market economies, though shaken, made their way through the difficult years without major trouble, at least until the early 1990s. Until then some, indeed, like Germany and Japan, barely faltered in their forward march. Real socialism, however, now confronted not only its own increasingly insoluble systemic problems, but also those of a changing and problematic world economy into which it was increasingly integrated. This may be illustrated by the ambiguous example of the international oil crisis which transformed the world energy market after 1973, ambiguous because its effects were potentially both negative and positive. Under pressure from the global oil producers cartel, OPEC, the Organization of Petrol Exporting Countries, the oil price, low and, in real terms actually falling since the war, more or less quadrupled in 1973 and more or less trebled again at the end of the 1970s, in the aftermath of the Iranian Revolution. Indeed, the actual range of fluctuations was even more dramatic. In 1970 oil was selling at an average price of $2.53 a barrel, but in late 1980 a barrel was worth about $41. The oil crisis had two apparently fortunate consequences. For oil producers, of whom the USSR happened to be one of the most important, it turned black liquid into gold. It was like a guaranteed weekly winning ticket to the lottery. The millions simply rolled in without effort, postponing the need for economic reform and, incidentally, enabling the USSR to pay for its rapidly growing imports from the capitalist West with exported energy. Between 1970 and 1980 Soviet exports to the developed market economies rose from just under 19% of total exports to 32%, SSSR, 1987, p32. It has been suggested that it was this enormous and unforeseen bonanza that tempted Brezhnev's regime into a more active international policy of competing with the USA in the middle 1970s, as revolutionary unrest once again swept the Third World, see Chapter 15, and into the suicidal course of trying to match American arms superiority, Maximenko, 1991. The other apparently fortunate consequence of the oil crises was the flood of dollars which now spurted from multi-billionaire OPEC states, often with tiny populations, and which was distributed by the international banking system in the form of loans to anyone who wanted to borrow. Few developing countries resisted the temptation to take the millions thus shoveled into their pockets, and which were to provoke the world debt crisis of the early 1980s. For the socialist countries which succumbed to it, notably Poland and Hungary, loans seemed a providential way of simultaneously paying for investment in accelerating growth and raising their people's standard of living. This only made the crisis of the 1980s more acute, for the socialist economies, and notably the free-spending Polish one, were too inflexible to utilize the influx of resources productively. The mere fact that oil consumption in Western Europe, 1973 to 85, fell by 40% in response to the rise in prices, but in the USSR and Eastern Europe by only little more than 20% in the same period, speaks for itself. K6U6, 1990, p39. That Soviet production costs increased sharply, while the Romanian oil fields dried up, makes the failure to economize energy even more striking. By the early 1980s Eastern Europe was in an acute energy crisis. This in turn produced shortages of food and manufactured goods, except where, as in Hungary, the country plunged even more heavily into debt, accelerating inflation and lowering real wages. This was the situation in which really existing socialism in Europe entered what proved to be its final decade. The only immediate effective way of dealing with such a crisis was the traditional Stalinist recourse to strict central orders and restrictions, at least where central planning was still operational, as it no longer quite was in Hungary and Poland. It worked, between 1981 and 1984. Debt fell by 35 to 70%, except in these two countries. This even encouraged illusory hopes of a return to dynamic economic growth without basic reforms, which brought about a great leap back to the debt crisis and further deterioration of economic perspectives. Kahlo, p. 41. This was the moment when Mikhail Sergeyevich Gorbachev became the leader of the USSR. 3. At this point we must revert from the economics to the politics of really existing socialism, since politics, both high and low, were to bring about the Euro-Soviet collapse of 1989 to 1991. Politically, Eastern Europe was the Achilles heel of the Soviet system, and Poland, plus, to a lesser extent, Hungary, its most vulnerable spot. After the Prague Spring it was clear, as we have seen, that the satellite communist regimes had lost all legitimacy as such in most of the region. They were maintained in being by state coercion, backed by the threat of Soviet intervention, or, at best, as in Hungary, by giving the citizenry material conditions and relative freedom far superior to the East European average, but which the economic crisis made it impossible to maintain. However, with one exception, no serious form of organized political or other public opposition was possible. In Poland the conjunction of three factors produced this possibility. The country's public opinion was overwhelmingly united not only by a dislike of the regime but by an anti-Russian, an anti-Jewish, and consciously Roman Catholic, Polish nationalism. The church retained independent nationwide organization, and its working class had demonstrated its political power by massive strikes at intervals since the middle 1950s. The regime had long resigned itself to tacit toleration or even retreat, as when the strikes of 1970 forced the abdication of the then communist leader, so long as opposition was unorganized, though its room for maneuver shrank dangerously. But from the middle of the 1970s it had to face both a politically organized labor movement backed by a brains trust of politically sophisticated dissident intellectuals, mainly ex-Marxists, and also by an increasingly aggressive church, encouraged in 1978 by the election of the first Polish pope in history, Karol Wojtyła, John Paul II. In 1980 the triumph of the trade union movement Solidarity as, in effect, a national public opposition movement armed with the weapon of the mass strike, demonstrated two things: that the Communist Party regime in Poland was at the end of its tether, but also that it could not be overthrown by mass agitation. In 1981 church and state quietly agreed to preempt the danger of armed Soviet intervention, which was seriously considered, by a few years of martial law under the commander of the armed forces, which could plausibly claim both communist and national legitimacy. Order was re-established with little trouble by the police rather than by the army, but in effect the government, as helpless as ever to cope with the economic problems, had nothing to set against an opposition which remained in being as the organized expression of the nation's public opinion. Either the Russians decided to intervene, or, sooner rather than later, the regime had to abandon the key position of communist regimes, the one-party system under the leading role of the state party, i.e. to abdicate. But, as the rest of the satellite governments nervously watched the unfolding of this scenario while mostly and vainly trying to stop their people from also doing so, it became increasingly evident that the Soviets were no longer prepared to intervene. In 1985 a passionate reformer, Mikhail Gorbachev, came to power as General Secretary of the Soviet Communist Party. This was no accident. Indeed, but for the death of the desperately ill General Secretary and former chief of the security apparatus, Yuri Andropov, 1914–84, who had actually made the decisive break with the Brezhnev era in 1983, the era of change would have begun a year or two earlier. It was entirely evident to all other communist governments, in and out of the Soviet orbit, that major transformations were at hand, though quite unclear, even to the new General Secretary, what they would bring. The era of stagnation, zastoy, which Gorbachev denounced had, in fact, been an era of acute political and cultural ferment among the Soviet elite. This included not only the relatively tiny group of self-co-opted Communist Party chieftains at the top of the Union hierarchy, the only place where real political decisions were, or could be, made, but the relatively vast group of educated and technically trained middle classes as well as the economic managers who actually kept the country going, academics, technical intelligentsia, experts, and executives of various kinds. In some ways Gorbachev himself represented this new educated cadre generation. He studied law, whereas the classical way up for the old Stalinist cadre had been, and still surprisingly often remained, from the factory floor via an engineering or agronomical degree into the apparatus. The depth of this ferment is not to be measured by the size of the actual group of public dissidents which now appeared, a few hundreds at most. Banned or semi-legalized, through the influence of brave editors like that of the famous thick journal Novy Mir, criticism and self-criticism pervaded the cultural milieu of the metropolitan USSR under Brezhnev, including important sectors of party and state, notably in the security and foreign services. The enormous and sudden response to Gorbachev's call for glasnost, openness or transparency, can hardly be explained otherwise. Yet the response of the political and intellectual strata must not be taken as the response of the mass of Soviet peoples. For these, unlike the peoples of most European communist states, the Soviet regime was legitimate and entirely accepted, if only because they knew no other and could have known no other, except under German occupation in 1941–44, which was hardly attractive. Every Hungarian over the age of 60 in 1990 had some adolescent or adult memory of the pre-communist era, but no inhabitant of the original USSR under the age of 88 could have had such first-hand experience. And if the government of the Soviet state had an unbroken continuity stretching back to the end of the Civil War, the country itself had an unbroken, or virtually unbroken, continuity stretching back even longer, except for the territories along the western border acquired or reacquired in 1939–40. It was the old Tsarist Empire under new management. That, incidentally, is why before the late 1980s there was no sign of serious political separatism anywhere except in the Baltic countries, which had been independent states from 1918 to 1940, in the western Ukraine, which had been part of the Habsburg and not the Russian Empire before 1918, and perhaps in Bessarabia, Moldavia, which had been part of Romania from 1918 to 1940. Even in the Baltic states there was little more open dissidence than in Russia, Levin, 1993. Moreover, the Soviet regime was not merely homegrown and domestically rooted. As time went on, even the party, originally much stronger among Great Russians than other nationalities, recruited much the same percentage of inhabitants in the European and Transcaucasian republics, but the people itself, in ways difficult to specify, fitted themselves into it, as the regime adjusted to them. As the dissident satirist Zinoviev pointed out, there really was a new Soviet man, even if he corresponded to his, or, insofar as she was considered, which was hardly at all, her, official public image no more than anything else did in the USSR. She was at ease in the system, Zinoviev, 1979. It provided a guaranteed livelihood and comprehensive social security at a modest but real level, a socially and economically egalitarian society and at least one of the traditional aspirations of socialism, Paul Lafargue's right to idleness, Lafargue, 1883. Moreover, for most Soviet citizens the Brezhnev era spelled not stagnation but the best times they and their parents, or even grandparents, had ever known. Small wonder that radical reformers found themselves up against Soviet humanity as well as Soviet bureaucracy. In the characteristic tone of irritated anti-plebeian elitism, one reformer wrote, "Our system has generated a category of individuals supported by society, and more interested in taking than in giving. This is the consequence of a policy of so-called egalitarianism which has totally invaded Soviet society. That society is divided into two parts, those who decide and distribute and those who are commanded and who receive, constitutes one of the major breaks on the development of our society. Homo Sovieticus is both ballast and brake. On the one hand, he is opposed to reform, on the other he constitutes the base of support for the existing system. Afanasiev, 1991, pages 13 to 14. Socially and politically, most of the USSR was a stable society, no doubt partly by virtue of ignorance of other countries maintained by authority and censorship, but by no means only for this reason. Is it an accident that there had been no equivalent of the 1968 student rebellion in the USSR, unlike Poland, Czechoslovakia, and Hungary? That even under Gorbachev the reform movement did not mobilize the young to any great extent, outside some Western nationalist regions? That it was, as the saying went, a rebellion of the 30 and 40-year-olds, i.e. of the generation born after the end of the war but before the not uncomfortable torpor of the Brezhnev years? Wherever the pressure to change came from in the USSR, it was not from the grassroots. In fact it came, as it had to come, from the top. Precisely how an obviously passionate and sincere communist reformer came to be Stalin's successor at the head of the Soviet CP on March 15, 1985 still remains unclear, and will remain so until Soviet history in the last decades becomes a subject for history rather than accusation and self-exculpation. In any case, what matters are not the ins and outs of politics in the Kremlin, but the two conditions which allowed someone like Gorbachev to come to power. First, the growing, and increasingly unconcealed, corruption of the Communist Party leadership in the Brezhnev era could not but outrage that section of the party which still believed in its ideology, in however oblique a fashion. And a Communist Party, however degenerate, without some leaders who are socialists is no more likely than a Catholic Church without some bishops and cardinals who are Christians, both being based on genuine systems of belief. Second, the educated and technically competent strata which actually kept the Soviet economy running were keenly aware that without drastic, indeed fundamental change it would inevitably founder sooner or later, not only because of the built-in inefficiency and inflexibility of the system, but because its weaknesses were compounded by the demands of a status as a military superpower, which a declining economy simply could not support. The military strain on the economy had actually increased dangerously since 1980 when, for the first time in many years, the Soviet armed forces found themselves involved directly in a war. They sent a force into Afghanistan to establish some sort of stability in that country, which since 1978 had been governed by a local Communist People's Democratic Party, split into conflicting factions, both of which antagonized local landlords, Muslim clergy and other believers in the status quo by such godless activities as land reform and rights for women. The country had been quietly in the Soviet sphere of influence since the early 1950s, without raising Western blood pressure noticeably. However, the USA chose or purported to regard the Soviet move as a major military offensive directed against the free world. It therefore, via Pakistan, poured money and advanced armaments without limits into the hands of fundamentalist Muslim mountain warriors. As was to be expected, the Afghan government with heavy Soviet support, had little trouble in holding the major cities of the country, but the cost to the USSR was inordinately high. Afghanistan became, as some people in Washington undoubtedly intended it to be, the Soviet Union's Vietnam. But what could the new Soviet leader do to change the situation in the USSR, other than to end, as soon as possible, the Second Cold War confrontation with the USA which was hemorrhaging the economy? This, of course, was Gorbachev's immediate objective, and his greatest success, for, within a surprisingly short period, he convinced even skeptical Western governments that this was indeed the Soviet intention. It won him a huge and lasting popularity in the West, which contrasted strikingly with the growing lack of enthusiasm for him in the USSR, to which he eventually fell victim in 1991. If any single man ended some 40 years of global Cold War, it was he. The aims of communist economic reformers since the 1950s had been to make the centrally planned command economies more rational and flexible by the introduction of market pricing and calculations of profit and loss in enterprises. The Hungarian reformers had gone some way in this direction, and, but for the Soviet occupation of 1968, the Czech reformers would have gone even further, both hoping that this would also make it easier to liberalize and democratize the political system. This was also Gorbachev's position, which he naturally saw as a way of restoring or establishing a better socialism than the really existing one. It is possible, but very unlikely, that any influential reformer in the USSR envisaged the abandonment of socialism, if only because this seemed quite impracticable politically, although elsewhere trained economists who had been associated with reform began to conclude that the system, whose defects were first systematically analyzed in public from within in the 1980s, could not be reformed from within. 4. Gorbachev launched his campaign to transform Soviet socialism with the two slogans of perestroika, or restructuring, of both economy and political structure, and glasnost, or freedom of information. There was what turned out to be an insoluble conflict between them. The only thing that made the Soviet system work, and could conceivably transform it, was the command structure of party/state inherited from the Stalinist days. This was a familiar situation in Russian history even in the days of the Tsars. Reform came from the top. But the party/state structure was at the same time the chief obstacle to transforming a system which it had created, to which it had adjusted, in which it had a large vested interest, and to which it found it hard to conceive an alternative. It was far from the only obstacle, and reformers, not only in Russia, have always been tempted to blame the bureaucracy for the failure of their country and people to respond to their initiatives, but it is undeniable that large parts of the party/state apparatus greeted any major reform with inertia, concealing hostility. Glasnost was intended to mobilize support within and outside the apparatus against such resistance. But its logical consequence was to undermine the only force which could act. As has been suggested above, the structure of the Soviet system and its modus operandi were essentially military. Democratizing armies does not improve their efficiency. On the other hand, if a military system is not wanted, care must be taken that a civilian alternative is available before it is destroyed, otherwise reform produces not reconstruction but collapse. The USSR under Gorbachev fell into this widening chasm between glasnost and perestroika. What made the situation worse was that in the minds of the reformers, glasnost was a far more specific program than perestroika. It meant the introduction, or reintroduction, of a constitutional and democratic state based on the rule of law and the enjoyment of civil liberties as commonly understood. This implied the separation of party and state, and, contrary to all development since the rise of Stalin, the shift of the locus of effective government from party to state. This in turn implied the end of the single-party system, and of the party's leading role. It also, obviously, meant the revival of the Soviets at all levels, in the form of genuinely elected representative assemblies, culminating in a Supreme Soviet which would be a genuinely sovereign legislative assembly, granting power to, but capable of controlling a strong executive. That, at least, was the theory. In fact, the new constitutional system was eventually installed. The new economic system of perestroika was barely sketched out in 1987–88 by the half-hearted legalization of petty private enterprise, cooperatives, i.e. of much of the second economy, and by the decision in principle to allow permanently loss-making state enterprises to go bankrupt. In fact, the gap between the rhetoric of economic reform and the reality of an economy visibly running down widened day by day. This was desperately dangerous. For constitutional reform merely dismantled one set of political mechanisms and replaced it with another. It left open the question of what the new institutions would do, though the processes of decision would presumably be more cumbersome in a democracy than in a military command system. For most people the difference would merely be that, in one case, they had a genuine electoral choice every so often and had the choice in between of listening to opposition politicians criticizing the government. On the other hand, the criterion of perestroika was and had to be not how the economy was run in principle but how it performed every day, in ways that could easily be specified and measured. It could only be judged by results. For most Soviet citizens this meant by what happened to their real incomes, to the effort needed to earn them, to the quantity and range of the goods and services within their reach, and the ease with which they could acquire them. But while it was very clear what the economic reformers were against and wished to abolish, their positive alternative, a socialist market economy of autonomous and economically viable enterprises, public, private and cooperative, macroeconomically steered by the center of economic decision-making, was little more than a phrase. It simply meant that the reformers wished to have the advantages of capitalism without losing those of socialism. Nobody had the slightest idea of how, in practice, the transition from a centralized state command economy to the new system was to be made and, equally to the point, how what would inevitably remain a dual state and non-state economy for the foreseeable future would actually work. The appeal of the ultra-radical Thatcherite or Reaganite free market ideology to young intellectual reformers was that it promised to provide a drastic but also an automatic solution for these problems. As might have been foreseen, it did not. Probably the nearest thing to a model of transition for the Gorbachev reformers was the vague historical memory of the new economic policy of 1921-28. This had, after all, yielded spectacular results in revitalizing agriculture, trade, industry, finances, for several years after 1921 and had restored a collapsed economy to health because it relied on market forces. Vernikov, 1989, p. 13. Moreover, a very similar policy of market liberalization and decentralization had, since the end of Maoism, produced dramatic results in China, whose rate of GNP growth in the 1980s, surpassed only by South Korea, averaged almost 10% per annum, World Bank Atlas, 1990. Yet there was no comparison between the desperately poor, technologically backward and overwhelmingly rural Russia of the 1920s and the highly urbanized and industrialized USSR of the 1980s, whose most advanced industrial sector, the military-industrial scientific complex, including the space program, in any case depended on a market consisting of a single customer. It is safe to say that perestroika would have worked rather better if Russia in 1980 had still been, like China at that date, a country of 80% villagers, whose idea of wealth beyond the dreams of avarice would be a television set. Even in the early 1970s some 70% of the Soviet population watched television for an average of 1.5 hours a day, Kerblay, pages 140-41. Nevertheless, the contrast between Soviet and Chinese perestroika is not entirely explained by such time lags, nor even by the obvious fact that the Chinese were careful to keep their central command system intact. How far they benefited from the cultural traditions of the Far East, which turned out to favor economic growth irrespective of social systems, must be left for 21st century historians to investigate. Did anyone in 1985 seriously suppose that, 6 years later, the USSR and its Communist Party would have ceased to exist, and indeed that all other communist regimes in Europe would have disappeared? To judge by the complete lack of preparation of Western governments for the sudden collapse of 1989-91, the predictions of the imminent demise of the West's ideological enemy were no more than the small change of public rhetoric. What drove the Soviet Union with accelerating speed towards the precipice, was the combination of glasnost that amounted to the disintegration of authority, with a perestroika that amounted to the destruction of the old mechanisms that made the economy work, without providing any alternative, and consequently the increasingly dramatic collapse of the citizens' standard of living. The country moved towards a pluralist electoral politics at the very moment that it subsided into economic anarchy. For the first time since the inception of planning, Russia in 1989 no longer had a 5-year plan, De Leo, 1992. p. 100n. It was an explosive combination, for it undermined the shallow foundations of the USSR's economic and political unity. For the USSR had increasingly evolved towards a structural decentralization, its elements held together primarily by the all-union institutions of party, army, security forces, and the central plan, and never more rapidly than in the long Brezhnev years. De facto much of the Soviet Union was a system of autonomous feudal lordships. Its local chieftains, the party secretaries of the Union republics with their subordinate territorial commanders, and the managers of the great and lesser production units, who kept the economy in operation, were united by little more than their dependency on the central party apparatus in Moscow, which nominated, transferred, deposed and co-opted, and by the need to fulfill the plan elaborated in Moscow. Within these very broad limits the territorial chieftains had considerable independence. Indeed, the economy would not have functioned at all but for the development, by those who actually had to run institutions with real functions, of a network of lateral relations independent of the center. This system of deals, barter arrangements, and exchanges of favors with other cadres in similar positions was another second economy within the nominally planned whole. One might add that, as the USSR became a more complex industrial and urban society, the cadres in charge of the actual production, distribution, and general care of the citizenry had diminished sympathy for the ministries and the purely party figures who were their superiors, but whose concrete functions were no longer clear, apart from that of feathering their nests, as many of them did in the Brezhnev period, often in the most spectacular manner. Revulsion against the increasingly monumental and all-pervasive corruption of the nomenklatura was the initial fuel for the process of reform, and Gorbachev had fairly solid support for perestroika from the economic cadres, especially those from the military-industrial complex, who genuinely wanted to improve the management of a stagnant and, in scientific and technical terms, paralytic economy. No one knew better than they how bad things really had become. Moreover, they did not need the party to carry on their activities. If the party bureaucracy were to disappear, they would still be there. They were indispensable, it was not. Indeed, they were still there after the collapse of the USSR, now organized as a pressure group in the new, 1990, Industrial Scientific Union, NPS, and its successors, after the end of communism, as the, potentially, legal owners of the enterprises which they had commanded without legal property rights before. Nevertheless, corrupt, inefficient and largely parasitic as the party command system had been, it remained essential in an economy based on command. The alternative to party authority was not the constitutional and democratic authority, but, in the short run, no authority. This is indeed what happened. Gorbachev, like his successor, Yeltsin, shifted his power base from party to state, and, as constitutional president, legally accumulated powers to rule by decree, in some instances powers greater in theory than any earlier Soviet leader had formally enjoyed. Even Stalin, Delio, 1992, p. 111. Nobody took any notice, outside the newly established democratic, or rather constitutional public assemblies, the People's Congress and the Supreme Soviet, 1989. Nobody governed or, rather, obeyed in the Soviet Union anymore. Like a crippled giant tanker moving towards the reefs, a rudderless Soviet Union therefore drifted towards disintegration. The lines along which it was to fracture were already drawn, on the one hand the system of territorial power autonomy largely embodied in the state's federal structure, on the other the autonomous economic complexes. Since the official theory on which the Union had been constructed was one of territorial autonomy for national groups, both in the 15 Union republics and in the autonomous regions and areas within each, nationalist fracture was potentially built into the system, although, with the exception of the 3 small Baltic states, separatism was not even thought of before 1988, when the first nationalist fronts or campaign organizations were founded in response to Glasnost, in Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania and Armenia. However, at this stage, even in the Baltic states, they were directed not so much against the center as against the insufficiently Gorbachevist local communist parties, or, as in Armenia, against neighboring Azerbaijan. The object was not yet independence, although nationalism was rapidly radicalized in 1989–90 under the impact of the rush into electoral politics, and the struggle between radical reformers and the organized resistance of the old party establishment in the new assemblies, as well as the frictions between Gorbachev and his resentful victim, rival and eventual successor, Boris Yeltsin. Essentially, the radical reformers looked for support against the entrenched party hierarchies to the nationalists in the republics and, in doing so, strengthened these. In Russia itself, the appeal to Russian interests against the peripheral republics, subsidized by Russia and increasingly felt to be better off than Russia, was a powerful weapon in the radical struggle to eject the party bureaucracy, entrenched in the central state apparatus. For Boris Yeltsin, an old party boss from the Command Society, who combined the gifts of getting on in the old politics, toughness and cunning, with the gifts for getting on in the new, demagogy, joviality and a sense of the media, the way to the top lay through the capture of the Russian Federation, thus allowing him to bypass the institutions of Gorbachev's Union. Hitherto, in effect, the Union and its chief component, the RSFSR, had not been clearly distinct. In transforming Russia into a republic like the others, Yeltsin de facto favored the disintegration of the Union, which a Russia under his control would in effect supplant. This is, indeed, what happened in 1991. Economic disintegration helped to advance political disintegration, and was nourished by it. With the end of the plan, and of party orders from the center, there was no effective national economy, but a rush, by any community, territory, or other unit that could manage it, into self-protection and self-sufficiency, or bilateral exchanges. The commanders of the great provincial company towns, always used to such arrangements, bartered industrial products for foodstuffs with the heads of the regional collective farms, as, a dramatic example, the Leningrad party chief, Getaspov, dealt with an acute grain shortage in his city by a phone call to Nazarbayev, the Kazakhstan party boss, who arranged a swap of cereals for footwear and steel, Uboldirev, 1990. But even this kind of transaction between two of the top figures in the old party hierarchy in effect treated the national system of distribution as irrelevant. Particularisms, autarkies, relapses into primitive practices seemed to be the real results of the laws which had liberalized local economic forces, De Leo, p. 101. The point of no return was reached in the second half of 1989, bicentenary of the outbreak of the French Revolution, whose non-existence or irrelevance to 20th century politics French revisionist historians were busy trying to demonstrate at the time. The political breakdown followed, as in 18th century France, the calling of the new democratic, or largely democratic assemblies in the summer of that year. The economic breakdown became irreversible in the course of a few crucial months between October 1989 and May 1990. However, the eyes of the world at this time were fixed on a related, but secondary phenomenon, the sudden, and once again unpredicted, dissolution of the satellite communist regimes in Europe. Between August 1989 and the end of that year, communist power abdicated or ceased to exist in Poland, Czechoslovakia, Hungary, Romania, Bulgaria, and the German Democratic Republic, without so much as a shot being fired, except in Romania. Shortly thereafter, the two Balkan states which were not Soviet satellites, Yugoslavia and Albania, also ceased to be communist regimes. The German Democratic Republic was soon to be annexed to Western Germany, and Yugoslavia was soon to break up into civil war. The process was watched not only on the television screens of the Western world, but also, with great care, by the communist regimes in other continents. Though they ranged from the radically reformist, at least in economic matters, as in China, to the implacably old-style centralist, as in Cuba, Chapter 15, all presumably had doubts about the Soviet plunge into unrestricted glasnost, and the weakening of authority. When the movement for liberalization and democracy spread from the USSR to China, the Beijing government decided, in mid-1989, after some obvious hesitations and lacerating internal disagreements, to re-establish its authority in the most unambiguous manner, by what Napoleon, who also used the army to suppress public agitation during the French Revolution, had called a whiff of grapeshot. The troops cleared a mass student demonstration from the capital's main square, at a heavy cost in lives, probably, though no reliable data were available at the time of writing, several hundreds. The massacre of Tiananmen Square horrified Western public opinion, and undoubtedly lost the Chinese Communist Party most of what little legitimacy it may still have had among the younger generations of Chinese intellectuals, including party members, but it left the Chinese regime free to continue the policy of successful economic liberalization without immediate political problems. The collapse of communism after 1989 was confined to the USSR and the states in its orbit, including Outer Mongolia, which had chosen Soviet protection over Chinese domination between the world wars. The three surviving Asian communist regimes, China, North Korea, and Vietnam, as well as remote and isolated Cuba, were not immediately affected. It seemed natural, particularly in the bicentenary year of 1789, to describe the changes of 1989 to 90 as the East European revolutions, and, insofar as events which lead to the complete overthrow of regimes are revolutionary, the word is apposite, but misleading. For none of the regimes in Eastern Europe were overthrown. None, except Poland, contained any internal force, organized or not, which constituted a serious threat to them, and the fact that Poland contained a powerful political opposition actually guaranteed that the system there was not destroyed from one day to the next, but replaced by a negotiated process of compromise and reform, not unlike the way in which Spain made the transition to democracy after the death of General Franco in 1975. The most immediate threat to those in the Soviet orbit came from Moscow, which made it clear that it would no longer rescue them by military intervention, as in 1956 and 1968, if only because the end of the Cold War made them strategically less necessary to the USSR. If they wanted to survive, in Moscow's opinion, they would be well advised to follow the line of liberalization, reform, and flexibility of the Polish and Hungarian communists, but, by the same token, Moscow would not compel the hardliners in Berlin and Prague. They were on their own. The very withdrawal of the USSR underlined their bankruptcy. They remained in power merely by virtue of the void they had created around them, which had left no alternative to the status quo except, where this was possible, emigration or, for a few, the formation of marginal dissident groups of intellectuals. The bulk of the citizens had accepted things as they were, because they had no alternative. People of energy, talent, and ambition worked within the system, since any position requiring these things, and indeed any public expression of talent, was within the system or by its permission, even in entirely non-political fields like pole vaulting and chess. This applied even to the licensed opposition, mainly in the arts, which was allowed to develop in the decline of the systems, as dissident writers who had chosen not to emigrate, discovered to their cost after the fall of communism, when they were treated as collaborators. No wonder that most people opted for the quiet life, which included the formal gestures of support for a system nobody except primary school children believed in, such as voting or demonstrating, even when the penalties for dissidents were no longer terrifying. One of the reasons why the old regime was denounced with such fury after its fall, especially in hardline countries like Czechoslovakia and the ex-GDR, was that the great majority voted in the sham elections to avoid unpleasant consequences. Though not very serious ones, they took part in the obligatory marches. The police informers were easily recruited, won over by miserable privileges, often agreeing to serve as the result of very mild pressure. Kulikovsky, 1992, pages 55 to 56. Yet hardly anyone believed in the system or felt any loyalty to it, not even those who governed it. They were no doubt surprised when the masses finally abandoned their passivity and demonstrated their dissidence. The moment of amazement has been caught forever on the videotape of President Ceausescu, in December 1989, confronting a crowd that booed instead of loyally applauding, but they were surprised, not by the dissidents, only by the action. At that moment of truth, no East European government ordered its forces to fire. All abdicated quietly, except in Romania, and even their resistance was brief. Perhaps they could not have regained control, but nobody even tried. No groups of communist ultras anywhere prepared to die in the bunker for their faith, or even for the far from unimpressive record of 40 years communist rule in a number of these states. What should they have defended? Economic systems whose inferiority to their Western neighbors leaped to the eye, which were running down, and which had proved to be unreformable, even where serious and intelligent efforts at reform had been made. Systems which had plainly lost the justification that had sustained their communist cotters in the past, namely that socialism was superior to capitalism and destined to replace it? Who could any longer believe that, though it had not looked implausible in the 1940s or even 1950s? Since communist states were no longer even united, and sometimes actually fought each other with arms, e.g. China and Vietnam in the early 1980s, one could no longer even speak of a single socialist camp. All that remained of the old hopes was the fact that the USSR, the country of the October Revolution, was one of the two global superpowers. Except perhaps for China, all communist governments, and a good many communist parties and states or movements in the Third World, knew well enough how much they owed to the existence of this counterweight to the economic and strategic predominance of the other side. But the USSR was visibly shedding a politico-military burden it could no longer carry, and even communist states which were in no sense dependencies of Moscow, Yugoslavia, Albania, could not but realize how profoundly its disappearance would weaken them. In any case, in Europe as in the USSR, the communists, who had once been sustained by the old convictions, were now a generation of the past. In 1989 few under 60 could have shared the experience that linked communism and patriotism in several countries, namely the Second World War and resistance, and few under 50 could even have first-hand memories of that time. The legitimizing principle of states was, for most people, official rhetoric or senior citizens' anecdotage. Even party members among the less than elderly were likely to be not communists in the old sense, but men and women, alas, far too few women, who made careers in countries that happened to be under communist rule. When times changed, and if they were allowed to, they were ready at a moment's notice to change their coats. In short, those who ran the Soviet satellite regimes had lost their faith in their own systems, or had never had it. While the systems were operational, they operated them. When it became clear that the USSR itself was cutting them adrift, the reformers, as in Poland and Hungary, tried to negotiate a peaceful transition, the hardliners, as in Czechoslovakia and the GDR, to stand pat until it became evident that the citizens no longer obeyed, even if the army and police still did. In both cases they went quietly when they realized that their time was up, thus taking an unconscious revenge on the propagandists of the West who had argued that this was precisely what totalitarian regimes could never conceivably do. They were replaced, briefly, by the men and, once again, far too rarely, women who had represented dissidents or opposition, and who had organized, or perhaps better, successfully called for the mass demonstrations which gave the signal for the old regime's peaceful abdication. Except in Poland, where church and the trade unions formed the backbone of opposition, they consisted of a few often very brave intellectuals, a stage army of leaders which briefly found itself at the head of peoples, often, as in the 1848 revolutions which come to the historian's mind, academics, or from the world of the arts. For a moment dissident philosophers, Hungary, or medieval historians, Poland, were considered as presidents or prime ministers, and a dramatist, Václav Havel, actually became president of Czechoslovakia, surrounded by an eccentric body of advisors ranging from a scandal-loving American rock musician to a member of the Habsburg high aristocracy, Prince Schwarzenberg. There was a tidal wave of talk about civil society, i.e. the ensemble of voluntary citizens' organizations or private activities, taking the place of authoritarian states, and about the return to the principles of revolutions before Bolshevism had distorted them. Alas, as in 1848, the moment of freedom and truth did not last. Politics, and those who ran the affairs of state reverted to those who usually occupy such functions. The ad hoc fronts or civic movements crumbled as rapidly as they had risen. This also proved to be the case in the USSR, where the collapse of party and state proceeded more slowly until August 1991. The failure of perestroika and the consequent rejection of Gorbachev by the citizenry were increasingly obvious, though not appreciated in the West, where his popularity remained justifiably high. It reduced the leader of the USSR to a series of backstairs maneuvers and shifting alliances with the political groups and power groups that had emerged from the parliamentarization of Soviet politics, which made him equally distrusted by the reformers who had initially rallied round him, whom he had indeed made into a state-changing force, and the fragmented party bloc whose power he had broken. He was and will go into history as a tragic figure, a communist Tsar liberator like Alexander II, 1855–81, who destroyed what he wanted to reform and was destroyed in the process. Charming, sincere, intelligent, and genuinely moved by the ideals of a communism which he saw corrupted since the rise of Stalin, Gorbachev was, paradoxically, too much of an organization man for the hurly-burly of democratic politics he created, too much of a committee man for decisive action, too remote from the experiences of urban and industrial Russia, which he had never managed, to have the old party boss's sense of grassroots realities. His trouble was not so much that he had no effective strategy for reforming the economy, nobody had even after his fall, as that he was remote from the everyday experience of his country. The contrast with another of the post-war generation of leading Soviet communists in their 50s is instructive. Nursultan Nazarbayev, who took charge of the Asian Republic of Kazakhstan in 1984 as part of the reform drive, had, like many other Soviet politicians, and unlike Gorbachev and practically any statesman in non-socialist countries, come into full-time public life from the factory floor. He shifted from party to state, becoming president of his republic, pushed forward the required reforms, including decentralization and the market, and survived both the fall of Gorbachev, of the Party of the Union, none of which he welcomed. After the fall he remained one of the most powerful men in the shadowy community of independent states. But Nazarbayev, always the pragmatist, had systematically pursued a policy of optimizing the position of his fief, and its population, and had taken the utmost care that market reforms should not be socially disruptive. Markets yes, uncontrolled price rises decidedly no. His own preferred strategy was bilateral trade deals with other Soviet, or ex-Soviet, republics. He favored a Central Asian Soviet common market, and joint ventures with foreign capital. He had no objection to radical economists, for he hired some from Russia, or even non-communist ones, for he brought in one of the brains of the South Korean economic miracle, which showed a realistic sense of how really successful post-Second World War capitalist economies actually worked. The road to survival and perhaps to success was paved less with good intentions than with the hard cobbles of realism. The last years of the Soviet Union were a slow-motion catastrophe. The fall of the European satellites in 1989, and Moscow's reluctant acceptance of German reunification, demonstrated the collapse of the Soviet Union as an international power, let alone as a superpower. Its utter inability to play any role in the Persian Gulf crisis of 1990–91 merely underlined this. Internationally speaking, the USSR was like a country comprehensively defeated, as after a major war, only without a war. Nevertheless, it retained the armed forces and the military-industrial complex of the former superpower, a situation that imposed severe limits on its politics. However, though the international debacle encouraged secessionism in the republics where nationalist sentiment was strong, notably the Baltic states and Georgia, Lithuania tested the waters with a provocative declaration of total independence in March 1990, the disintegration of the Union was not due to nationalist forces. It was due essentially to the disintegration of central authority, which forced every region or subunit of the country to look after itself, and, not least, to save what it could from the ruins of an economy sliding into chaos. Hunger and shortage lie behind everything that happened in the last 2 years of the USSR. Despairing reformers, mainly from among the academics who had been such obvious beneficiaries of glasnost, were pushed into an apocalyptic extremism, nothing could be done until the old system and everything about it was destroyed utterly. In economic terms, the system must be completely pulverized by total privatization and the introduction of a 100% free market immediately and at whatever cost. Dramatic plans for doing this in a matter of weeks or months, there was a program of 500 days, were proposed. These policies were not based on any knowledge of free markets or capitalist economies, though they were vigorously recommended by visiting American and British economists and financial experts, whose opinions were not, in turn, based on any knowledge of what actually went on in the Soviet economy. Both were correct in supposing that the existing system, or rather, while it existed, the command economy, was far inferior to economies based primarily on private property and private enterprise, and that the old system, even in a modified form, was doomed. Yet both failed to confront the real problem of how a centrally planned command economy was, in practice, to be transformed into some version or another of a market dynamized economy. Instead they repeated first-year economics course demonstrations of the virtues of the market in the abstract. It would, they argued, automatically fill the shelves of shops with goods withheld by producers at affordable prices once supply and demand were allowed free play. Most of the long-suffering citizens of the USSR knew that this would not happen, and when, after it ceased to exist, the shock liberation treatment was briefly applied, it did not. Moreover, no serious observer of the country believed that in the year 2000 the state and public sector of the Soviet economy would not still be substantial. The disciples of Friedrich Hayek and Milton Friedman condemned the very idea of such a mixed economy. They had no advice to offer about how it was to be operated, or transformed. Yet, when it came, the final crisis was not economic but political. For virtually the entire establishment of the USSR, from the party, the planners and scientists, the state, to the armed forces, the security apparatus and the sporting authorities, the idea of a total breakup of the USSR was unacceptable. Whether it was desired, or even conceived of by any large body of Soviet citizens outside the Baltic states, even after 1989, we cannot tell, but it is not likely, whatever reservations we have about the figures. 76% of voters in a referendum of March 1991 voted for maintaining the USSR, as a renovated federation of sovereign and equal republics, in which the rights and liberty of every person of whatever nationality are fully safeguarded. Pravda, 25/1/91. It was certainly not officially part of any major Union politician's policy. Yet the dissolution of the center seemed inevitably to strengthen the centrifugal forces and to make the breakup inevitable, not least because of the policy of Boris Yeltsin, whose star rose as Gorbachev's waned. By now the Union was a shadow, the republics the only reality. At the end of April, Gorbachev, supported by the 9 major republics, negotiated a treaty of union which, somewhat in the manner of the Austro-Hungarian Compromise of 1867, was intended to preserve the existence of a central federal power, with a directly elected federal president, in charge of the armed forces, foreign policy, the coordination of financial policy and of economic relations with the rest of the world. The treaty was to come into force on August 20. For most of the old party and Soviet establishment, this treaty was yet another of Gorbachev's paper formulas, doomed like all the others. Hence they regarded it as the gravestone of the Union. 2 days before the treaty was due to come into force, virtually all the heavyweights of the Union, ministers of defense and interior, head of the KGB, vice president and prime minister of the USSR and pillars of the party, proclaimed that an emergency committee would take over power in the absence of the president and general secretary, under house arrest on vacation. It was not so much a coup, nobody was arrested in Moscow, not even the broadcasting stations were taken over, as a proclamation that the machinery of real power was once again in operation, in the confident hope that the citizenry would welcome, or at least quietly accept, the return to order and government. It was not defeated by a revolution or rising of the people either, for the population of Moscow remained quiet, and the call for a strike against the coup went unheeded. As in so much of Soviet history, it was a drama played by a small body of actors over the heads of the long-suffering people. But not quite. 30, even 10 years earlier, the mere proclamation of where power really lay would have been enough. Even as it was, most citizens of the USSR kept their heads down, 48% of the people, according to a poll, and, less surprisingly, 70% of party committees, supported the coup. De Leo, 1992, pages 141, 143n. Equally to the point, more governments abroad than cared to admit it, expected the coup to succeed. Yet the old-style reassertion of the power of party/state relied on universal and automatic assent rather than counting heads. By 1991 there was neither central power nor universal obedience. A genuine coup might well have succeeded over most of the territory and population of the USSR, and, whatever the divisions and uncertainties within the armed forces and security apparatus, enough reliable troops for a successful putsch in the capital could probably have been found. But the symbolic reassertion of authority was no longer enough. Gorbachev was right, perestroika had defeated the conspirators by changing society. It had also defeated him. A symbolic coup could be defeated by a symbolic resistance, for the last thing the plotters were prepared for or wanted was a civil war. Indeed, their gesture was intended to stop what most people feared, a slide into such a conflict. So, while the shadowy institutions of the USSR fell into line with the plotters, the barely less shadowy institutions of the Russian Republic under Boris Yeltsin, just elected as its president by a substantial majority of voters, did not. The plotters had nothing to do except throw in their hand, after Yeltsin, surrounded by some thousands of supporters come to defend his headquarters, defied the embarrassed tanks camped in front of it, for the benefit of the world's television screens. Bravely, but also safely, Yeltsin, whose political gifts and capacity for decision contrasted dramatically with Gorbachev's style, immediately seized his opportunity to dissolve and expropriate the Communist Party and take over for the Russian Republic what remained of the assets of the USSR, which was formally ended a few months later. Gorbachev himself was pushed into oblivion. The world, which had been ready to accept the coup, now accepted the much more effective counter-coup of Yeltsin, and treated Russia as the natural successor to the dead USSR in the United Nations and elsewhere. The attempt to save the old structure of the Soviet Union had destroyed it more suddenly and irrevocably than anyone had expected. However, it had solved none of the problems of economy, state, and society. In one respect it had made them worse, for the other republics were now afraid of their big brother Russia as they had not been of the non-national USSR, especially since Russian nationalism was the best card Yeltsin could play to conciliate the armed forces, whose core had always been among the great Russians. Since most of the republics contained large minorities of ethnic Russians, Yeltsin's hint that the frontiers between the republics might have to be renegotiated, accelerated the Rush total separation. The Ukraine immediately declared its independence. For the first time populations used to the impartial oppression of all, including Great Russians, by central authority had cause to fear oppression from Moscow in the interests of one nation. In fact, this put paid to the hope of maintaining even a semblance of union, for the shadowy commonwealth of independent states which succeeded the USSR soon lost all reality, and even the last survivor of the Union, the extremely successful, United team which competed at the 1992 Olympic Games, beating the United States, did not seem destined for a long life. Thus the destruction of the USSR achieved the reversal of almost 400 years of Russian history, and the return of the country to something like the dimensions and international standing of the era before Peter the Great, 1672 to 1725. Since Russia, whether under the Tsars or as the USSR, had been a great power since the middle of the 18th century, its disintegration left an international void between Trieste and Vladivostok, which had not previously existed in modern world history, except briefly during the Civil War of 1918-20, a vast zone of disorder, conflict, and potential catastrophe. This was the agenda for the world's diplomats and military men at the end of the millennium. 6. 2 observations may conclude this survey. The first is to note how superficial the hold of communism proved to be over the enormous area it had conquered more rapidly than any other ideology since Islam in its first century. Though a simplistic version of Marxism, Leninism became the dogmatic, secular, orthodoxy for all citizens between the Elbe and the China Seas. It disappeared from one day to the next with the political regimes that had imposed it. 2 reasons may be suggested for this historically rather startling phenomenon. Communism was not based on mass conversion, but was a faith of cadres or, in Lenin's terms, vanguards. Even Mao's famous phrase about successful guerrillas moving among the peasantry like fish in water, implies the distinction between the active element, the fish, and the passive, the water. Unofficial labor and socialist movements, including some mass communist parties, might be coextensive with their community or constituency, as in coal mining villages. On the other hand, all ruling communist parties were, by choice and definition, minority elites. The ascent to communism of the masses depended not on their ideological or other convictions but on how they judged what life under communist regimes did for them, and how they compared their situation with others. Once it ceased to be possible to insulate populations from contact with, or even knowledge about, other countries, these judgments were sceptical. Again, communism was essentially an instrumental faith, the present having value purely as a means of reaching an undefined future. Except in rare cases, for instance patriotic wars, where victory justifies present sacrifices, such a set of beliefs is better suited to sects or elites than to universal churches, whose field of operation, whatever their promise of ultimate salvation, is and must be the everyday range of human life. Even the cadres of communist parties began to concentrate on the ordinary satisfactions of life once the millennial aim of earthly salvation, to which they had dedicated their lives, moved into an undefined future. And, typically enough, when this happened, the party provided no guidance for their behavior. In short, by the nature of its ideology, communism asked to be judged by success, and had no reserves against failure. But why did it fail, or rather break down? It is the paradox of the USSR that, in its death, it provided one of the strongest arguments for the analysis of Karl Marx, which it had claimed to exemplify. Marx wrote in 1859, "In the social production of their means of existence human beings enter into definite, necessary relations independent of their will, productive relationships which correspond to a definite stage in the development of their material productive forces. At a certain stage of their development the material productive forces of society come into contradiction with the existing productive relationships, or, what is but a legal expression for these, with the property relationships within which they had moved before. From forms of development of the productive forces these relationships are transformed into their fetters. We then enter an era of social revolution. Rarely has there been a clearer example of Marx's forces of production coming into conflict with the social, institutional, and ideological superstructure which had transformed backward agrarian economies into advanced industrial ones, up to the point where they turn from forces into fetters of production. The first result of the era of social revolution thus initiated was the disintegration of the old system. But what would replace it? Here we can no longer follow the 19th-century optimism of Marx, who argued that the overthrow of the old system must lead to a better one, because mankind always sets itself only such problems as it can solve. The problems which mankind, or rather the Bolsheviks, set themselves in 1917 were not soluble in the circumstances of their time and place, or only very incompletely soluble. And today it would take a high degree of confidence to argue that in the foreseeable future a solution is visible for the problems arising out of the collapse of Soviet communism, or that any solution that may arise within the next generation will strike the inhabitants of the former USSR and the communist Balkans as an obvious improvement. With the collapse of the USSR the experiment of really existing socialism came to an end. For, even where communist regimes survived and succeeded, as in China, they abandoned the original ideal of a single, centrally controlled and state-planned economy based on a completely collectivist state, or cooperatively owned economy virtually without a market. Will this experiment ever be renewed? Clearly not in the form developed in the USSR, or probably in any form, except in conditions of something like a total war economy, or some other analogous emergency. This is because the Soviet experiment was designed not as a global alternative to capitalism, but as a specific set of responses to the particular situation of a vast and spectacularly backward country at a particular and unrepeatable historical conjuncture. The failure of revolution elsewhere left the USSR committed to build socialism alone, in a country in which, by the universal consensus of Marxists in 1917, including the Russian ones, the conditions for doing so were simply not present. The attempt to do so produced remarkable achievements, not least the ability to defeat Germany in the Second World War, but at quite enormous and intolerable human cost, and at the cost of what proved eventually to be a dead-end economy and a political system for which there was nothing to be said. Had not George Plekhanov, the father of Russian Marxism, predicted that the October Revolution could lead at best to a Chinese empire colored red? The other really existing socialism, emerging under the wings of the Soviet Union, operated under the same disadvantages, though to a lesser extent, and with, compared to the USSR, far less human suffering. A revival or rebirth of this pattern of socialism is neither possible, desirable, nor, even assuming conditions were to favor it, necessary. How far the failure of the Soviet experiment throws doubt on the entire project of traditional socialism, an economy essentially based on the social ownership and planned management of the means of production, distribution, and exchange, is another question. That such a project is economically rational in theory has been accepted by economists since before the First World War, though, curiously enough, the theory was worked out not by socialists but by non-socialist pure economists. That it would have practical drawbacks, if only through bureaucratization, was obvious. That it had to work, at least partly, through prices, both market pricing and realistic accounting prices, was also clear if socialism was to take account of the wishes of consumers rather than telling them what was good for them. In fact, socialist economists in the West who thought about these matters in the 1930s, when the subject was naturally much debated, assumed a combination of planning, preferably decentralized, with prices. To demonstrate the feasibility of such a socialist economy is not, of course, to demonstrate its necessary superiority to, say, some socially juster version of the Golden Age mixed economy, still less, that people would prefer it. It is merely to separate the question of socialism in general from that of the specific experience of really existing socialism. The failure of Soviet socialism does not reflect on the possibility of other kinds of socialism. Indeed, the very inability of the dead-end economy of Soviet-type central command planning to reform itself into market socialism, as it wanted to, demonstrates the gap between the two kinds of development. Chapter 17. The avant-garde dies, the arts after 1950. Art as an investment is a conception scarcely older than the early 1950s. G. Rietlinger, The Economics of Taste, Volume 2, 1982, p. 14. The great big white goods, the things that keep our economy going, refrigerators, stoves, all the things that used to be porcelain and white, they're now tinted. This is new. There's pop art that goes along with them. Very nice. Mandrake the Magician coming off the wall at you as you open your refrigerator to get your orange juice. Studs Terkel, Division Street, America, 1967, p. 217. It is the practice of historians, including this one, to treat the development of the arts, however obvious and profound their roots in society, as in some way separable from their contemporary context, as a branch or type of human activity subject to its own rules, and capable of being judged accordingly. Yet in the era of the most revolutionary transformations of human life so far recorded, even this ancient and convenient principle of structuring a historical survey becomes increasingly unreal. Not only because the boundary between what is and is not classifiable as art creation or artifice became increasingly hazy, or even disappeared altogether, or because an influential school of literary critics at the fin de siècle thought it impossible, irrelevant, and undemocratic to decide whether Shakespeare's Macbeth was better or worse than Batman. It was also because the forces determining what happened within the arts, or what old-fashioned observers would have called by that name, were overwhelmingly exogenous. As might have been expected in an era of extraordinary techno-scientific revolution, they were predominantly technological. Technology revolutionized the arts most obviously by making them omnipresent. Radio had already brought sounds, words and music, into most households in the developed world, and continued its penetration of the backward world. But what made it universal was the transistor, which made it both small and portable, and the long-life electric battery which made it independent of official, i.e. mainly urban, networks of electric power. The gramophone or record player was already ancient, and, though technically improved, remained comparatively cumbersome. The long-playing record, 1948, which established itself rapidly in the 1950s, Guinness, 1984, p. 193, benefited the lovers of classical music, whose compositions, unlike those of popular music, had rarely tried to keep within the 3 or 5 minute limit of the 78 RPM disc, but what made self-chosen music genuinely transportable was the tape cassette, playable on the increasingly small and portable and battery-powered recorders/players, which swept the world in the 1970s and had the additional advantage of being readily copied. By the 1980s music could be everywhere, privately accompanying every possible activity through earphones attached to pocket-sized devices pioneered, as so often, by the Japanese, or projected only too publicly from the large portable ghetto blasters, for loudspeakers had not yet been successfully miniaturized. This technological revolution had political as well as cultural consequences. In 1961 President de Gaulle appealed successfully to French conscripts against their commander's military coup, because soldiers could hear him on portable radios. In the 1970s the speeches of Ayatollah Khomeini, exiled leader of the future Iranian Revolution, were readily transported into Iran, copied and diffused. Television never became as readily portable as radio, or at least it lost far more by reduction than sound, but it domesticated the moving image. Moreover, while a TV set remained a far more expensive and physically clumsy device than a radio set, it soon became almost universally and constantly accessible even to the poor in some backward countries, wherever an urban infrastructure existed. In the 1980s some 80% of the population of a country like Brazil had access to television. This is more surprising than that in the USA the new medium replaced both radio and films as the standard form of popular entertainment in the 1950s, and in prosperous Britain in the 1960s. The mass demand for it was overwhelming. In the advanced countries it began, via the videocassette player, which still remained a rather expensive device, to bring the whole range of the filmed image into the domestic small screen. While the repertoire produced for the big screen generally suffered from being miniaturized, the VCR had the advantage of giving the viewer a theoretically almost unlimited choice of what to see and when to see it. With the spread of domestic computers, the small screen seemed about to become the individual's major visual link with the outside world. Yet technology not only made the arts omnipresent, but transformed their perception. It is barely possible for someone who has been brought up in the age when electronic and mechanically generated music is the standard sound heard on live and recorded pop music, when any child can freeze frames, and repeat a sound or visual passage as once only textual passages could be reread, when theatrical illusion is as nothing to what technology can do in television commercials, including telling a dramatic narrative in 30 seconds, to recapture simple linearity or sequentiality of perception in the days before modern high-tech made it possible to move within seconds through the full range of available television channels. Technology transformed the world of the arts, though that of the popular arts and entertainments earlier and more completely than that of the high arts, especially the more traditional ones. 2. But what had happened to these? At first sight, the most striking thing about the development of the high arts in the world after the Age of Catastrophe was a marked geographical shift away from the traditional, European, centers of elite culture, and, given the era of unprecedented global prosperity, an enormous rise in the financial resources available to support them. Closer scrutiny, as we shall see, was to prove less encouraging. That Europe, by which most people in the West between 1947 and 1989 meant Western Europe, was no longer the major home of the high arts became a commonplace observation. New York prided itself on having replaced Paris as the center of the visual arts, by which it meant the art market or the place where living artists became the highest-priced commodities. More significantly, the jury of the Nobel Prize for Literature, a body whose sense of politics is usually more interesting than its literary judgments, began to take non-European literature seriously from the 1960s on, having previously neglected it almost completely, except for North America, which got prizes regularly from 1930, when Sinclair Lewis became its first laureate. No serious reader of novels could, by the 1970s, fail to have made contact with the brilliant school of Latin American writers. No serious film buff could fail to admire, or at least to talk as though he or she admired the great Japanese film directors who, starting with Akira Kurosawa, 1910, in the 1950s, conquered the international film festivals, or the Bengali Satyajit Ray, 1921-92. Nobody was surprised when in 1986 the first sub-Saharan African, the Nigerian Wole Soyinka, 1934, got a Nobel Prize. The shift away from Europe was even more obvious in the most visually insistent art, namely architecture. As we have already seen, the modern movement in architecture had actually built very little between the wars. After the war, when it came into its own, the international style achieved both its largest and most numerous monuments in the USA, which developed it further and eventually, mainly via the American-owned networks of hotels which settled on the world from the 1970s on like spiderwebs, exported a peculiar form of dream palace for traveling business executives and prosperous tourists. In their most characteristic versions they were easily recognizable by a sort of central nave or giant conservatory, generally with indoor trees, plants, and fountains, transparent elevators visibly gliding up the insides or outsides of walls, glass everywhere and theatrical lighting. They were to be for late 20th century bourgeois society what the standard opera house had been for its 19th century predecessor. But the modern movement created equally prominent monuments elsewhere. Le Corbusier, 1887-1965, constructed an entire capital city in India, Chandigarh. Oscar Niemeyer, 1907, much of another in Brazil, Brasilia, while perhaps the most beautiful of the great products of the modern movement, also built by public commission rather than private patronage or profit, is to be found in Mexico City, the National Museum of Anthropology, 1964. It seemed equally evident that the old European centers of the arts were showing signs of battle fatigue, with the possible exception of Italy, where the mood of anti-fascist self-liberation, largely under communist leadership, inspired a decade or so of cultural renaissance which made its main international impact through the Italian neorealist films. The French visual arts did not maintain the reputation of the interwar school of Paris, which was in itself little more than an afterglow of the era before 1914. The major reputations of French fiction writers were intellectual rather than literary, as inventors of gimmicks, like the nouveau roman of the 1950s and 1960s, or as non-fiction writers, like J.P. Sartre, rather than for their creative work. Had any post-1945 serious French novelist established any international reputation as such by the 1970s? Probably not. The British artistic scene had been considerably livelier, not least because London after 1950 transformed itself into one of the world's major centres for musical and theatrical performance, and also produced a handful of avant-garde architects whose adventurous projects gained them more fame abroad, in Paris or Stuttgart, than at home. Nevertheless, if post-Second World War Britain occupied a less marginal place in the West European arts than between the wars, its record in the field where the country had always been strong, literature, was not particularly impressive. In poetry, the post-war writers of Little Ireland could more than hold their own against the UK. As for federal Germany, the contrast between that country's resources and achievements, and indeed between its glorious Weimar past and its Bonn present, was striking. It was not entirely explained by the disastrous effects and after-effects of the 12 Hitler years. It is significant that in the 50 post-war years several of the best talents active in West German literature were not natives but immigrants from further east, Selen, Grass, and various incomers from the GDR. Germany, of course, was divided between 1945 and 1990. The contrast between the two parts, one militantly democratic liberal, market-oriented, and Western, the other a textbook version of communist centralization, illustrates a curious aspect of the migration of high culture, its relative flowering under communism, at least at certain periods. This plainly does not apply to all arts, nor, of course, to states under the iron heel of a genuinely murderous dictatorship, like Stalin's and Mao's, or of lesser megalomaniac tyrannies, like Ceausescu's in Romania, 1961-89, or Kim Il-sung's in North Korea, 1945-1994. Moreover, insofar as arts depended upon public, i.e. central government, patronage, the standard dictatorial preference for pompous gigantism reduced the artist's choice, as did the official insistence on a sort of upbeat sentimental mythology known as socialist realism. It is possible that the wide open spaces lined with neo-Victorian towers so characteristic of the 1950s may one day find admirers. One thinks of Smolensk Square in Moscow, but the discovery of their architectural merits must be left to the future. On the other hand, it must be admitted that, where communist governments did not insist on telling artists exactly what to do, their generosity in subsidizing cultural activities, or, as others might put it, their defective sense of accountancy, was helpful. It is presumably not an accident that the West imported the typical avant-garde opera producer of the 1980s from East Berlin. The USSR remained culturally fallow, at least in comparison with its pre-1917 glories and even the ferment of the 1920s, except perhaps for the writing of poetry, the art most capable of being practiced in private and the one where the great 20th century Russian tradition maintained its continuity best after 1917, Akhmatova, 1889-1966, Tsvetova, 1892-1941, Pasternak, 1890-1960, Bloch, 1880-1921, Mayakovsky, 1893-1930, Brodsky, 1940, Voznesensky, 1933, Akhmatulina, 1937. Its visual art suffered particularly from the combination of a rigid orthodoxy, both ideological, aesthetic and institutional, and total isolation from the rest of the world. The passionate cultural nationalism which began to emerge in parts of the USSR during the Brezhnev period, Orthodox and Slavophile in Russia, Solzhenitsyn, 1918, mythical medievalist in Armenia, e.g. in the films of Sergei Parajanov, 1924, derived largely from the fact that those who rejected anything recommended by the system and the party, as so many intellectuals did, had no other traditions to draw on but the local conservative ones. Moreover, the intellectuals in the USSR were spectacularly isolated not only from the system of government but also from the bulk of ordinary Soviet citizens who, in some obscure way, accepted its legitimacy and adjusted to the only life they knew, and which, in the 1960s and 1970s, was actually improving quite noticeably. They hated the rulers and despised the ruled, even when, like the Neo-Slavophiles, they idealized the Russian soul in the shape of a Russian peasant who no longer existed. It was not a good atmosphere for the creative artist, and the dissolution of the apparatus of intellectual coercion, paradoxically, turned talents from creation to agitation. The Solzhenitsyn who is likely to survive as a major 20th century writer is the one who still had to preach by writing novels, A Day in the Life of Ivan Denisovich, The Cancer Ward, because he as yet lacked the freedom to write sermons and historical denunciations. The situation in communist China until the late 1970s was dominated by ruthless repression, underlined by rare momentary relaxation, Let 100 Flowers Bloom, which served to identify the victims of the next purges. The regime of Mao Zedong reached its climax in the Cultural Revolution of 1966–76, a campaign against culture, education, and intelligence without parallel in 20th century history. It virtually shut down secondary and university education for 10 years, brought the practice of Western, classical and other music to a halt, where necessary by destroying its instruments, and reduced the national repertoire of stage and film to half a dozen politically correct pieces, as judged by the great helmsman's wife, once a second-rank Shanghai film actress, which were endlessly repeated. Given both this experience and the ancient Chinese tradition of imposing orthodoxy, which was modified but not abandoned in the post-Mao era, the light shining out of communist China in the arts remained dim. On the other hand, creativity flourished under the communist regimes of Eastern Europe, at least once orthodoxy was even slightly relaxed, as happened during de-Stalinization. The film industry in Poland, Czechoslovakia, and Hungary, hitherto not much heard of even locally, burst into unexpected bloom from the late 50s on, and for a while became one of the most distinguished sources of interesting movies anywhere. Until the collapse of communism, which also entailed the collapse of the mechanisms for cultural production in the countries concerned, even the revival of repression, after 1968 in Czechoslovakia, after 1980 in Poland, did not halt it, though the rather promising start of the East German film industry in the early 1950s had been brought to a stop by political authority. That an art so dependent on heavy state investment should have flourished artistically under communist regimes is more surprising than that creative literature should, for, after all, even under intolerant governments, books can be written for the bottom drawer or for circles of friends. However narrow the public for which they originally wrote, several of the writers won international admiration, the East Germans, who produced substantially more interesting talent than the prosperous Federal Republic, and the Czechs of the 1960s whose writings only reached the West via internal and external emigration after 1968. What all these talents had in common was something that few writers and filmmakers in the developed market economies enjoyed, and Western theater folk, a group given to uncharacteristic political radicalism dating back, in the USA and Britain, to the 1930s, dreamed about, the sense of being needed by their public. Indeed, in the absence of real politics and a free press, practitioners of the arts were the only ones who spoke for what their people, or at least the educated among them, thought and felt. These feelings were not confined to artists in communist regimes, but in other regimes where intellectuals were at odds with the prevalent political system, and, though not totally unrestricted, were free enough to express themselves in public. Apartheid in South Africa inspired its adversaries to more good literature than had come out of that subcontinent before. That most Latin American intellectuals south of Mexico between the 1950s and the 1990s were likely, at some point in their lives, to be political refugees, is not irrelevant to the cultural achievements of that part of the Western Hemisphere. The same was true of Turkish intellectuals. Nevertheless, there was more to the ambiguous flowering of some arts in Eastern Europe than their function as a tolerated opposition. Most of their younger practitioners had been inspired by the hope that their countries, even under unsatisfactory regimes, would in some way enter a new era after the horrors of wartime. Some, more than cared to be reminded of it, had actually felt the wind of utopia in the sails of youth, at least in the first few post-war years. A few continued to be inspired by their times. Ismail Kadare, 1930, perhaps the first Albanian novelist to make a mark on the outside world, became the mouthpiece not so much of Enver Hoxha's hardline regime as of a small mountain country which, under communism, won a place in the world for the first time. he emigrated in 1990. Most of the others sooner or later moved into varying degrees of opposition, yet, often enough, rejecting the only alternative offered to them, whether across the West German border or by Radio Free Europe, in a world of binary and mutually exclusive opposites. And even where, as in Poland, rejection of the existing regime became total, all but the youngest knew enough about their country's history since 1945 to pick shades of gray as well as the propagandists' black and white. That is what gives a tragic dimension to the films of Andrzej Wajda, 1926, their ambiguity to the Czech filmmakers of the 1960s, then in their 30s, and the writers of the GDR, Christa Wolf, 1929, Heiner Müller, 1929, disillusioned but not oblivious of their dreams. Paradoxically, artists and intellectuals in both the socialist, Second World and the various parts of the Third World enjoyed both prestige and relative prosperity and privilege, at least between bouts of persecution. In the socialist world they might be among the richest citizens and enjoy that rarest of all freedoms in those collective prison houses, the right to travel abroad, or even to have access to foreign literature. Under socialism their political influence was zero, but in the various third worlds, and, after the fall of communism, briefly in the former world of really existing socialism, being an intellectual or even an artist was a public asset. In Latin America leading writers, almost irrespective of their political opinions, could expect diplomatic posts, preferably in Paris, where the location of UNESCO gave each country that wanted to several chances to place citizens in the neighborhood of left-bank cafes. Professors had always expected spells as cabinet ministers, preferably of economics, but the fashion of the late 1980s for persons connected with the arts to stand as presidential candidates, as a good novelist did in Peru, or actually to become presidents, as in post-communist Czechoslovakia and Lithuania, seemed new, though it had precedents in earlier times among new states, both European and African, which were likely to give prominence to those few of their citizens who were known abroad. I.e. most likely concert pianists, as in 1918 Poland, French poets, as in Senegal, or dancers, as in Guinea. Still, novelists, dramatists, poets and musicians were political non-starters in most developed Western countries under any circumstances, even in intellectually minded ones, except perhaps as potential ministers of culture, André Malraux in France, Jorge Semprún in Spain. The public and private resources devoted to the arts were inevitably far greater than before in an era of unprecedented prosperity. Thus even the British government, never in the forefront of public patronage, spent well over £1 billion on the arts in the late 1980s, whereas in 1939 it had been £900,000. Britain, an official handbook, 1961, p. 222, 1990, p. 426. Private patronage was less important, except in the USA, where billionaires, encouraged by suitable fiscal concessions, supported education, learning and culture on a more munificent scale than anywhere else, partly out of a genuine appreciation of the higher things in life, especially among first-generation tycoons, partly because, in the absence of a formal social hierarchy, what might be called Medici status was the next best thing. Increasingly the big spenders did not merely donate their collections to national or civic galleries, as in the past, but insisted on founding their own museums named after themselves, or at least their own wings or sectors of museums in which their own collections were presented in the form laid down by their owners and donors. As for the art market, from the 1950s on it discovered that almost half a century of depression was lifting. Prices, especially of French Impressionists, Post-Impressionists, and the most eminent Parisian early modernists, rose into the sky, until in the 1970s the international art market, whose location shifted first to London and then to New York, had equaled the all-time records, in real terms, of the Age of Empire, and in the mad bull market of the 1980s soared beyond them. The price of Impressionists and Post-Impressionists multiplied 23-fold between 1975 and 1989, Sotheby, 1992. However, comparisons with earlier periods were henceforth impossible. True, the rich still collected old money, as a rule, preferring old masters, new money going for novelty, but increasingly art purchasers bought for investment, as once men had bought speculative gold mining shares. The British Rail Pensions Fund, which, on the best advice, made a lot of money out of art, cannot be thought of as an art lover, and the ideal typical art transaction of the late 1980s was one in which a Western Australian instant tycoon bought a Van Gogh for £31 million, a large part of which had been lent him by the auctioneers, both presumably hoping for further price rises which would make the picture a more valuable collateral for bank loans, and raise the dealer's future profits. As it happens, both were disappointed. Mr. Bond of Perth went bankrupt and the speculative art boom collapsed in the early 1990s. The relation between money and the arts is always ambiguous. It is far from clear that the major achievements of the arts in the second half of the century owed much to it, except in architecture, where, on the whole, big is beautiful, or, at any rate, more likely to get into the guidebooks. On the other hand, another kind of economic development unquestionably affected most of the arts profoundly, their integration into academic life, in the institutions of superior education whose extraordinary expansion we have noticed elsewhere, Chapter 10. This development was both general and specific. Speaking generally, the decisive development of 20th century culture, the rise of a revolutionary popular entertainment industry geared to the mass market, reduced the traditional forms of high art to elite ghettos, and from the middle of the century their inhabitants were essentially people who had enjoyed a higher education. The public of theatre and opera, the readers of their country's literary classics and the sort of poetry and prose taken seriously by the critics, the visitors to museums and art galleries belonged overwhelmingly to those who had at least completed secondary education, except in the socialist world where the profit-maximizing entertainment industry was kept at bay, until, after its fall, it was no longer kept at bay. The common culture of any late 20th century urbanized country was based on the mass entertainment industry, cinema, radio, television, pop music, in which the elite shared, certainly from the triumph of rock music onwards, and to which intellectuals no doubt gave a highbrow twist to make it suitable for elite taste. Beyond this, segregation was increasingly complete, for the bulk of the public to which the mass market industry appealed only encountered by occasional accident, the genres that high culture buffs raved about, as when a Puccini aria sung by Pavarotti found itself associated with the World Football Cup in 1990, or when brief themes from Handel or Bach appeared incognito in television commercials. If one did not want to join the middle classes, one did not bother about seeing Shakespeare plays. Conversely, if one did, the most obvious means being to pass the requisite exams at secondary school, one could not avoid seeing them, they were the subject of examinations. In extreme cases, of which class-divided Britain was a notable example, newspapers addressed respectively to the educated and the uneducated virtually inhabited different universes. More specifically, the extraordinary expansion of higher education increasingly provided employment, and constituted the market for men and women with inadequate commercial appeal. This was most dramatically exemplified in literature. Poets taught, or at least were resident at colleges. In some countries the occupation of novelist and professor overlapped to such an extent that an entirely new genre appeared in the 1960s and, since vast numbers of potential readers were familiar with the milieu, flourished, the campus novel which, apart from the usual subject matter of fiction, the relation between the sexes, dealt with matters of more esoteric interest, such as academic exchanges, international colloquia, university gossip, and the peculiarities of students. More dangerously, academic demand encouraged the production of creative writing that lent itself to seminar dissection, and therefore benefited by complexity, if not incomprehensibility, following the example of the great James Joyce, whose later work had as many commentators as genuine readers. Poets wrote for other poets, or for students expected to discuss their works. Protected by academic salaries, grants, and obligatory reading lists, the non-commercial creative arts could hope, if not necessarily to flourish, then at least to survive in comfort. Alas, another byproduct of the growth of academia undermined their position, for the glossators and scholiasts made themselves independent of their subject by claiming that the text was only what the reader made of it. The critic who interpreted Flaubert, they argued, was as much the creator of Madame Bovary as the author, perhaps, since that novel survived only through others' readings, mainly for academic purposes, even more than the author. This theory had long been hailed by avant-garde theatrical producers, anticipated by the actor-managers and film moguls of old, for whom Shakespeare or Verdi were basically raw material for their own adventurous and preferably provocative interpretations. Triumphant though these sometimes were, they actually underline the growing esotericism of the highbrow arts, for they were themselves commentaries upon and critiques of earlier interpretations, and not fully comprehensible except to initiates. The fashion spread even to the populist genre of films, where sophisticated directors advertised their cinematic erudition to the elite which understood their allusions while keeping the masses, and hopefully the box office, happy with blood and sperm. Is it possible to guess how the cultural histories of the 21st century will assess the artistic achievements of the high arts of the second half of the 20th? Obviously not, but they will hardly fail to notice the decline, at least regionally, of characteristic genres that had flourished greatly in the 19th century, and survived into the first half of the 20th. Sculpture is an example that springs to mind, if only because the main expression of this art, the public monument, virtually died out after the First World War, except in dictatorial countries, where, by general consent, quality did not equal quantity. It is impossible to avoid the impression that painting was not what it had been even between the wars. At all events, it would be difficult to draw up a list of painters of 1950 to 1990 who would be accepted as major figures, e.g. worthy of inclusion in museums other than the artist's own country, comparable to such a list for the interwar period. That, we may remind ourselves, would have included at the very least Picasso, 1881 to 1973, Matisse, 1869 to 1954, Soutine, 1894 to 1943, Chagall, 1889 to 1985, and Rouault, 1871 to 1958, from the École de Paris, Klee, 1879 to 1940, perhaps 2 or 3 Russians and Germans, and 1 or 2 Spaniards and Mexicans. How would a later 20th century list compare with these, even if it included several leaders of the New York School of Abstract Expressionists, Francis Bacon, and couple of Germans? In classical music, once again, the decline in the old genres was concealed by the enormous increase in their performance, but mainly in the form of a repertoire of dead classics. How many new operas, written after 1950, had established themselves in the international, or even any national, repertoires, which endlessly recycled the products of composers of whom the youngest had been born in 1860. Except for Germany and Britain, Hensa, Britain and at best 2 or 3 others, very few composers even created grand operas. The Americans, e.g. Leonard Bernstein, 1918 to 90, preferred the less formal genre of the musical. How many composers other than the Russians any longer wrote symphonies, regarded as the crown of instrumental achievement in the 19th century? Musical talent, which continued in plentiful and distinguished supply, simply tended to abandon the traditional forms of expression, even though these overwhelmingly dominated the high art market. A similar retreat from the 19th century genre is obvious in the novel. Naturally, it continued to be written in vast quantities, bought and read. Yet if we look for the great novels and the great novelists of the second half of the century, the ones which took an entire society or historical era as their subject, we find them outside the central regions of Western culture, except, once again, for Russia, where the novel resurfaced, with the early Solzhenitsyn, as the major creative mode of coming to terms with the experience of Stalinism. We may find novels of the great tradition in Sicily, Lampedusa's The Leopard, in Yugoslavia, Ivo Andrić, Miroslav Krleza, and Turkey. We shall certainly find them in Latin America, whose fiction, hitherto unknown outside the countries concerned, captured the literary world from the 1950s on. The novel most unhesitatingly and instantly recognized as a masterpiece all over the globe came from Colombia, a country that most educated people in the developed world had trouble even identifying on a map before it became identified with cocaine, Gabriel Garcia Marquez's 100 Years of Solitude. Perhaps the remarkable rise of the Jewish novel in several countries, notably the USA and Israel, reflects the exceptional trauma of its people's experience under Hitler, with which, directly or indirectly, Jewish writers felt they had to come to terms. The decline of the classical genres of high art and literature was certainly not due to any shortage of talent. For even if we know little about the distribution of exceptional gifts among human beings and its variation, it is safer to assume that there are rapid changes in the incentives to express them, or in the outlets for expressing them, or in the encouragement to do so in some particular manner, rather than in the quantity of available talent. There is no good reason to assume that Tuscans today are less talented, or even have a less developed aesthetic sense than in the century of the Florentine Renaissance. Talent in the arts abandoned the old ways of seeking expression because new ways were available or attractive, or rewarding, as when, even between the wars, young avant-garde composers might be tempted, like Auric and Britten, to write soundtracks for films rather than string quartets. A great deal of routine painting and drawing was replaced by the triumph of the camera, which, to take one example, took over the representation of fashion almost completely. The serial novel, already a dying breed between the wars, gave way in the age of television to the screen serial. The film, which allowed far greater scope for individual creative talent after the collapse of the Hollywood studio system of factory production, and as the mass cinema audience melted into its homes to watch television and later video, took the place once occupied by both novel and drama. For every culture lover who could fit 2 plays to the names of even 5 living playwrights, there were 50 who could reel off all the leading movies of a dozen or more film directors. Nothing was more natural than this. Only the social status associated with old-fashioned high culture prevented an even more rapid decline of its traditional genres. However, there were 2 even more important factors which now undermined classical high culture. The first was the universal triumph of the society of mass consumption. From the 1960s on, the images which accompanied human beings in the Western world, and increasingly in the urbanized Third World, from birth to death were those advertising or embodying consumption or dedicated to commercial mass entertainment. The sounds which accompanied urban life, in and outdoors, were those of commercial pop music. Compared to these, the impact of the high arts on even the most cultured was occasional at best, especially since the technology-based triumph of sound and image put severe pressure on what had been the major medium for the continuous experience of high culture, namely the printed word. Except for light entertainment, mainly love stories for women, thrillers of various kinds for men, and perhaps, in the era of liberalization, some erotica or pornography, people who read books seriously for other than professional, educational, or other instructional purposes, were a smallish minority. Though the educational revolution expanded their numbers absolutely, ease of reading declined in countries of theoretically universal literacy, when print ceased to be the main gate to the world beyond mouth-to-ear communication. After the 1950s, even the children of the educated classes in the rich Western world did not take to reading as spontaneously as their parents had done. The words which dominated Western consumer societies were no longer the words of holy books, let alone of secular writers, but the brand names of goods or whatever else could be bought. They were printed on T-shirts, attached to other garments like magical charms by means of which the wearer acquired the spiritual merit of the, generally youthful, lifestyle which these names symbolized and promised. The images that became the icons of such societies were those of mass entertainment and mass consumption, stars and cans. It is not surprising that in the 1950s, in the heartland of consumer democracy, the leading school of painters abdicated before image makers so much more powerful than old-fashioned art. Pop art, Warhol, Liechtenstein, Rauschenberg, Oldenburg, spent its time reproducing, with as much accuracy and insensitivity as possible, the visual trappings of American commercialism: soup cans, flags, Coca-Cola bottles, Marilyn Monroe. Negligible as art, in the 19th century sense of the word, this fashion nevertheless recognized that the triumph of the mass market was, in some profound ways, based on satisfying the spiritual as well as the material needs of consumers, a fact of which advertising agencies had long been vaguely aware when they geared their campaigns to selling not the steak but the sizzle, not soap but the dream of beauty, not tins of soup but family happiness. What became increasingly clear in the 1950s was that this had what could be called an aesthetic dimension, a grassroots creativity, occasionally active but mainly passive, which producers had to compete to supply. The Baroque excesses of 1950s Detroit automobile design had exactly this in view, and in the 1960s a few intelligent critics began to investigate what had previously been overwhelmingly dismissed and rejected as commercial or just aesthetically null, namely what actually attracted men and women on the street. Banham, 1971. The older intellectuals, now increasingly described as elitist, a word adopted with enthusiasm by the new radicalism of the 1960s, had looked down on the masses whom they saw as passive recipients of what big business wanted them to buy. Yet the 1950s demonstrated most dramatically through the triumph of rock and roll, an adolescence idiom derived from the self-made urban blues of North American black ghettos, that the masses themselves knew, or at least recognized what they liked. The recording industry, which made its fortunes from rock music, did not create let alone plan it, but took it over from the amateurs and small street corner operators who discovered it. No doubt rock music was corrupted in the process. Art, if that was the right word, was seen to come from the soil rather than from exceptional flowers growing out of it. Moreover, as the populism shared by both the market and anti-elitist radicalism held, the important thing about it was not to distinguish between good and bad, elaborate and simple, but at most between what appealed to more and fewer people. This did not leave much space for the old-fashioned concept of the arts. Yet an even more powerful force undermined the high arts, the death of modernism, which had, since the late 19th century, legitimated the practice of non-utilitarian artistic creation and certainly had provided the justification for the artist's claim to freedom from all constraints. Innovation had been its core. On the analogy of science and technology, modernity tacitly assumed that art was progressive and therefore today's style was superior to yesterday's. It had been, by definition, the art of the avant-garde, a term which entered critical vocabulary in the 1880s, i.e. of minorities which in theory looked forward one day to capturing the majority, but in practice were happy as yet not to have done so. Whatever its specific form, modernism rested on the rejection of 19th-century bourgeois liberal conventions in both society and art, and on the perceived need to create an art in some way suited to the technologically and socially revolutionary 20th century, to which the arts and lifestyles of Queen Victoria, the Emperor William and President Theodore Roosevelt were so plainly unsuited. See Age of Empire, Chapter 9. Ideally the two objectives went together. Cubism was both a rejection and critique of Victorian representative painting and an alternative to it, as well as a collection of works of art by artists in its and their own right. In practice they did not have to coincide, as the deliberate, artistic nihilism of Marcel Duchamp's Urinal and Dada had demonstrated long ago. These were not intended to be any kind of art, but anti-art. Again, ideally the social values which modernist artists looked for in the 20th century and the ways of expressing these in word, sound, image and shape should melt into each other, as they very largely did in modernist architecture, which was essentially a style for building social utopias in forms allegedly suited to it. Once again, in practice form and substance were not logically connected. Why, for instance, should Le Corbusier's radiant city, site radias, consist of high-rise buildings with flat roofs rather than pitched ones? Nevertheless, as we have seen, in the first half of the century modernism worked, the feebleness of its theoretical foundations unnoticed, the short distance to the limits of development permitted by its formulas, e.g. 12-tone music or abstract art, not yet quite traversed, its fabric uncracked as yet by inner contradictions or potential fissures. Formal avant-garde innovation and social hope were still welded together by the experience of world war, world crisis, and potential world revolution. The era of anti-fascism postponed reflection. Modernism still belonged to avant-garde and opposition, except among the industrial designers and advertising agencies. It had not won. Except in the socialist regimes it shared the victory over Hitler. Modernism in art and architecture conquered the USA, filling the galleries and prestige corporation offices with abstract expressionists, and the business districts of American cities with the symbols of the international style, elongated rectangular boxes standing on end, not so much scraping the sky as flattening their roofs against it, with great elegance, as in Mies van der Rohe Seagram building, or just very high, like the World Trade Center, both in New York. On the old continent, to some extent following the American trend, which now inclined to associate modernism with Western values, abstraction, non-figurative art, in the visual arts and modernism in architecture became part, sometimes the dominant part of the established cultural scene, even reviving in countries like Britain, where it had seemed to stagnate. Yet from the end of the 1960s a marked reaction against it became increasingly manifest and, in the 1980s, fashionable under such labels as postmodernism. It was not so much a movement as a denial of any pre-established criteria of judgment and value in the arts, or indeed of the possibility of such judgments. In architecture, where this reaction first and most visibly made itself felt, it surmounted skyscrapers with Chippendale pediments, all the more provocative for having been built by the very co-inventor of the term international style, Philip Johnson, 1906. Critics for whom the spontaneously shaped Manhattan skyline had once been the model of the modern cityscape, discovered the virtues of the totally unstructured Los Angeles, a desert of detail without shape, the paradise, or hell, of those who did their own thing. Irrational though they were, aesthetic moral rules had governed modern architecture, but henceforth anything went. The achievement of the modern movement in architecture had been impressive. It had, since 1945, built the airports that bound the world together, its factories, its office buildings and such public buildings as still needed to be erected, capital cities in the Third World, museums, universities, and theaters in the First. It had presided over the massive and global rebuilding of cities in the 1960s, for even in the socialist world its technical innovations, which lent themselves to cheap and rapid construction of mass housing, left their mark. It had, without serious doubt, produced a substantial number of very beautiful buildings or even masterpieces, though also a number of ugly ones and very many more faceless and inhuman ant boxes. The achievements of post-war modernist painting and sculpture were incomparably less and usually much inferior to their interwar predecessors, as a comparison of Parisian art in the 1950s with that of the 1920s immediately demonstrates. It consisted largely of a series of increasingly desperate gimmicks by which artists sought to give their work an immediately recognizable individual trademark, a succession of manifestos of despair or abdication in the face of the floods of non-art which submerged the old-style artist, pop art, Dubuffin's art brut and the like, the assimilation of doodles and other bits and pieces, or of gestures reducing the sort of art which was primarily bought for investment and its collectors ad absurdum. As by adding an individual's name to piles of brick or soil, minimal art, or by preventing it from becoming such a commodity through making it too short-lived to be permanent, performance art. The smell of impending death rose from these avant-gardes. The future was no longer theirs, though nobody knew whose it was. More than ever, they knew themselves to be on the margin. Compared to the real revolution in perception and representation achieved via technology by the money makers, the formal innovations of studio bohemians had always been child's play. What were the futurists' imitations of speed on canvas compared to real speed, or even to mounting a film camera on a locomotive footplate, which anyone could do? What were concert experiments with electronic sound in modernist compositions, which every impresario knew to be box office poison, compared to rock music which made electronic sound into the music of the millions. If all high arts were segregated in ghettos, could the avant-gardes fail to observe that their own sections of the ghetto were tiny and diminishing, as any comparison of the sales of Chopin and Schoenberg confirmed? With the rise of pop art, even the major rampart of modernism in the visual arts, abstraction, lost its hegemony. Representation once again became legitimate. Postmodernism therefore attacked both self-confident and exhausted styles, or rather the ways of conducting both activities which had to go on, in one style or another, like building and public works, and those which were not in themselves indispensable, like the artisan production of easel paintings to be sold singly. Hence it would be misleading to analyze it primarily as a trend within the arts, like the development of the earlier avant-gardes. Actually, we know that the term postmodernism spread to all manner of fields that had nothing to do with the arts. By the 1990s there were postmodern philosophers, social scientists, anthropologists, historians, and other practitioners of disciplines that had not previously tended to borrow their terminology from the arts avant-garde, even when they happened to be associated with them. Literary criticism, of course, adopted it with enthusiasm. In fact, postmodern fashions, pioneered under various names, deconstruction, post-structuralism etc., among the French-speaking intelligentsia, made their way into U.S. departments of literature and thence into the rest of the humanities and social sciences. All postmodernisms had in common an essential skepticism about the existence of an objective reality, or the possibility of arriving at an agreed understanding of it by rational means. All tended to a radical relativism. All, therefore, challenged the essence of a world that rested on the opposite assumptions, namely the world transformed by science and the technology based upon it, and the ideology of progress which reflected it. We shall consider the development of this strange, yet not unexpected contradiction in the next chapter. Within the more restricted field of the high arts, the contradiction was not so extreme since, as we have seen, Age of Empire, Chapter 9, the modernist avant-gardes had already extended the limits of what could claim to be art, or, at any rate, yield products that could be sold or leased or otherwise profitably separated from their creators as art, almost to infinity. What postmodernism produced was rather a, largely generational, gap between those who were repelled by what they saw as the nihilist frivolity of the new mode and those who thought taking the art seriously was just one more relic of the obsolete past. What, they argued, was wrong with the refuse dumps of civilization? Camouflaged with plastic which so outraged the social philosopher Jürgen Habermas, last outpost of the famous Frankfurt School? Hughes, 1988, p. 146. Postmodernism was therefore not confined to the arts. Nevertheless, there were probably good reasons why the term should have first emerged from the art scene. For the very essence of the avant-garde arts was the search for ways of expressing what could not possibly be expressed in terms of the past, namely the reality of the 20th century. This was one of the two branches of that century's great dream, the other being the search for the radical transformation of that reality. Both were revolutionary in different senses of the word, but both were about the same world. Both coincided to some extent in the 1880s and 1890s, and again between 1914 and the defeat of fascism, when creative talents were so often revolutionary, or at least radical, in both senses, usually but by no means always on the left. Both were to fail, although in fact both have modified the world of 2000 so profoundly that their marks cannot conceivably be effaced. In retrospect it is clear that the project of avant-garde revolution was doomed to failure from the outset, both by virtue of its intellectual arbitrariness and by the nature of the mode of production the creative arts represented in a liberal bourgeois society. Almost any of the numerous manifestos by means of which avant-garde artists have announced their intentions in the course of the past 100 years demonstrate the lack of coherence between ends and means, the object and the methods of achieving it. A particular version of novelty is not the necessary consequence of choosing to reject the old. Music which deliberately avoids tonality is not necessarily Schoenberg's serial music, based on the permutations of the 12 notes of the chromatic scale, nor is this the only basis for serial music, nor is serial music necessarily atonal. Cubism, however attractive, had no theoretical rationale whatever. Indeed, the very decision to abandon traditional procedures and rules for new ones may be as arbitrary as the choice of particular novelties. The equivalent of modernism in chess, the so-called hypermodern school of players of the 1920s, Red, Grunfeld, Nimzowitsk, et.al., did not propose to change the rules of the game, as some did. They merely reacted against convention, the classical school of Tarrasch, by exploiting paradox, choosing unconventional openings, after one, PK4 White's game is in the last throws, and observing rather than occupying the center. Most writers, and certainly most poets, in practice did the same. They went on accepting the traditional procedures, e.g. rhymed and metered verse where it seemed appropriate, and broke with convention in other ways. Kafka was not less modern than Joyce because his prose was less adventurous. Moreover, where modernist style claimed to have an intellectual rationale, e.g. as expressing the era of the machine or of, later, the computer, the connection was purely metaphorical. In any case, the attempt to assimilate the work of art in the era of its technical reproducibility, Benjamin, 1961, to the old model of the individual creative artist recognizing only his personal inspiration was bound to fail. Creation was now essentially cooperative rather than individual, technological rather than manual. The young French film critics who, in the 1950s, developed a theory of film as the work of a single creative auteur, the director, on the basis, of all things, of a passion for the Hollywood B-movies of the 1930s and 1940s, were absurd because coordinated cooperation and division of labor was and is the essence of those whose business is to fill the evenings on public and private screens, or to produce some other regular succession of works for mental consumption, such as newspapers or magazines. The talents that went into the characteristic forms of 20th century creation, which were mainly products for, or byproducts of the mass market, were not inferior to those of the classic 19th century bourgeois model, but they could no longer afford the classical artist's role of the loner. Their only direct link with their classic predecessors was through that limited sector of the classic high arts which had always operated through collectives, the stage. If Akira Kurosawa, 1910, Luchino Visconti, 1906-76, or Sergei Eisenstein, 1898-1948, to name only three unquestionably very great artists of the century, all with a theatrical background, had wished to create in the manner of Flaubert, Courbet, or even Dickens, none of them would have got very far. Yet, as Walter Benjamin observed, the era of technical reproducibility transformed not only the way in which creation took place, thus making the film, and all that derived from it, television, video, into the central art of the century, but also the way in which human beings perceived reality and experienced creative works. This was no longer by means of those acts of secular worship and prayer for which the museums, galleries, concert halls, and public theaters, that were so typical of 19th century bourgeois civilization, provided the churches. Tourism, which now filled these establishments with foreigners rather than natives, and education were the last strongholds of this sort of art consumption. The numbers undergoing these experiences were, of course, enormously larger than ever before, but even most of these who, after elbowing themselves to within sight of the Primavera in the Florence Uffizi, stood in silent awe, or who were moved as they read Shakespeare as part of the examination syllabus, usually lived in a different multifarious and motley universe of perception. Sense impressions, even ideas, were apt to reach them simultaneously from all sides, through the combination of headlines and pictures, text and advertisement on the newspaper page, the sound in the earphone as the eye scanned the page, through the juxtaposition of image, voice, print, and sound, all, as like as not, taken in peripherally, unless, for a moment, something concentrated attention. This had long been the way in which city people experienced the street, in which popular fairground and circus entertainment operated, familiar to artists and critics since the days of the Romantics. The novelty was that technology had drenched everyday life in private as well as in public with art. Never had it been harder to avoid aesthetic experience. The work of art was lost in the flow of words, of sounds, of images, in the universal environment of what would once have been called art. Could it still be so called? For those who cared for such things, great and lasting works could still be identified, though in the developed parts of the world the works exclusively created by a single individual and identifiable only with him or her became increasingly marginal. And so, with the exception of buildings, did single works of creation or construction that were not designed for reproduction. Could it still be judged and graded by the standards which had governed the assessment of these matters in the great days of bourgeois civilization? Yes and no. Measuring merit by chronology had never suited the arts, creative works had never been better merely because they were old, as was thought in the Renaissance, or because they were more recent than others, as the avant-gardes held. The latter criterion became absurd in the later 20th century, when it merged with the economic interests of consumer industries, which made their profits out of a short fashion cycle, and instant mass sales of articles for intensive but brief use. On the other hand, it was still both possible and necessary to apply the distinction between what was serious and what was trivial, between good and bad, professional and amateur in the arts, and all the more necessary because a number of interested parties denied such distinctions, on the grounds that the only measure of merit was the sales figure, or that they were elitist, or that, as postmodernism argued, no objective distinctions could be made at all. Indeed, only the ideologists and salesmen held such absurd views in public, and in their private capacity even most of these knew that they distinguished between good and bad. In 1991 a highly successful British mass-market jeweler created a scandal by telling a conference of businessmen that his profits came from selling crap to people who had no taste for anything better. He, unlike postmodern theorists, knew that judgments of quality were part of life. But if such judgments were still possible, were they still relevant to the world in which, for most urban citizens, the spheres of life and art, of emotion generated from within and emotion generated from without, or work and leisure, were increasingly indistinguishable? Or rather, were they still relevant outside the specialized enclosures of school and academia in which so much of the traditional arts were seeking refuge? It is difficult to say, because the very attempt to answer or to formulate such a question may beg it. It is quite easy to write the history of jazz or to discuss its achievements in terms quite similar to those applicable to classical music, allowing for the considerable difference in the social milieu, and the public and the economics of this form of art. It is by no means clear that such a procedure makes any sense for rock music, even though this is also derived from American black music. What the achievements of Louis Armstrong or Charlie Parker are, and their superiority over other contemporaries is or can be made clear. On the other hand, it seems far more difficult for someone who has not fused a particular sound with his or her life, to pick out this or that rock group from the huge flood of sound which has swept down the valley of this music for the past 40 years. Billie Holiday has, at least, until the time of writing, been able to communicate with listeners who were born many years after she died. Can anyone who was not a contemporary of the Rolling Stones develop anything like the passionate enthusiasm which this group aroused in the middle 1960s? How much of the passion for some sound or image today is based on association, not because the song is admirable but because this is our song? We cannot tell. The role, or even the survival, of living arts in the 21st century are obscure until we can. Chapter 18. Sorcerers and Apprentices: The Natural Sciences. Do you think there is a place for philosophy in today's world? Of course, but only if it is based on the current state of scientific knowledge and achievement. Philosophers cannot insulate themselves against science. Not only has it enlarged and transformed our vision of life and the universe enormously, it has also revolutionized the rules by which the intellect operates. Claude Levi-Strauss, 1988. The standard text in gas dynamics written by its author while on a Guggenheim Fellowship has been described by him as having had its form dictated by the needs of industry. Within this framework, confirming Einstein's theory of general relativity came to be seen as a critical step toward improving ballistic missile accuracy by accounting for minute gravitational effects. Increasingly post-war physics narrowed its concentration into those areas thought to have military applications. Margaret Jacob, 1993, pages 66-7. No period in history has been more penetrated by and more dependent on the natural sciences than the 20th century. Yet no period, since Galileo's recantation, has been less at ease with it. This is the paradox with which the historian of the century must grapple. But before I try to do so, the dimensions of the phenomenon must be recognized. In 1910 all the German and British physicists and chemists put together amounted to perhaps 8,000 people. In the late 1980s the number of scientists and engineers actually engaged in research and experimental development in the world was estimated at about 5 million, of whom almost 1 million were in the USA, the leading scientific power, and a slightly larger number in the states of Europe. Though scientists continued to form a tiny fraction of the population, even in the developed countries, their numbers continued to rise quite dramatically, more or less doubling in the 20 years after 1970, even in the most advanced economies. However, by the late 1980s they formed the tip of a much larger iceberg of what could be called potential scientific and technological manpower, which essentially reflected the educational revolution of the second half of the century, see Chapter 10. It represented perhaps 2% of the global population, and perhaps 5% of the North American population, UNESCO, 1991, Table 5.1. The actual scientists were increasingly selected by means of an advanced doctoral thesis which became the ticket of entry to the profession. In the 1980s the typical advanced Western country generated something like the 130 to 140 such science doctorates per year for each million of its inhabitants, Observatoire, 1991. Such countries also spent, mainly from public funds, even in the most capitalist countries, quite astronomical sums on such activities. Indeed, the most expensive forms of big science were beyond the scope of any single country except, until the 1990s, the USA. There was, however, one major novelty. In spite of the fact that 90% of scientific papers, whose numbers doubled every 10 years, appeared in 4 languages, English, Russian, French and German, Eurocentric science ended in the 20th century. The age of catastrophe, and especially the temporary triumph of fascism, transferred its center of gravity to the USA, where it has remained. Between 1900 and 1933 only 7 Science Nobel Prizes were awarded to the USA, but between 1933 and 1970 77. The other countries of European settlement also established themselves as independent centers of research, Canada, Australia, the often underrated Argentina, though some, for reasons of size or politics, exported most of their major scientists, New Zealand, South Africa. At the same time the rise of non-European scientists, especially those from East Asia and the Indian subcontinent, was striking. Before the end of the Second World War only one Asian had won a Science Nobel Prize, C. Raman in Physics, 1930. Since 1946 such prizes have been awarded to more than 10 workers with obviously Japanese, Chinese, Indian and Pakistani names, and this clearly underestimates the rise of Asian science as much as the pre-1933 record underestimated the rise of U.S. science. However, at the end of the century there were still parts of the world which generated notably few scientists in absolute terms and even more markedly in relative terms, e.g. most of Africa and Latin America. Yet it is a striking fact that, at least, a third of the Asian laureates do not appear under their own country of origin, but as U.S. scientists. Indeed, of the U.S. laureates 27 are first-generation immigrants. 4. In an increasingly globalized world, the very fact that the natural sciences speak a single universal language and operate under a single methodology has paradoxically helped to concentrate them in the relatively few centers with adequate resources for their development, i.e. in a few highly developed rich states, and above all in the USA. The brains of the world, which in the age of catastrophe fled from Europe for political reasons, have since 1945 drained from poorer to richer countries mainly for economic ones. This is natural, since in the 1970s and 1980s the developed capitalist countries spent almost 3/4 of all the world's outlays on research and development, whereas the poor countries, developing, spent no more than 2 to 3%, UN World Social Situation 1989, p. 103. Yet, even within the developed world, science gradually lost dispersion, partly because of the concentration of people and resources, for reasons of efficiency, partly because the enormous growth in higher education inevitably created a hierarchy or, rather, an oligarchy among its institutes. In the 1950s and 1960s half the doctorates in the United States came from the 15 most prestigious university graduate schools, to which the ablest young scientists consequently flocked. In a democratic and populist world, scientists were an elite, concentrated in a relatively few subsidized centers. As a species, they occurred in groups, for communication, someone to talk to, was central to their activities. As time went on, these activities became ever more incomprehensible to non-scientists, though laymen tried desperately to understand, with the help of a large literature of popularization, sometimes written by the best scientists themselves. Indeed, as specialization grew, even scientists increasingly required journals to explain to each other what was happening outside their own field. That the 20th century depended on science hardly needs proof. Advanced science, that is to say, the kind of knowledge which could neither be acquired by everyday experience, nor practiced nor even understood without many years of schooling, culminating in esoteric postgraduate training, had only a comparatively narrow range of practical applications until the end of the 19th century. The physics and mathematics of the 17th century governed the engineers, while, by the middle of Victoria's reign, chemical and electrical discoveries of the late 18th and early 19th centuries were already essential to industry and communications, and the explorations of professional scientific researchers were recognized as the necessary spearhead of even technological advance. In short, science-based technology was already at the core of the 19th century bourgeois world, even though practical people did not quite know what to do with the triumphs of scientific theory except, in suitable cases, to turn them into ideology, as the 18th century had done with Newton and the late 19th century did with Darwin. Nevertheless, vast areas of human life continued to be ruled by little more than experience, experiment, skill, trained common sense and, at most, the systematic diffusion of knowledge about the best available practices and techniques. This was plainly the case in farming, building, and medicine, and indeed over a vast range of activities which supplied human beings with their needs and luxuries. Sometime in the last third of the century this had begun to change. In the age of empire not only do the outlines of modern high technology begin to be visible, one has only to think of automobiles, aviation, radio, and film, but so do those of modern scientific theory, relativity, the quantum, genetics. Moreover, the most esoteric and revolutionary discoveries of science were now seen to have immediate technological potential, from wireless telegraphy to the medical use of X-rays, both based on discoveries of the 1890s. Nevertheless, while the high science of the short 20th century was already visible before 1914, and while the high technology of the later century was already implicit in it, high science was not yet something without which everyday life everywhere on the globe was inconceivable. This is the case as the millennium draws to its close. As we have seen, see Chapter 9, technology based on advanced scientific theory and research, dominated the economic boom of the second half of the 20th century, and no longer only in the developed world. Without state-of-the-art genetics, India and Indonesia could not have produced enough food for their exploding populations, and by the end of the century biotechnology had become a significant element in both agriculture and medicine. The point about such technologies is that they were based on discoveries and theories so far from the world of the ordinary inhabitant of even the most sophisticated of developed countries that barely a few dozen or, at most, a few hundred persons in the world could initially grasp that they had practical implications. When the German physicist Otto Hahn discovered nuclear fission in 1937, even some of the scientists most active in the field, such as the great Niels Bohr, 1885 to 1962, doubted that it had practical applications in peace or war, at all events for the foreseeable future. And if the physicists who understood its potential had not told their generals and politicians, these would certainly have remained in ignorance, unless they were themselves postgraduate physicists, which was very unlikely. Again, Alan Turing's celebrated paper of 1935, which was to provide the foundation of modern computer theory, was originally written as a speculative exploration for mathematical logicians. The war gave him and others the occasion to translate theory into the beginnings of practice for the purpose of code breaking, but when it appeared nobody except a handful of mathematicians even read, let alone took notice of Turing's paper. Even in his own college this clumsy-looking pale-faced genius, then a junior fellow with a taste for jogging, who posthumously became a sort of icon among homosexuals, was not a figure of any prominence, at least I do not remember him as such. Even when scientists were plainly engaged in trying to solve problems of acknowledged capital importance, only a small huddle of brains in an isolated intellectual corner recognized what they were up to. Thus the present author was a fellow of a Cambridge college at the very time when Crick and Watson were preparing their triumphant discovery of the structure of DNA, the double helix, immediately recognized as one of the crucial breakthroughs of the century. Yet, though I even recall meeting Crick socially at the time, most of us were simply not aware that these extraordinary developments were being hatched within a few tens of yards of my college gates, in laboratories we passed regularly and pubs where we drank. It was not that we took no interest in such matters. Those who pursued them simply saw no point in telling us about them, since we could not have contributed to their work, or probably even understood exactly what their difficulties were. Nevertheless, however esoteric and incomprehensible the innovations of science, once made they were almost immediately translated into practical technologies. Thus transistors emerged as a byproduct of researches in solid-state physics, i.e. the electromagnetic properties of slightly imperfect crystals in 1948, their inventors were given Nobel Prizes within 8 years, as did lasers, 1960, which came not from optical studies but from work to make molecules vibrate in resonance with an electric field, Bernal, 1967, p. 563. Their inventors were also quickly recognized by Nobel Prizes, as was, belatedly, the Cambridge and Soviet physicist Peter Kapitsa, 1978, for work in low-temperature physics which produced superconductors. The experience of wartime research in 1939–46, which demonstrated, at least to the Anglo-Americans, that an overwhelming concentration of resources could solve the most difficult technological problems within an improbably short time, encouraged technological pioneering regardless of cost, for purposes of war or national prestige, e.g. the exploration of cosmic space. This, in turn, accelerated the transformation of laboratory science into technology, some of which proved to have a wide potential for everyday use. Lasers are an example of this speed. First seen in the laboratory in 1960, they had by the early 1980s reached the consumer in the form of the compact disc. Biotechnology was even quicker off the mark. Recombinant DNA techniques, i.e. techniques for combining genes from one species with those of another, were first recognized as adequately practicable in 1973. Less than 20 years later biotechnology was a staple of medical and agricultural investment. Moreover, thanks largely to the astonishing explosion of information theory and practice, new scientific advances were translated, with ever-diminishing time lags, into a technology that required no understanding whatever by the end users. The ideal result was an entirely idiot-proof set of buttons or a keyboard which only required pressing in the right places to activate a self-acting, self-correcting and, so far as possible, decision-taking procedure which required no further inputs from the limited and unreliable skills and intelligence of the average human being. Indeed, ideally the procedure could be programmed to do without human intervention entirely, except when something went wrong. The supermarket checkout of the 1990s typified this elimination of the human element. It required no more of the human operator than to recognize the notes and coins of the local currency and to key in the quantity offered by the customer. An automatic scanner translated the barcode on the purchase into a price, added up all the purchase prices, deducted the total from the amount offered by the customer and told the operator how much change to give. The procedure for ensuring the performance of all these activities is extraordinarily complex, resting as it does on a combination of enormously sophisticated hardware and very elaborate programming. Yet, unless or until something went wrong, such miracles of late 20th century scientific technology required no more of the operators than the recognition of the cardinal numbers, a minimal attention span and a rather greater capacity for concentrated tolerance of boredom. It did not even require literacy. So far as most operators were concerned, the forces which told them to inform the customer that he or she had to pay £2.15 and instructed them to offer £7.85 as change for a £10 note, were as irrelevant as they were incomprehensible. They did not have to understand anything about them to operate them. The sorcerer's apprentice no longer had to worry about his or her lack of knowledge. For practical purposes, the situation of the supermarket checkout operator represented the human norm of the late 20th century, the operation of miracles of avant-garde scientific technology which we do not need to understand or modify, even if we know, or think we know, what is going on. Someone else will do or has done it for us. For, even if we suppose ourselves to be experts in one special field or another, i.e. the sort of person who could put the device right if it went wrong, or could design or construct it, faced with most of the other everyday products of science and technology, we are ignorant and uncomprehending laymen and laywomen. And even if we were not, our understanding of what makes the thing we use work, and of the principles behind it, is largely irrelevant knowledge, as the technical process for manufacturing playing cards is to the honest poker player. Fax machines are designed to be used by people who have no idea why the machine in London reproduces a text fed into it in Los Angeles. They do not function better when operated by professors of electronics. Thus science, through the technology-saturated fabric of human life, demonstrates its miracles daily to the late 20th century world. It is as indispensable and omnipresent, for even the remoter corners of humanity know the transistor radio and the electronic calculator, as Allah is to the pious Muslim. We may debate when this capacity of certain human activities to produce superhuman results became part of the common consciousness, at least in the urban parts of developed industrial societies. It certainly did so after the explosion of the first nuclear bomb in 1945. However, there can be no doubt that the 20th century was the one in which science transformed both the world and our knowledge of it. We should have expected the ideologies of the 20th century to glory in the triumphs of science, which are the triumphs of the human mind, as the secular ideologies of the 19th century had done. Indeed, we should have expected even the resistance of traditional religious ideologies, the great redoubts of 19th century resistance to science, to weaken. For not only did the hold of traditional religion slacken over most of the century, as we shall see, but religion itself became as dependent on high science-based technology as any other human activity in the developed world. At a pinch, a bishop, or imam or holy man in the 1900s could have conducted their activities as though Galileo, Newton, Faraday or Lavoisier had not existed, i.e. on the basis of 15th century technology, and such 19th century technology has raised no problems of comparability with theology or holy texts. It became far harder to overlook the conflict between science and Holy Writ in an age when the Vatican was obliged to communicate by satellite and to test the authenticity of the Turin Shroud by radiocarbon dating, When the Ayatollah Khomeini spread his words from abroad into Iran by means of tape cassettes, and when states dedicated to the laws of the Quran were also engaged in trying to equip themselves with nuclear weapons. The de facto acceptance of the most sophisticated contemporary science, via the technology which depended on it, was such that in fin de siècle New York the sales of super high-tech electronic and photographic goods became largely the specialty of Hasidim, a brand of Eastern Messianic Judaism chiefly known, apart from their extreme ritualism and insistence on wearing a version of 18th-century Polish costume, by a preference for ecstatic emotion over intellectual inquiry. In some ways the superiority of science was even accepted officially. The Protestant fundamentalists in the USA who rejected the theory of evolution as unscriptural, the world having been created in its present version in 6 days, demanded that Darwin's teaching should be replaced, or at least countered by the teaching of what they described as creation science. And yet, the 20th century was not at ease with the science which was its most extraordinary achievement, and on which it depended. The progress of the natural sciences took place against a background glow of suspicion and fear, occasionally flaring up into flames of hatred and rejection of reason and all its products. And in the undefined space between science and anti-science, among the searchers for ultimate truth by absurdity and the prophets of a world composed exclusively of fictions, we increasingly find that characteristic and largely Anglo-American product of the century, and especially of its second half, science fiction. The genre, anticipated by Jules Verne, 1828–1905, was initiated by H.G. Wells, 1866–1946, at the very end of the 19th century. While its more juvenile forms, such as the familiar TV and widescreen space westerns with cosmic capsules as horses and death rays as six-shooters, continued the old tradition of fantastic adventures with high-tech gadgets, in the second half of the century the more serious contributions to the genre veered towards a gloomy or at least an ambiguous view of the human condition and its prospects. The suspicion and fear of science was fueled by four feelings: that science was incomprehensible, that both its practical and moral consequences were unpredictable and probably catastrophic, and that it underlined the helplessness of the individual, and undermined authority. Nor should we overlook the sentiment that, to the extent that science interfered with the natural order of things, it was inherently dangerous. The first two feelings were shared by both scientists and laymen, the last two belonged mainly to outsiders. Lay individuals could only react against their sense of impotence by seeking out things which science could not explain along the lines of Hamlet's "There are more things on heaven and earth than are dreamed of in your philosophy," by refusing to believe that they could ever be explained by official science, by hungering to believe in the inexplicable because it seemed absurd. At least in an unknown and unknowable world everyone would be equally powerless. The greater the palpable triumphs of science, the greater the hunger to seek the inexplicable. Shortly after the Second World War, which culminated in the atom bomb, Americans, 1947, later followed as usual by their cultural followers the British, took to observing the mass arrival of unidentified flying objects, plainly inspired by science fiction. These, it was firmly believed, came from extraterrestrial civilizations different from and superior to ours. The more enthusiastic observers had actually seen their strangely shaped denizens emerging from these flying saucers, and one or two even claimed to have been given rides by them. The phenomenon became worldwide, although a distribution map of the landings of these extraterrestrials would show a heavy preference for landing on or circling over Anglo-Saxon territories. Any skepticism about UFOs was put down to the jealousy of narrow-minded scientists helpless to explain phenomena beyond their narrow horizons, perhaps even to a conspiracy of those who kept the common man in intellectual bondage to conceal superior wisdom from him. These were not the beliefs in magic and miracles of traditional societies, for which such interventions in reality were part of very incompletely controllable lives, and much less amazing than, say, the sight of an airplane or the experience of speaking into a telephone. Nor were they part of the universal and permanent fascination of human beings with the monstrous, the freakish, and the marvelous to which popular literature bears witness since the invention of printing, from broadsheet woodcut to U.S. supermarket checkout magazine. They were a rejection of the claims and the rule of science, sometimes consciously so, as in The Extraordinary, and once again us-centered, rebellion of fringe groups against the practice of putting fluoride into the water supply after it had been discovered that an intake of this element would dramatically reduce dental decay in modern urban populations. It was passionately resisted not merely in the name of the freedom to choose caries but, by its more extreme opponents, as a dastardly plot to enfeeble human beings by compulsory poisoning. And in this reaction, vividly brought to life in Stanley Kubrick's film Dr. Strangelove, 1963, suspicion of science as such merged with fear of its practical consequences. The built-in valetudinarian of North American culture also spread such fears, as life was increasingly submerged by modern technology, including medical technology, with its risks. The unusual fondness of the USA for letting litigation answer all matters in human dispute, allows us to monitor these fears. Huber, 1990, pages 97 to 118. Did spermicides cause birth defects? Did electric power lines cause medical harm to people who lived near them? The gap between experts, who had some criterion for judgment, and laypersons, who had only hope or fear, was widened by the difference between dispassionate assessment, which might well judge a small degree of risk to be a price worth paying for a large degree of benefit, and individuals who, understandably, desired zero risk, at least in theory. In effect, such fears were the fears of the unknown menace of science by men and women who only knew that they lived under its dominion, fears whose intensity and focus differed according to the nature of their views, and fears about contemporary society. Fischhoff et al., 1978, pages 127 to 52. However, in the first half of the century, the major hazards to science came not from those who felt humbled by its unlimited and uncontrollable powers but from those who thought they could control them. The only two types of political regimes, apart from the then rare reversions to religious fundamentalism, which interfered with scientific research on principle, were both deeply committed to technical progress without limit and, in one case, to an ideology which identified it with science and hailed the conquest of the world by reason and experiment. Yet in different ways both Stalinism and German National Socialism rejected science even as they used it for technological purposes. What they objected to was its challenge to worldviews and values expressed in a priori truths. Thus neither regime felt at ease with post-Einsteinian physics. The Nazis rejected it as Jewish and the Soviet ideologists as insufficiently materialist in Lenin's sense of the word, though both tolerated it in practice, since modern states could not do without the physicists who were post-Einsteinians to a man or woman. The National Socialists, however, deprived themselves of the flower of continental Europe's physical talent by driving Jews and ideological opponents into exile, incidentally destroying the early 20th century German scientific supremacy in the process. Between 1900 and 1933, 25 out of 66 Nobel Prizes in physics and chemistry had gone to Germany, but since 1933 only about 1 in 10. Neither regime was in tune with the biological sciences either. Nazi Germany's racial policies horrified serious geneticists, who, largely because of racists' enthusiasm for eugenics, had begun after the First World War to put some distance between themselves and policies of human genetic selection and breeding, which included the killing of the unfit, although it must be sadly admitted that there was a good deal of support for National Socialist racism among German biologists and medical men. Proctor, 1988. The Soviet regime, under Stalin, found itself at odds with genetics both for ideological reasons and because state policy was committed to the principle that, with sufficient effort, any change was achievable, whereas science pointed out that, in the field of evolution in general and agriculture in particular, this was not the case. In other circumstances, the controversy among evolutionary biologists between the followers of Darwin, for whom inheritance was genetic, and those of Lamarck, who had believed in the inheritance of characteristics acquired and practiced during a creature's lifetime, would have been left to be settled in seminars and laboratories. Indeed, it was regarded by most scientists as settled in favor of Darwin, if only because no satisfactory evidence for the inheritance of acquired characteristics had ever been found. Under Stalin, a fringe biologist, Trofim Denisovich Lysenko, 1898–1976, won the support of the political authorities with the argument that farm output could be multiplied by Lamarckian procedures which short-circuit the relatively slow processes of orthodox plant and animal breedings. In those days it was unwise to disagree with authority. Academician Nikolai Ivanovich Vavilov, 1885–1943, the most famous of Soviet geneticists, died in a labor camp for disagreeing with Lysenko, a view shared by the rest of serious Soviet geneticists, though it was not until after the Second World War that Soviet biology was officially committed to the obligatory rejection of genetics, as understood in the rest of the world, at least until after the dictator's demise. The effect of such policies on Soviet science was, predictably, disastrous. Regimes of the National Socialist and Soviet Communist type, utterly different as they were in many respects, shared the belief that their citizens were supposed to assent to a true doctrine, but one formulated and imposed by the secular politico-ideological authorities. Hence the ambiguity and uneasiness about science, which was felt in so many societies, found official expression in such states, unlike in political regimes which were agnostic about their citizens' individual beliefs, as secular governments had learned to be during the long 19th century. In fact, the rise of regimes of secular orthodoxy was, as we have seen, see chapters 4 and 13, a byproduct of the age of catastrophe, and they did not last. In any case, the attempt to force science into ideological straitjackets was plainly counterproductive, where it was seriously made, as in Soviet biology, or ridiculous, where science was left to go its own way, while the superiority of ideology was merely asserted, as in both German and Soviet physics. The official imposition of criteria for scientific theory in the later 20th century was once again left to regimes based on religious fundamentalism. Nevertheless, the uneasiness persisted, not least because science itself became increasingly incredible and uncertain. But until the second half of the century it was not due to fear of the practical results of science. True, scientists themselves knew better and earlier than anyone else what the potential consequences of their discoveries might be. Ever since the time the first atom bomb became operational, 1945, some of them had warned their masters in government of the destructive forces the world now had at its disposal. Yet the idea that science equals potential catastrophe essentially belonged to the second half of the century, in its first phase, the nightmare of nuclear war, to the era of superpower confrontation after 1945, in its later and more universal phase, to the era of crisis that opened in the 1970s. However, the age of catastrophe, perhaps because it strikingly slowed down world economic growth, was still one of scientific complacency about man's ability to control the powers of nature, or, at worst, about nature's ability to adjust to the worst that man could do. On the other hand, what made scientists themselves uneasy then was their own uncertainty about what to make of their theories and findings. 2. Sometime during the Age of Empire the links had snapped between the findings of scientists and the reality based on, or imaginable by sense experience, and so did the links between science and the sort of logic based on, or imaginable by common sense. The two breaks reinforced one another, since the progress of the natural sciences became increasingly dependent on people writing equations, i.e. mathematical sentences, on pads of paper, rather than experimenting in laboratories. The 20th century was to be the century of the theoreticians telling the practitioners what they were to look for and should find in the light of their theories, in other words, the century of the mathematicians. Molecular biology, in which, good authority informs me, there is as yet very little theory, is an exception. Not that observation and experiment were secondary. On the contrary, their technology was more profoundly revolutionized than at any time since the 17th century by new devices and new techniques, several of which were to be given the ultimate scientific accolade of Nobel Prizes. To give only one example, the limitations of merely optical magnification were overcome by the electron microscope, 1937, and the radio telescope, 1957, with the result that a far deeper observational penetration into the molecular and even atomic realm and into the remotenesses of the universe became possible. In recent decades, the automation of routine, and increasingly more complex forms of laboratory activity and calculation, as by computers, has further and enormously raised the powers of experimenters, observers, and increasingly of the model-building theorists. In some fields, notably in astronomy, this led to the making of discoveries, sometimes by accident, which subsequently compelled theoretical innovation. Modern cosmology is at bottom the result of two such discoveries: Hubble's observation that the universe must be expanding, based on the analysis of the spectra of galaxies, 1929, and Penzias and Wilson's discovery of the cosmic background radiation, radio noise, in 1965. Nevertheless, while science is and must be a collaboration between theorists and practitioners, in the short 20th century the theorists were in the driving seat. For the scientists themselves, the break with sense experience and common sense meant a break with the traditional certainties of their field and its methodology. Its consequences can be most vividly illustrated by following the unquestioned queen of sciences in the first half of the century, physics. Indeed, inasmuch as this discipline is still the one concerned both with the smallest elements of all matter, live or dead, and with the constitution and structure of the largest ensemble of matter, namely the universe, physics remained the central pillar of the natural sciences even at the end of the century, though in the second half it had increasing competition from the life sciences, transformed after the 1950s by the revolution in molecular biology. No field of the sciences seemed more firm, coherent, and methodologically certain than the Newtonian physics, whose foundations were undermined by the theories of Planck and Einstein and the transformation of atomic theory that followed on the discovery of radioactivity in the 1890s. It was objective, i.e., it could be adequately observed, subject to technical limitations in the observing apparatus, e.g. of the optical microscope or telescope. It was unambiguous, an object or phenomenon was either one thing or something else, and the distinction between these was clear. Its laws were universal, equally valid at the cosmic and the microcosmic level. The mechanism linking phenomena were understandable, i.e. capable of being expressed as cause and effect. Consequently, the entire system was in principle determinist, and the purpose of the laboratory experiment was to demonstrate this determinacy by eliminating, so far as possible, the complex muddle of ordinary life which concealed it. Only a fool or a child would claim that the flight of birds and butterflies negated the laws of gravitation. Scientists knew quite well that there were non-scientific statements, but these were not their concern as scientists. All these characteristics were put into question between 1895 and 1914. Was light a continuous wave motion or an emission of discrete particles, photons, as Einstein held, following Planck? Sometimes it was best to treat it as one, sometimes as the other, but how, if at all, were they connected? What was light really? As the great Einstein himself stated, 20 years after having created the puzzle, we now have two theories of light, both indispensable, but, it must be admitted, without any logical connection between them, despite 20 years of colossal effort by theoretical physicists. Holton, 1970, p. 1017. What was happening inside the atom, which was now seen to be not, as its original Greek name implied, the smallest possible, and therefore indivisible, unit of matter, but a complex system consisting of a variety of even more elementary particles? The first assumption, after Rutherford's great discovery of the atomic nucleus in 1911 in Manchester, a triumph of the experimental imagination and the foundation of modern nuclear physics and of what eventually became big science, was that electrons circulated in orbits round this nucleus in the manner of a miniaturized solar system. Yet when the structure of individual atoms was investigated, notably that of hydrogen by Niels Bohr, who knew about Max Planck's quanta, in 1912-13, the results showed, once again, a profound conflict between what his electrons did and, his own words, the admirably coherent group of conceptions which have been rightly termed the classical theory of electrodynamics, Holton, 1970, p. 1028. Bohr's model worked, i.e. it had brilliant explanatory and predictive force, but it was quite irrational and absurd from the point of view of classical Newtonian mechanics, and in any case disclaimed any idea of what actually happened inside the atom as the electron leaped or otherwise got from one orbit to another, or what happened between the moment when it was discovered in one and when it appeared in another. What, indeed, happened to the certainties of science itself, as it became clear that the very process of observing phenomena at the subatomic level actually changes them. For this reason, the more precisely we want to know the position of a subatomic particle, the more uncertain must be its velocity. It has been said of any means of detailed observation to find out where an electron really is, to look at it means to knock it out. Weisskopf, 1980, p. 37. This was the paradox which a brilliant young German physicist, Werner Heisenberg, in 1927 generalized into the famous uncertainty principle that bears his name. The very fact that the name concentrates on uncertainty is significant, since it indicates what was worrying the explorers of the new scientific universe as they left the certainties of the old one behind them. It was not that they themselves were uncertain or produced doubtful results. On the contrary, their theoretical predictions, however implausible and bizarre, were verified by humdrum observation and experiment, from the time Einstein's theory of general relativity, 1915, appeared to be verified in 1919 by a British eclipse expedition which found that light from some distant stars was deflected towards the Sun, as predicted by the theory. For practical purposes, particle physics was as subject to regularity and as predictable as Newtonian physics, though in a different way, and in any case at the supraatomic level Newton and Galileo remained completely valid. What made scientists nervous was that they did not know how to fit the old and the new together. Between 1924 and 1927 the dualities which so troubled physicists in the first quarter of the century were eliminated, or rather sidestepped, by a brilliant coup of mathematical physics, the construction of quantum mechanics, almost simultaneously devised in a number of countries. The true reality within the atom was not wave or particle, but indivisible quantum states which were potentially manifested as either or both. It was pointless to regard it as continuous or discontinuous movement, because we cannot, now or ever, follow the path of the electron step by step. Classical physical concepts such as position, velocity, or momentum simply do not apply beyond certain points, marked out by Heisenberg's uncertainty principle. But, of course, beyond these points other concepts apply, which produce far from uncertain results. These arise from the specific patterns produced by the waves or vibrations of, negatively charged, electrons, kept within the confined space of the atom near the, positive, nucleus. Successive quantum states within this confined space produce well-defined patterns of different frequencies which, as Schrödinger showed in 1926, could be calculated, as could the energy corresponding to each, wave mechanics. These electron patterns had quite remarkable predictive and explanatory power. Thus many years later, when plutonium was first produced in nuclear reactions at Los Alamos, on the way to constructing the first atomic bomb, the quantities were so small that its properties could not be observed. However, from the number of electrons in the atom of this element, and from the patterns of these 94 electrons vibrating round the nucleus, and from nothing else, scientists predicted, correctly, that plutonium would turn out to be a brown metal with a specific mass of about 20 grams per cubic centimeter, and possess a certain electric and thermal conductivity and elasticity. Quantum mechanics also explained why atoms, and the molecules and higher combinations based on them, remain stable, or rather what extra input of energy would be necessary to change them. Indeed, it has been said that even the phenomena of life, the shape of DNA and the fact that different nucleotides are resistant to thermal motion at room temperature, are based on those primal patterns. The fact that every spring the same flowers emerge is based on the stability of the patterns of the different nucleotides, Weisskopf, 1980, pages 35 to 38. Yet this great and astonishingly fruitful advance in the exploration of nature was achieved on the ruins of all that had been considered certain and adequate in scientific theory, and by a willed suspension of disbelief, which not only the older scientists found troublesome. Consider the antimatter which Paul Dirac proposed from Cambridge, after he discovered, 1928, that his equations had solutions corresponding to electron states with an energy less than the zero energy of empty space. The concept of antimatter, meaningless in everyday terms, was happily manipulated by physicists thereafter. Steven Weinberg, 1977, pages 23 to 4. The mere word itself implied a deliberate refusal to allow the progress of theoretical calculation to be diverted by any preconceived notion of reality. Whatever reality turned out to be, it would catch up with the equations. And yet, it was not easy to accept this, even for scientists who had long put behind them the great Rutherford's view that no physics could be good unless it could be explained to a barmaid. There were pioneers of the new science who simply found it impossible to accept the end of the old certainties, not least its founders, Max Planck and Albert Einstein himself, who expressed his suspicion of purely probabilistic laws rather than determinist causality in a well-known phrase, "God does not play dice." He had no valid arguments, but an inner voice tells me that quantum mechanics is not the real truth, cited in M. Jammer, 1966, p. 358. More than one of the quantum revolutionaries themselves had dreamed of eliminating the contradictions by subsuming one side under the other. Schrödinger hoped his wave mechanics had dissolved the supposed jumps of electrons from one atomic orbit to another, into the continuous process of energy change, and, in doing so, preserve classical space, time, and causality. Reluctant pioneer revolutionaries, notably Planck and Einstein, sighed with relief, but in vain. The ball game was new. The old rules no longer held good. Could physicists learn to live with permanent contradiction? Niels Bohr thought they could and must. There was no way of expressing the wholeness of nature in a single description, given the nature of human language. There could be no single, directly comprehensive model. The only way of seizing reality was by reporting it in different ways, and putting them all together to complement each other in an exhaustive overlay of different descriptions that incorporate apparently contradictory notions. Holden, 1970, p. 1018. This was Bohr's principle of complementarity, a metaphysical concept akin to relativity which he derived from writers far removed from physics, and regarded as having universal applicability. Bohr's complementarity was not intended to advance the research of the atomic scientists, but rather to comfort them by justifying their confusions. Its appeal lies outside the field of reason. For while we all, and not least intelligent scientists, know that there are different ways of perceiving the same reality, sometimes non-comparable or even contradictory, but all needed to grasp it in its totality, we still have no idea how we connect them. The effect of a Beethoven sonata can be analyzed physically, physiologically, and psychologically, and it can also be absorbed by listening to it, but how are these modes of understanding connected? Nobody knows. Nevertheless, the uneasiness remained. On the one hand there was the mid-1920s synthesis of the new physics, which provided an extraordinarily effective way of breaking into the bank vaults of nature. The basic concepts of the quantum revolution were still being applied in the late 20th century. Unless we follow those who see the nonlinear analysis, made possible by computing, as a radically new departure, there has been no revolution in physics since 1927, but only vast evolutionary advances within the same conceptual framework. On the other hand, there was generalized incoherence. In 1931 that incoherence was extended to the ultimate redoubt of certainty, mathematics. An Austrian mathematical logician, Kurt Gödel, proved that a system of axioms can never be based on itself. If it is to be shown as being consistent, statements from outside the system must be used. In the light of Gödel's theorem, a non-contradictory internally consistent world could not even be thought of. Such was the crisis in physics, to cite the title of a book by a young British Marxist autodidact intellectual who was killed in Spain, Christopher Caldwell, 1907–37. It was not only a crisis of the foundations, as the period 1900–30 has been called in mathematics, see Age of Empire, Chapter 10, but also of the scientist's general world picture. Indeed, as the physicists learned to shrug their shoulders about philosophical questions, while they plunged into the new territory opening before them, the second aspect of the crisis became ever more obtrusive. For in the 1930s and 1940s the structure of the atom became more complicated year by year. Gone was the simple duality of positive nucleus and negative electron, s. Atoms were now inhabited by a growing fauna and flora of elementary particles, some of them very strange indeed. Chadwick of Cambridge discovered the first of these in 1932, the electrically neutral neutrons, though others, such as the massless and electrically neutral neutrino, had already been predicted on theoretical grounds. These subatomic particles, almost all short-lived and fleeting, multiplied, particularly under the bombardment of the high-energy accelerators of big science which became available after the Second World War. By the end of the 1950s there were more than 100 of them, and no end was in sight. The picture was still further complicated, from the early 1930s, by the discovery of two unknown and obscure forces at work within the atom, in addition to the electrical ones that bonded nucleus and electrons together. The so-called strong force bonded neutron and positively charged proton together in the atomic nucleus, and the so-called weak force was responsible for certain kinds of particle decay. Now in the conceptual debris on which the 20th century sciences were built, one basic and essentially aesthetic assumption was not challenged. Indeed, as uncertainty clouded all the others, it became increasingly central to scientists. Like the poet Keats, they believed that beauty is truth, truth beauty, though their criterion of beauty was not his. A beautiful theory, which was in itself a presumption of truth, must be elegant, economical, and general. It must unify and simplify, as the great triumphs of scientific theory had hitherto done. The scientific revolution of Galileo and Newton's time had shown that the same laws govern heaven and earth. Chemical revolution had reduced the endless variety of forms in which matter appeared to 92 systematically connected elements. The triumph of 19th century physics had been to show that electricity, magnetism, and optical phenomena had the same roots. Yet the new revolution in science produced not simplification but complication. Einstein's marvelous relativity theory, which described gravitation as a manifestation of the curvature of space-time, actually introduced a troubling duality into nature. On the one hand was the stage, the curved space-time, gravity, on the other hand the actors, the electrons, the protons, the electromagnetic fields, and there was no link between them. Steven Weinberg, 1979, p. 43. For the last 40 years of his life Einstein, the Newton of the 20th century, labored to produce a unified field theory which would unify electromagnetism with gravitation, but he failed, and now there were two more apparently unconnected classes of force in nature with no apparent relations with electromagnetism and gravitation. The multiplication of subatomic particles, however exciting, could only be a temporary, a preliminary truth because, however pretty in detail, there was no beauty in the new atom as there had once been in the old. Even the pure pragmatist of the era, for which the only criterion of a hypothesis was that it worked, had at least sometimes to dream of a noble, beautiful, and general theory of everything, to use the phrase of a Cambridge physicist, Stephen Hawking. But it appeared to recede into the distance, although from the 1960s on physicists began, once again, to discern the possibility of such a synthesis. Indeed, by the 1990s there was a widespread belief among physicists that they were nearly down to some really basic level, and that the multiplicity of elementary particles could be reduced to a relatively simple and coherent grouping. At the same time, on the undefined borders between such widely disparate subjects as meteorology, ecology, non-nuclear physics, astronomy, fluid dynamics, and various branches of mathematics independently pioneered in the Soviet Union and, slightly later, in the West, and aided by the extraordinary development of computers as an analytical tool and a visual inspiration, a new branch of synthesis was emerging, or re-emerging, under the somewhat misleading name of chaos theory. For what it revealed was not so much the unpredictable results of perfectly determinist scientific procedures, but the extraordinary universality of the shapes and patterns of nature in its most disparate and apparently unconnected manifestations. Chaos theory helped to put a new spin, as it were, on old causality. It broke the links between causality and predictability, for its essence was not that events were fortuitous but that the effects which followed specifiable causes could not be predicted. It reinforced another development, pioneered among paleontologists, and of considerable interest to historians. This suggests that chains of historical or evolutionary development are perfectly coherent and capable of explanation after the fact, but that eventual results cannot be predicted from the outset, because, if the same course was set again, any early change, however slight and without apparent importance at the time, and evolution cascades into a radically different channel. Gould, 1989, p. 51. The political, economic, and social consequences of this approach may be far-reaching. Furthermore, there was the sheer absurdity of much of the new physicists' world. So long as it was confined within the atom, it did not directly affect ordinary life, which even scientists live, but at least one new and unassimilated discovery could not be so quarantined. This was the extraordinary fact, predicted by some on the basis of relativity theory, but observed by the American astronomer E. Hubble in 1929, that the entire universe appeared to be expanding at a dizzying rate. This expansion, which even many scientists found hard to swallow, some devising alternative steady-state theories of the cosmos, was verified by other astronomical data in the 1960s. It was impossible not to speculate where this expansion was taking it, and us, when and how it began, and therefore about the history of the universe, starting with the initial Big Bang. This produced the flourishing field of cosmology, the part of 20th century science most readily turned into bestsellers. It also enormously increased the element of history in natural sciences hitherto, except for geology and its byproducts, proudly uninterested in it, and incidentally diminished the identification of hard science with experiment, i.e. with reproduction of natural phenomena. For how could events unrepeatable by definition be repeated? The expanding universe thus added to the confusion of both scientists and laypersons. This confusion confirmed those who lived through the age of catastrophe, and knew or thought about such matters, in their conviction that an old world had ended, or, at the very least, was in terminal upheaval, but that the contours of the new one were not yet clearly discernible. The great Max Planck had no doubt of the link between the crisis in science and in outside life. We are living in a very singular moment of history. It is a moment of crisis in the literal sense of that word. In every branch of our spiritual and material civilization we seem to have arrived at a critical turning point. This spirit shows itself not only in the actual state of public affairs, but also in the general attitude towards fundamental values in personal and social life. Now the iconoclast has invaded the temple of science. There is scarcely a scientific axiom that is not nowadays denied by somebody. And at the same time almost any nonsensical theory would be almost sure to find believers and disciples somewhere or other. Planck, 1933, p. 64. Nothing was more natural than that a middle-class German brought up in the 19th century certainties should express such sentiments in the days of the Great Slump, and Hitler's rise to power. Nevertheless, gloom was the opposite of what most scientists felt. They agreed with Rutherford, who told the British Association, 1923, that we are living in the heroic age of physics. Howarth, 1978, p. 92. Every issue of the scientific journals, every colloquium, for most scientists loved, more than ever, to combine cooperation and competition, brought new, exciting and profound advances. The scientific community was still small enough, at least in spearhead subjects like nuclear physics and crystallography, to offer almost every young researcher the prospect of stardom. To be a scientist was to be envied. Certainly those of us who were students in Cambridge, which produced most of the 30 British Nobel Prizes of the first half of the century, which, for practical purposes, was British science at this time, knew what we would have wanted to study, if our mathematics had been good enough. Indeed, the natural sciences could look forward to nothing except further triumph and intellectual advance, which made the patchiness, the imperfections and improvisations of current theory tolerable, since they were bound to be only temporary. Why should people who got Nobel Prizes for work done in their mid-20s lack confidence about the future? And yet, how could even the men, and the occasional rare woman, who continued to prove the reality of the shaken idea of progress in their field of human activity remain immune to the epoch of crisis and catastrophe in which they lived? They could not and did not. The age of catastrophe was therefore also one of the comparatively rare ages of politicist scientists, and not only because the mass migration of racially and ideologically unacceptable scientists from large zones of Europe demonstrated that scientists could not take their personal immunity for granted. At all events, the typical British scientist of the 1930s was a member of the left-wing Cambridge scientists' anti-war group, confirmed in his or her radicalism by the undisguised radical sympathies of their seniors, whose distinction ranged from the Royal Society to the Nobel Prize, Bernal, crystallography, Haldane, genetics, Needham, chemical embryology, Blackett, physics, Dirac, physics, and the mathematician G.H. Hardy, who considered that only two others in the 20th century were in the class of his Australian cricketing hero Don Bradman, Lenin and Einstein. The typical young American physicist of the 1930s was more than likely to be in political trouble in the post-war years of the Cold War for his pre-war or continuing radical sympathies, like Robert Oppenheimer, 1904-67, the chief architect of the atom bomb, and Linus Pauling the chemist, 1901, who won 2 Nobel Prizes, including one for peace and a Lenin Prize. The typical French scientist was a sympathizer with the Popular Front of the 1930s and an active supporter of the resistance during the war. Not many Frenchmen were the latter. The typical refugee scientist from Central Europe could hardly not be hostile to fascism, however uninterested in public affairs. Scientists who stayed in or were prevented from leaving fascist countries or the USSR could not avoid their government's politics either, whether or not they sympathized with them, if only because public gestures were imposed on them, like the Hitler salute in Germany, which the great physicist Max von Laue, 1897-1960, avoided by carrying something in both hands whenever he left his house. Unlike the social or human sciences, such politicization was unusual in the natural sciences, whose subject does not require or, except in parts of the life sciences, even suggest views about human affairs, though it often suggests views about God. However, scientists were more directly politicist by their well-founded belief that laymen, including politicians, had no idea of the extraordinary potential that modern science, properly used, put at the disposal of human society. Both the collapse of the world economy and the rise of Hitler seem to confirm this in different ways. Conversely, the official Marxist devotion of the Soviet Union and its ideology to the natural sciences, misled many Western scientists at this time into seeing it as a regime suited to realizing this potential. Technocracy and radicalism converged, because at this point it was the political left, with its ideological commitment to science, rationalism, and progress, lampooned by conservatives with the new term scientism, which naturally represented adequate recognition and support for the social function of science, to cite the title of a highly influential book cum manifesto of the time, Bernal, 1939, characteristically written by a brilliant and militantly Marxist physicist. It was equally characteristic that the French Popular Front government of 1936-39 established the first Undersecretaryship for Scientific Research, occupied by the Nobel laureate Irene Joliot-Curie, and developed what is still the main mechanism for funding French research, the CNRS, Centre National de la Recherche Scientifique. Indeed, it became increasingly obvious, at least to scientists, that not only public funding but publicly organized research was needed. British government scientific services, which in 1930 employed a grand total of 743 scientists, could not be adequate. 30 years later it employed over 7,000, Vernal, 1967, p. 931. The era of politicized science reached its climax in the Second World War, the first conflict since the Jacobin era of the French Revolution, when scientists were systematically and centrally mobilized for military purposes, probably more effectively on the side of the Allies than of Germany, Italy, and Japan, because they never expected to win rapidly with immediately available resources and methods, see Chapter 1. Tragically, nuclear warfare itself was the child of anti-fascism. A mere war between nation-states would almost certainly not have moved the spearhead nuclear physicists, themselves largely refugees or exiles from fascism, to urge the British and American governments to build an atom bomb. And the very horror of these scientists at their achievement, their desperate last-minute struggles to prevent the politicians and generals from actually using the bomb, and later to resist the construction of a hydrogen bomb, bears witness to the strength of political passions. Indeed, insofar as anti-nuclear campaigns after the Second World War had weighty support in the scientific community, it was among the members of the politicist anti-fascist generations. At the same time, the war finally convinced governments that the commitment of hitherto unimaginable resources to scientific research was both practicable and, in future, essential. No economy except that of the USA's could have found the $2 billion, wartime value, to build the atom bomb during the war, but it is also true that no government at all would, before 1940, have dreamed of spending even a small fraction of this money on a speculative project based on some incomprehensible calculations by wild-haired academics. After the war, the sky, or rather the size of the economy alone, became the limit on government scientific outlays and employment. In the 1970s, the U.S. government funded two-thirds of the basic research costs in that country, which then ran at almost $5 billion a year, and it employed something like 1 million scientists and engineers. Holton, 1978, pages 227 to 28. 3. The political temperature of science dropped after the Second World War. Radicalism in the laboratories receded rapidly in 1947-49 when views regarded as baseless and bizarre elsewhere became mandatory for scientists in the USSR. Even most hitherto loyal communists found Lysenkoism, CP 533, impossible to swallow. Moreover, it became increasingly evident that the regimes modeled on the Soviet system were neither materially nor morally attractive, at least to most scientists. On the other hand, in spite of much propaganda, the Cold War between the West and the Soviet bloc never generated anything like the political passions once roused among scientists by fascism. Perhaps because of the traditional affinity between liberal and Marxist rationalism, perhaps because the USSR, unlike Nazi Germany, never looked as though it were in a position to conquer the West, even if it had wanted to, which there was good reason to doubt. For most Western scientists, the USSR, its satellites, and Communist China were bad states whose scientists were to be pitted, rather than evil empires calling for a crusade. In the developed West, the natural sciences remained politically and ideologically quiescent for a generation, enjoying their intellectual triumphs and the vastly expanded resources now available for their researches. In fact, the munificent patronage of governments and large corporations encouraged a breed of researchers who took their paymasters' policies for granted and preferred not to think about the wider implications of their work, especially when these were military. At most, the scientists in such sectors protested against not being allowed to publish their research results. Indeed, most members of what was now a very large army of Ph.D.s, employed in the National Aeronautics and Space Administration, NASA, which was established to face the Soviet challenge in 1958, had no more interest in querying the rationale of their activities than members of any other army. In the later 1940s, men and women still agonized over the question whether to join government establishments specializing in chemical and biological war research. There is no evidence that subsequently such establishments had any trouble in recruiting their staff. Somewhat unexpectedly, it was in the Soviet region of the globe that science became, if anything, more political as the second half of the century advanced. It was no accident that the major national, and international, spokesman for dissidents in the USSR was to be a scientist, Andrei Sakharov, 1921–89, the physicist who had been chiefly responsible in the late 1940s for the construction of the Soviet hydrogen bomb. Scientists were members par excellence of that new, large, educated and technically trained professional middle class, which was the main achievement of the Soviet system, but at the same time the class most directly aware of its weaknesses and limitations. They were more essential to it than their opposite numbers in the West, since they and they alone enabled an otherwise backward economy to face the USA as a superpower. Indeed, they demonstrated their indispensability by allowing the USSR for a short time to overtake the West in the highest of technologies, that of outer space. The first man-made satellite, Sputnik, 1957, the first manned space flight by man and woman, 1961, 1963, and the first spacewalks were all Russian. Concentrated in research institutes or special science cities, articulate, necessarily conciliated and allowed some degree of freedom by the post-Stalin regime, it is not surprising that critical opinions were generated in the milieu of research, whose social prestige was in any case higher than that of any other Soviet occupation. 4. Can it be said that these fluctuations in political and ideological temperature affected the progress of the natural sciences? Plainly far less than was the case in the social and human sciences, let alone the ideologies and philosophies. The natural sciences could reflect the century scientists lived in only within the confines of the empiricist methodology that necessarily became standard in an era of epistemological uncertainty, that of hypotheses verifiable, or, in the terms of Karl Popper, 1902, which many scientists made their own, falsifiable, by practical tests. This imposed limits on ideologizing. Economics, though subject to the requirements of logic and consistency, has flourished as a form of theology, probably, in the Western world, as the most influential branch of secular theology, because it can be, and usually is, so formulated as to lack this control. Physics cannot. So, while it is easy to show that the conflicting schools and changing fashions in economic thought directly reflect contemporary experience and ideological debate, this is not so in cosmology. Yet science did echo its times, even though it is undeniable that some important movements in science are endogenous. Thus it was almost inevitable that the disordered multiplication of subatomic particles, particularly after it accelerated in the 1950s, should lead theorists to seek for simplification. The, initially, arbitrary nature of the new and hypothetical ultimate particle, of which protons, electrons, neutrons, and the rest were now said to be composed, is indicated by its very name, taken from James Joyce's Finnegan's Wake, the quark, 1963. It was soon divided into 3 or 4 subspecies, with their anti-quarks, described as up, down, sideways, or strange, and quarks with charm, each of them endowed with a property called color. None of these words had anything like their usual meanings. As usual, successful predictions on the basis of this theory were made, thus concealing the fact that no experimental evidence for the existence of quarks of any kind had been found by the 1990s. Whether these new developments constituted a simplification of the subatomic maze or an additional layer of complexity, must be left to suitably qualified physicists to judge. However, the skeptical, if admiring, lay observer may sometimes be reminded of the titanic labors of intelligence and ingenuity expended at the end of the 19th century to maintain scientific belief in the ether before the work of Planck and Einstein banished it into the museum of pseudo-theories together with the phlogiston. See Age of Empire, Chapter 10. the very lack of contact of such theoretical constructs with the reality they set out to explain, except as falsifiable hypotheses, opened them to influences from the outside world. Was it not natural that, in a century so dominated by technology, mechanical analogies should help to shape them again, though in the form of the techniques of communication and control in both animals and machines, which from 1940 on generated a body of theory known under various names: cybernetics, general systems theory, information theory, etc. Electronic computers, which developed at a dizzying speed after the Second World War, especially after the discovery of the transistor, had an enormous capacity for simulation, which made it far easier than before to evolve mechanical models of what had hitherto been regarded as the physical and mental operations of organisms, including the human. Late 20th century scientists talked about the brain as though it were essentially an elaborate information processing system, and one of the familiar philosophical debates of the second half of the century was whether, and, if so, how, human intelligence could be distinguished from artificial intelligence, i.e. what, if anything, in the human mind was not theoretically programmable in a computer. That such technological models have advanced research is not in question. Where would the study of the nervous system, i.e. the study of the electric nerve impulses, be without that of electronics? Yet at bottom these are reductionist analogies, which may well someday look as dated as the 18th century description of human movement in terms of a system of levers. Such analogies were useful in the formulation of particular models. Yet beyond these, the life experience of scientists could not but affect their way of looking at nature. Ours has been a century when, to quote one scientist reviewing another, the conflict between gradualists and catastrophism pervades human experience. Steve Jones, 1992, p. 12. And so, not surprisingly, it came to pervade science. In the 19th century of bourgeois improvement and progress, continuity and gradualism dominated the paradigms of science. Whatever nature's mode of locomotion, it was not allowed to jump. Geological change and the evolution of life on Earth had proceeded without catastrophes and by tiny increments. Even the foreseeable end of the universe in some remote future would be gradual, by the insensible but inevitable transformation of energy into heat, according to the second law of thermodynamics, the heat-death of the universe. 20th century science has developed a very different image of the world. Our universe was born, 15 billion years ago, in a massive super-explosion, and according to the cosmological speculations at the time of writing may end in an equally dramatic manner. Within it the life history of stars, and hence of their planets, is, like the universe, full of cataclysms, novas, supernovas, red giants, dwarfs, black holes and the rest, none recognized or regarded as more than peripheral astronomic phenomena before the 1920s. Most geologists long resisted the idea of large lateral displacements, such as the continents shifting all over the globe in the course of the Earth's history, though the evidence for it was really rather strong. They did so on grounds which were largely ideological, to judge by the extraordinary bitterness of the controversy against the main proponent of continental drift, Alfred Wegener. At all events, the argument that it could not be true because no geophysical mechanism to bring about such movements was known was no more convincing a priori in view of the evidence than Lord Kelvin's 19th century argument that the timescale then postulated by geologists must be wrong, because physics, as then understood, made the Earth much younger than geology required. Yet since the 1960s the previously unthinkable has become the everyday orthodoxy of geology, a globe of shifting, sometimes rapidly shifting giant plates, plate tectonics. Perhaps even more to the point is the return of direct catastrophism to both geology and evolutionary theory via paleontology, since the 1960s. Once again the prima facie evidence has long been familiar. Every child knows about the extinction of dinosaurs at the end of the Cretaceous period. Such was the force of the Darwinian belief that evolution was not the result of catastrophes, or creation, but of slow and tiny changes operating throughout geological history, that this apparent biological cataclysm attracted little attention. Geological time was simply regarded as long enough to allow for any observed evolutionary changes. Is it surprising, in an era when human history was so plainly cataclysmic, that evolutionary discontinuities should attract attention again? One might even go further. The mechanism most favored by both geological and paleontological catastrophists at the time of writing is bombardment from outer space, i.e. the collision of the Earth is with one or more very large meteorites. According to some calculations, an asteroid large enough to destroy civilization, i.e. the equivalent to 8 million Hiroshimas, is likely to arrive every 300,000 years. Such scenarios have always been part of fringe prehistory, but would any serious scientist before the epoch of nuclear war have thought in such terms? Such theories of evolution as slow change interrupted from time to time by relatively sudden change, punctuated equilibrium, remained controversial in the 1990s, but now they were part of a debate within the scientific community. Again, the lay observer cannot but notice the emergence, within the field of thought remotest from flesh and blood human life, of two mathematical subfields known respectively as catastrophe theory, from the 1960s, and chaos theory, 1980s, see pages 541 ff. The one, a development of topology pioneered in France in the 1960s, claimed to investigate the situations when gradual change produced sudden ruptures, i.e. the interrelation between continuous and discontinuous change. The other, of American origin, modeled the uncertainty and unpredictability of situations in which apparently tiny events, the fluttering of a butterfly's wings, could be shown to lead to huge results elsewhere, a hurricane. Those who lived through the later decades of the century had no difficulty in understanding why such images as chaos and catastrophe should come into the minds of scientists and mathematicians also. However, from the 1970s on, the outside world began to impinge on the laboratories and seminar rooms more indirectly, but also more powerfully, through the discovery that science-based technology, its power multiplied by global economic explosion, looked like producing fundamental and perhaps irreversible changes to the planet Earth, or at least to the Earth as a habitat for living organisms. This was even more disquieting than the prospect of the man-induced catastrophe of nuclear war which haunted imaginations and consciences during the long Cold War. For a Soviet-US world, nuclear war was avoidable and, as it turned out, was avoided. It was not so easy to escape byproducts of science-linked economic growth. Thus in 1973 two chemists, Roland and Molina, first noticed that fluorocarbons, widely used in refrigeration and the newly popular aerosols, depleted the ozone in the Earth's atmosphere. It could hardly have been noticed much earlier, since the release of such chemicals, CFC-11 and CFC-12, had not totaled 40,000 tons before the early 1950s. But between 1960 and 1972 over 3.6 million tons of them had entered the atmosphere. Yet by the early 1990s the existence of large ozone holes in the atmosphere was layman's knowledge, and the only question was how rapidly the depletion of the ozone layer would proceed, and how soon it would go beyond the Earth's powers of natural recuperation. If CFCs were got rid of, nobody doubts that it would reappear. The greenhouse effect, i.e. the uncontrollable warming of the global temperature through the release of man-produced gases, which began to be seriously discussed around 1970, became a major preoccupation of both specialists and politicians in the 1980s. Smil, 1990, the danger was real, though sometimes much exaggerated. At about the same time the word ecology, coined in 1873 for the branch of biology that dealt with the interrelationships of organisms and their environment, acquired its now familiar quasi-political meaning. E. M. Nicholson, 1970. These were the natural consequences of the secular economic superboom, see Chapter 9. These worries would be enough to explain why politics and ideology began, once again, to surround the natural sciences in the 1970s. However, they began to penetrate even parts of the sciences themselves in the form of debates about the need for practical and moral limitations on scientific inquiry. Never since the end of theological hegemony had such issues been seriously raised. Not surprisingly, they emerged from that part of the natural sciences which had always had, or seemed to have, direct implications for human affairs, genetics and evolutionary biology. For within 10 years of the Second World War, the life sciences were revolutionized by the astonishing advances of molecular biology, which revealed the universal mechanism of inheritance, the genetic code. The revolution in molecular biology was not unexpected. After 1914 it could be taken for granted that life had to be, and could be, explained in terms of physics and chemistry and not in terms of some essence peculiar to living beings. Indeed, biochemical models of the possible origin of life on Earth, starting with sunlight, methane, ammonia, and water, were first suggested in the 1920s, largely with anti-religious intentions, in Soviet Russia and Britain, and put the subject on the serious scientific agenda. Hostility to religion, by the way, continued to animate researchers in this field. Both Crick and Linus Pauling are cases in point, Albee, 1970, p. 943. The major thrust of biological research had for decades been biochemical, and increasingly physical, since the recognition that protein molecules could be crystallized, and therefore analyzed crystallographically. It was known that one substance, deoxyribonucleic acid, DNA, played a central, possibly the central role in heredity. It seemed to be the basic component of the gene, the unit of inheritance. The problem of how the gene cause, the synthesis of another structure like itself, in which even the mutations of the original gene are copied, Muller, 1951, p. 95, i.e. how heredity operated, was already under serious investigation in the late 1930s. After the war it was clear that, in Crick's words, great things were just around the corner. The brilliance of Crick and Watson's discovery of the double helical structure of DNA and of the way it explained gene copying by an elegant chemico-mechanical model is not diminished by the fact that several workers were converging on the same result in the early 1950s. The DNA revolution, the greatest single discovery in biology, J.D. Bernal, which dominated the life sciences in the second half of the century, was essentially about genetics and, since 20th century Darwinism is exclusively genetic, about evolution. Both these are notoriously touchy subjects, both because scientific models are themselves frequently ideological in such fields. We remember Darwin's debt to Malthus, Desmond/Moore, Chapter 18, and because they frequently feed back into politics, social Darwinism. The concept of race illustrates this interplay. The memory of Nazi racial policies made it virtually unthinkable for liberal intellectuals, which included most scientists, to operate with this concept. Indeed, many doubted that it was legitimate even to inquire systematically into the genetically determined differences between human groups, for fear that the results might provide encouragement for racist opinions. More generally, in the Western countries the post-fascist ideology of democracy and equality revived the old debates of nature v nurture, or heredity v environment. Plainly the human individual was shaped both by heredity and environment, by genes and culture. Yet conservatives were only too willing to accept a society of irremovable, i.e. genetically determined inequalities, while the left, committed to equality, naturally held that all inequalities could be removed by social action. They were at bottom environmentally determined. The controversy flared up over the question of human intelligence, which, because of its implications for selective or universal schooling, was highly political. It raised far wider issues than those of race, though it bore on these also. How wide they were, emerged with the revival of the feminist movement, see Chapter 10, several of whose ideologists came close to claiming that all mental differences between men and women were essentially culture-determined, i.e. environmental. Indeed, the fashionable substitution of the term gender for sex implied the belief that woman was not so much a biological category as a social role. A scientist who tried to investigate such sensitive subjects knew himself to be in a political minefield. Even those who entered it deliberately, like E.O. Wilson of Harvard, b. 1929, the champion of sociobiology, shied away from plain speech. What made the atmosphere more explosive, was that scientists themselves, especially on the more obviously social wing of the life sciences, evolutionary theory, ecology, ethology, or the study of animal social behavior and the like, were only too apt to use anthropomorphic metaphors or draw human conclusions. Sociobiologists, or those who popularized their findings, suggested that the male traits inherited from the millennia during which primitive man had been selected to adapt, as a hunter, to a more predatory existence in open habitats, Wilson, Ibid, still dominated our social existence. Not only women but also historians were irritated. Evolutionary theorists analyzed natural selection, in the light of the Great Biological Revolution, as the struggle for existence of the selfish gene, Dawkins, 1976. Even some who sympathized with the hard version of Darwinism wondered what real bearing genetic selection had on debates about human egoism, competition, and cooperation. Science was once more beleaguered by critics, though, significantly, it was no longer seriously under fire from traditional religion, apart from intellectually negligible fundamentalist groups. The clergy now accepted the hegemony of the laboratory, drawing what theological comfort it could from scientific cosmology, whose Big Bang theories could, with the eye of faith, be presented as proof that a God had created the world. On the other hand, the Western cultural revolution of the 1960s and 1970s produced a strong neo-romantic and irrationalist attack on the scientific view of the world, which could readily shift from a radical to a reactionary key. Unlike the outlying trenches of the life sciences, the main fortress of pure research in the hard sciences was little disturbed by such snipings until it became evident by the 1970s that research could not be divorced from the social consequences of the technologies it now, and almost immediately, generated. It was the prospect of genetic engineering, logically of humans as well as other forms of life, which really raised the immediate question of whether limits on scientific research should be envisaged. For the first time such opinions were heard among scientists themselves, notably in the biological field, for by now some of the essential elements of the Frankensteinian technologies were not separable from pure research and subsequent to it, but, as in the Genome Project, the plan to map all the genes in human heredity, they were the basic research. These criticisms undermined what all scientists had hitherto regarded, and most scientists continued to regard as the basic principle of science, namely that, with the most marginal concessions to the moral beliefs of society, science should pursue truth wherever that pursuit led them. They had no responsibility for what non-scientists did with their results. That, as one American scientist observed in 1992, no prominent molecular biologist of my acquaintance is without a financial stake in the biotechnology business, Lewontin, 1992, p. 37, pages 31 to 40, that, to cite another, the issue of ownership is at the heart of everything we do, Ibid, p. 38, made the claim of purity even more dubious. What was now at issue was not the pursuit of truth, but the impossibility of separating it from its conditions and consequences. At the same time, the debate was essentially between pessimists and optimists about the human race. For the basic assumption of those who envisaged restraints or self-limitation on scientific inquiry was that humanity, as at present organized, was not capable of handling the earth-transforming powers it had, or even of recognizing the risks it was running. For even those sorcerers who resisted all limits on their inquiries did not trust their apprentices. The arguments for unlimited inquiry pertain to basic scientific research, not to the technological applications of science, some of which ought to be restrained, Baltimore, 1978. And yet, such arguments were beside the point. For, as all scientists knew, scientific research was not unlimited and free, if only because it required resources which were in limited supply. The question was not whether anyone should tell researchers what to do or not to do, but who imposed such limits and directions, and by what criteria. For most scientists, whose institutions were directly or indirectly paid for out of public funds, these controllers of research were governments, whose criteria, however sincere their devotion to the values of free inquiry, were not those of a Planck or a Rutherford or an Einstein. Theirs were, by definition, not the priorities of pure research, especially when that research was expensive, and, after the end of the great global boom, even the richest governments, their revenue no longer climbing ahead of their expenditure, had to budget. Nor were they, or could they be, the priorities of applied research, which employed the great majority of scientists, for these were set not in terms of the advance of knowledge in general, though this might well result, but by the need to achieve certain practical results, for instance a cure for cancer or AIDS. Researchers in these fields pursued not necessarily what interested them, but what was socially useful or economically profitable, or at least what money was available for, even when they hoped it would lead them back to the path of fundamental research. Under the circumstances, it was windy rhetoric to claim that restraints on research were intolerable because man was by nature a species that needed to satisfy our curiosity, exploration, and experimentation, Lewis Thomas in Baltimore, p. 44, or that the peaks of knowledge must be climbed, in the classic mountaineer's phrase, because they are there. The truth is that science, by which most people meant the hard natural sciences, was too big, too powerful, too indispensable to society in general and its paymasters in particular to be left to its own devices. The paradox of its situation was that, in the last analysis, the huge powerhouse of 20th century technology, and the economy it made possible, increasingly depended on a relatively minuscule community of people for whom these titanic consequences of their activities were secondary, and often trivial. For them the ability of men to travel to the moon or to bounce the images of a Brazilian football match off a satellite so that it could be watched on a screen in Dusseldorf, was far less interesting than the discovery of some cosmic background noise which was identified during the search for phenomena that troubled communication, but confirmed a theory about the origins of the universe. Yet, like the ancient Greek mathematician Archimedes, they knew that they lived in and helped to shape a world that could not understand and did not care about what they did. Their call for the freedom of research was like Archimedes' cr to the invading soldiers, against whom he had devised military engines for his city of Syracuse, and who took no notice of them as they killed him. For God's sake, don't ruin my diagrams. It was understandable, but not necessarily realistic. Only the world-changing powers to which they had the key protected them, for these appeared to depend on allowing an otherwise incomprehensible and privileged elite, incomprehensible, until late in the century, even in its relative lack of interest in the external signs of wealth and power, to go its own way. All 20th century states which had done otherwise had cause to regret it. All states therefore supported science, which, unlike the arts and most of the humanities, could not effectively function without such support, while avoiding interference so far as possible. But governments are not concerned with ultimate truth, except those of ideology or religion, but with instrumental truth. At most they may foster pure, i.e. at the moment useless, research because it might one day yield something useful, or for reasons of national prestige, in which the pursuit of Nobel Prizes preceded that of Olympic medals and still remains more highly valued. Such were the foundations on which the triumphant structures of scientific research and theory were erected, by which the 20th century will be remembered as an age of human progress and not primarily of human tragedy. The even larger number in the then USSR, about 1.5 millions, was probably not entirely comparable. UNESCO, 1991, Tables 5.2, 5.4, 5.16. 3 Nobel Prizes, all since 1947. A small temporary drain out of the USA during the McCarthyite years may be noted, and larger occasional political flights from the Soviet region, Hungary 1956, Poland and Czechoslovakia 1968, China and the USSR at the end of the 1980s, as well as a steady drain from the German Democratic Republic to West Germany. Turing committed suicide in 1954, after having been convicted of homosexual behavior, then officially a crime, and believed to be a medically or psychologically curable pathological condition. He could not stand the compulsory cure imposed on him. He was not so much a victim of the criminalization of male homosexuality in Britain before the 1960s as of his own failure to recognize it. His sexual proclivities had raised no problem whatever in the milieu of boarding school, King's College, Cambridge, and among the notorious collection of anomalies and eccentrics in the wartime code-breaking establishment at Bletchley, in which he had passed his life before going to Manchester after the war. Only a man who did not quite recognize the world most people lived in would have gone to the police to complain that a temporary boyfriend had robbed his apartment, thus giving the police the opportunity to catch two legal delinquents at the same time. Essentially, it is now clear that Nazi Germany failed to make a nuclear bomb not because German scientists did not know how it could be made, or try to make it, with different degrees of reluctance, but because the German war machine was unwilling or unable to devote the necessary resources to it. They abandoned the effort and switched to what seemed the more cost-effective concentration on rocketry, which promised quicker returns. The difference between theory and practice in this area is enormous, since people who are prepared to run quite significant risks in practice, e.g. being in a car on a motorway or using the subway in New York, may insist on avoiding aspirin on the grounds that it has side effects in some rather rare cases. Chapter 19. Towards the Millennium. We are at the beginning of a new era, characterized by great insecurity, permanent crisis, and the absence of any kind of status quo. We must realize that we find ourselves in one of those crises of world history which Jacob Burckhardt described. It is no less significant than the one after 1945, even if the initial conditions for surmounting it seem better today. There are no victors and no defeated powers today, not even in Eastern Europe. M. Sturmer in Bergedorf, 1993, p. 59. Although the earthly ideal of socialism-communism has collapsed, the problems it purported to solve remain, the brazen use of social advantage and the inordinate power of money, which often direct the very course of events. And if the global lesson of the 20th century does not serve as a healing inoculation, then the vast red whirlwind may repeat itself in entirety. Alexander Solzhenitsyn in New York Times, November 28, 1993. It is a privilege for a writer to have experienced the end of three states, the Weimar Republic, the fascist state and the GDR. I don't suppose I'll live long enough to see the end of the Federal Republic. Heiner Müller, 1992, p. 361. The short 20th century ended in problems, for which nobody had, or even claimed to have, solutions. As the citizens of the fin de siècle tapped their way through the global fog that surrounded them, into the third millennium, all they knew for certain was that an era of history had ended. They knew very little else. Thus, for the first time in 2 centuries, the world of the 1990s entirely lacked any international system or structure. The very fact that, after 1989, dozens of new territorial states appeared without any independent mechanism for determining their borders, without even third parties accepted as sufficiently impartial to act as general mediators, speaks for itself. Where was the consortium of great powers which had once established, or at least formally ratified disputed frontiers? Where the victors of the First World War who supervised the redrawing of the map of Europe and the world, fixing a borderline here, insisting on a plebiscite there? Where, indeed, were those working international conferences so familiar to the diplomats of the past, so different from the brief public relations and photo exercise summits which had now taken their place? What, indeed, were international powers, old or new, at the end of the millennium? The only state left that would have been recognized as a great power, in the sense in which the word had been used in 1914, was the USA. What this meant in practice was quite obscure. Russia had been reduced to the size it had been in the mid-17th century. Never since Peter the Great had it been so negligible. Britain and France had been reduced to purely regional status, which was not concealed by the possession of nuclear arms. Germany and Japan were certainly economic great powers, but neither had seen the need to back their enormous economic resources with military muscle, in the traditional manner, even when they became free to do so, though nobody knew what they might want to do in the unknown future. What was the international political status of the new European Union, which aspired to a common political policy but proved spectacularly incapable of even pretending to have one, unlike in economic matters? It was not even clear whether all but a few states, large or small, old or young, would exist in their present form by the time the 21st century reached its first quarter. If the nature of the players on the international scene was unclear, so was the nature of the dangers that confronted the world. The short 20th century had been one of world wars, hot or cold, conducted by great powers and their allies with increasingly apocalyptic scenarios of mass destruction, culminating in the, fortunately avoided, nuclear holocaust of the superpowers. This danger had clearly disappeared. Whatever the future would bring, the very disappearance or transformation of all but one of the old actors in the world drama, meant that a third world war of the old kind was among the least likely prospects. Patently this did not mean that the age of wars was at an end. The 1980s had already demonstrated by means of the British-Argentinian War of 1983 and the Iran-Iraq War of 1980-88 that wars which had nothing to do with the global superpower confrontation were a permanent possibility. The years after 1989 saw more military operations in more parts of Europe, Asia, and Africa than anyone could remember, though not all of them were officially classified as wars, in Liberia, Angola, the Sudan, and the Horn of Africa, in ex-Yugoslavia, in Moldova, in several countries of the Caucasus and Transcaucasus, in the ever-explosive Middle East, in ex-Soviet Central Asia and Afghanistan. Since it was often not clear who was fighting whom and why in the increasingly frequent situations of national breakdown and disintegration, these activities did not readily fit under any of the classic headings of war, international or civil. Yet the inhabitants of the region concerned could hardly feel themselves to be living in times of peace, especially when, as in Bosnia, Tajikistan, or Liberia, they had been living in unquestionable times of peace not so long ago. Besides, as the Balkans in the early 1990s demonstrated, there was no sharp line between regional internecine struggles and a more recognizable war of the old type, into which they could quite easily turn. In short, the global danger of war had not disappeared. It had merely changed. No doubt the inhabitants of stable, strong and favored states, the European Union as distinct from the adjoining zone of troubles, Scandinavia as distinct from the ex-Soviet shores of the Baltic Sea, might think themselves immune to such insecurity and carnage in the unhappy parts of the Third World and the ex-socialist world, but, if they did so, they were mistaken. The crisis in the affairs of the traditional nation-states was enough to make them vulnerable. Quite apart from the possibility that some states might in turn split or break up, a major, and not often recognized innovation of the second half of the century weakened them, if only by depriving them of the monopoly of effective force, which had been the criterion of state power in all regions of permanent settlement. This was the democratization or privatization of the means of destruction, which transformed the prospect of violence and wreckage anywhere on the globe. It was now possible for quite small groups of political or other dissidents to disrupt and destroy anywhere, as the mainland activities of the IRA in Britain and the attempt to blow up the World Trade Center in New York, 1993, showed. Up to the end of the short century, the costs of these activities, except to the insurance companies, were modest, since non-state terrorism, contrary to common assumptions, was much less indiscriminate than the bombardments of official warfare, if only because its aim, where it had one, was mainly political rather than military. Moreover, except for explosive charges, it usually operated with handheld arms more suitable for small-scale killing than for mass murder. However, there was no reason why even nuclear arms, and the material and know-how for their manufacture, all widely available on the world market, could not be adapted for small group use. Moreover, the democratization of the means of destruction raised the costs of keeping unofficial violence under control quite dramatically. Thus the British government, faced with actual combatant forces among the Catholic and Protestant paramilitaries of Northern Ireland of no more than a few hundreds, maintained itself in being in the province by the constant presence of something like 20,000 trained troops, 8,000 armed police and an expenditure of £3 billion a year. What was true of small rebellions or other forms of domestic violence was even more true of small conflicts outside a country's borders. There were not many international situations in which even quite rich states would be prepared to incur such costs without limit. Several situations in the immediate aftermath of the Cold War dramatized this unsuspected limitation on state power, notably Bosnia and Somalia. They also threw light on what looked like becoming perhaps the major cause of international tension in the new millennium, namely that which arose out of the rapidly widening gap between the rich and the poor parts of the world. Each resented the other. The rise of Islamic fundamentalism was patently a movement not only against the ideology of modernization by westernization, but against the West itself. Not by accident did the activists of such movements pursue their ends by disrupting the visits of Western tourists, as in Egypt, or murdering local Western residents in substantial numbers, as in Algeria. Conversely, the most jagged edge of popular xenophobia in the rich countries was directed against foreigners from the Third World, and the European Union dammed its borders against the flood of the Third World's labor-seeking poor. Even within the USA, signs of serious opposition to that country's de facto tolerance of unlimited immigration began to appear. And yet, politically and in military terms, each side lay beyond the power of the other. In almost any conceivable open conflict between states of the North and South, the overwhelming technical superiority and wealth of the North was bound to win, as the Gulf War of 1991 demonstrated conclusively. Even the possession of a few nuclear missiles by some third world country, assuming it also had the means of maintaining and delivering them, was most unlikely to be an effective deterrent, since Western states, as Israel and the Gulf War coalition proved in Iraq, were both ready and able to undertake preemptive strikes against potential enemies too weak to be really threatening as yet. From a military point of view, the First World could safely treat the Third as what Mao had called a paper tiger. Yet it had become increasingly clear over the last half of the short 20th century that the First World could win battles but not wars against the Third, or rather that winning wars, even if possible, could not guarantee control of such territories. The major asset of imperialism had disappeared, namely the readiness of colonial populations, once conquered, to let themselves be quietly administered by a handful of occupiers. Ruling Bosnia-Herzegovina had been no problem for the Habsburg Empire, but in the early 1990s all governments were advised by their military advisors that the pacification of that unhappy war-torn country would require the presence, for an indefinite period, of several hundreds of thousands of troops, i.e. a mobilization comparable to that of a major war. Somaliland had always been a difficult colony, and had once even briefly required the intervention of a British force headed by a major general, and yet it had not crossed the minds of London or Rome that even Muhammad ben Abdullah, the celebrated Mad Mullah, raised permanently unmanageable problems for the British and Italian colonial governments. Yet in the early 1990s the USA and the rest of the UN forces of occupation of several tens of thousands withdrew ignominiously when confronted with the option of an indefinite occupation without clear ends. Even the might of the great USA blenched when faced in neighboring Haiti, a traditional satellite and dependent of Washington, by a local general, heading the local, American armed and shaped army, who refused to allow an elected and, reluctantly, American-backed president to return, and challenged the USA to occupy Haiti. The USA refused to occupy Haiti once again, as it had done from 1915 until 1934, not because the 1,000 or so uniformed thugs of the Haitian army constituted a serious military problem, but because it simply did not know any longer how to settle the Haitian problem by outside force. In short, the century ended in a global disorder whose nature was unclear, and without an obvious mechanism for either ending it or keeping it under control. 2. The reason for this impotence lay not only in the genuine profundity and complexity of the world's crisis, but also in the apparent failure of all programs, old and new, for managing or improving the affairs of the human race. The short 20th century had been an era of religious wars, though the most militant and bloodthirsty of its religious were secular ideologies of 19th century vintage, such as socialism and nationalism, whose god equivalents were either abstractions or politicians venerated in the manner of divinities. Probably the extremes of such secular devotion were already in decline even before the end of the Cold War, including the various political cults of personality, or, rather, they had been reduced from universal churches to a scattering of rival sects. Nevertheless, their strength had lain not so much in their ability to mobilize emotions akin to those of traditional religion, ideological liberalism hardly even tried, but in their promise to provide lasting solutions to the problems of a world in crisis. Yet just this was what they now failed to provide as the century ended. The collapse of the USSR naturally drew attention primarily to the failure of Soviet communism, that is to say, of the attempt to base an entire economy on universal state ownership of the means of production and all-encompassing central planning, without any effective recourse to market or pricing mechanisms. All other historic forms of the socialist ideal had assumed an economy based on the social ownership of all means of production, distribution, and exchange, though not necessarily central state ownership, and the elimination of private enterprise and resource allocation by a competitive market. Hence this failure also undermined the aspirations of non-communist socialism, Marxist or otherwise, even though no such regimes or governments had actually claimed to establish socialist economies. Whether, or in which of its forms, Marxism, the intellectual justification and inspiration of communism, would continue remained a matter of debate. However, clearly, if Marx would live on as a major thinker, which could hardly be doubted, none of the versions of Marxism formulated since the 1890s as doctrines of political action and aspiration for socialist movements were likely to do so in their original forms. On the other hand, the counter-utopia to the Soviet one was also demonstrably bankrupt. This was the theological faith in an economy in which resources were allocated entirely by the totally unrestricted market, under conditions of unlimited competition, a state of affairs believed to produce not only the maximum of goods and services, but also the maximum of happiness and the only kind of society deserving the name of freedom. No such purely laissez-faire society had ever existed. Unlike the Soviet utopia, fortunately no attempt to institute the ultra-liberal utopia in practice had been made before the 1980s. It had survived most of the short 20th century as a principle for criticizing both the inefficiencies of existing economies and the growth of state power and bureaucracy. The most consistent attempt to do so in the West, Mrs. Thatcher's regime in Britain, whose economic failure was generally admitted by the time of her overthrow, had to operate with a certain gradualism. However, when attempts were made to institute such laissez-faire economies to replace the former Soviet socialist economies at short notice by means of the shock therapies recommended by Western advisors, the results were economically dreadful and both socially and politically disastrous. The theories on which the neoliberal theology was based, while elegant, had little relation to reality. The failure of the Soviet model confirmed supporters of capitalism in their conviction that no economy without a stock exchange could work. The failure of the ultra-liberal model confirmed socialists in the more justified belief that human affairs, including the economy, were too important to be left to the market. It also supported the supposition of skeptical economists that there was no visible correlation between a country's economic success or failure and the distinction of its economic theorists. However, it may well be that the debate which confronted capitalism and socialism as mutually exclusive and polar opposites will be seen by future generations as a relic of the 20th century ideological Cold Wars of religion. It may turn out to be as irrelevant to the third millennium as the debate between Catholics and various reformers in the 16th and 17th centuries or what constituted true Christianity proved to be in the 18th and 19th. More serious than the evident breakdown of the two polar extremes was the disorientation of what might be called the intermediate or mixed programs and policies which had presided over the most impressive economic miracles of the century. These had pragmatically combined public and private, market and planning, state and business, as the occasion and local ideology warranted. The problem here lay not in the application of some intellectually attractive or impressive theory, whether or not this was defensible in the abstract, for the strength of these programs had been practical success rather than intellectual coherence. It was the erosion of that practical success. The crisis decades demonstrated the limitations of the various Golden Age policies, but without, as yet, generating convincing alternatives. They also revealed the unpredicted but dramatic social and cultural consequences of the era of economic world revolution since 1945, as well as their potentially catastrophic ecological consequences. In short, they revealed that human collective institutions had lost control over the collective consequences of human action. Indeed, one of the intellectual attractions which helps to explain the brief vogue for the neoliberal utopia was precisely that it purported to bypass collective human decisions. Let every individual pursue his or her satisfaction without restraint, and, whatever the result was, it was the best that could be achieved. Any alternative course, it was implausibly argued, was worse. If the programmatic ideologies born of the age of revolution and the 19th century found themselves at a loss at the end of the 20th century, the most ancient guides to the perplexed of this world, the traditional religions, provided no plausible alternative. The Western ones were in disarray, even in the few countries, headed by that strange anomaly, the USA, where membership of churches and frequent attendance at religious rituals were still habitual. Kozman/Lachman, 1993. The decline of the various Protestant denominations accelerated. Churches and chapels, constructed at the beginning of the century, stood empty at its end, or were sold to be used for some other purpose, even in countries like Wales, where they had helped to shape the national identity. From the 1960s on, as we have seen, the decline of Roman Catholicism became precipitous. Even in the ex-communist countries, where the Church had enjoyed the advantage of symbolizing opposition to deeply unpopular regimes, the post-communist Catholic sheep showed the same tendency to stray from their shepherd as elsewhere. Religious observers sometimes believed they could detect a return to religion in the post-Soviet region of Orthodox Christianity, but at the end of the century the evidence for this unlikely, though not impossible development was not strong. A diminishing number of men and women listened to the various doctrines of these Christian denominations, whatever their merits. The decline and fall of the traditional religions was not compensated, at least in the urban society of the developed world, by the growth of militantly sectarian religion, or by the rise of novel cults and cult communities, still less by the evident desire of so many men and women to take refuge from a world they could neither understand nor control in a variety of beliefs whose very irrationality constituted their strength. The public visibility of such sects, cults, and beliefs should not distract attention from the relative weakness of their support. Not more than 3 to 4% of British Jews belong to any of the ultra-Orthodox sects or groups. Not more than 5% of the U.S. adult population belong to the militant and missionary sects. Kozman, Lachman, 1993, pages 15 to 16. In the Third World and on its fringes the situation was indeed different, always excepting the vast population of the Far East, whom the Confucian tradition had kept immune to official religion for some millennia, though not to unofficial cults. Here, indeed, one might have expected the religious traditions which constituted popular ways of thinking about the world to become prominent on the public scene, as the common people became established actors on that scene. This is what happened in the last decades of the century, as the secularized and modernizing elite minorities who had led their countries into the modern world were marginalized. See Chapter 12. The appeal of politicized religion was all the greater because the old religions were, almost by definition, enemies to the Western civilization which was the agent of social disruption, and to the rich and godless countries that looked, more than ever, like the exploiters of the poor world's poverty. That the local targets of such movements were the westernized rich with their Mercedes and emancipated women, added a tinge of class struggle to such movements. They became familiarly, but misleadingly, known as fundamentalism in the West. Whatever the fashionable name, such movements looked back, as it were ex officio, to some simpler and stabler and more comprehensible age of the imagined past. Since there was no way back to such an era, and since these ideologies could have nothing of relevance to say about the actual problems of societies utterly unlike those of, say, pastoral nomads in the ancient Middle East, they provided no guidance to these problems. They were symptoms of what the Viennese wit Karl Kraus called psychoanalysis, the disease of which they purport to be the cure. This was also the case of the amalgam of slogans and emotions. It can hardly be called an ideology, which flourished on the ruins of the old institutions and ideologies, much in the way weeds had colonized the bombed ruins of European cities after the Second World War bombs fell. This was xenophobia and identity politics. To reject an unacceptable present is not necessarily to formulate, let alone to provide a solution to its problems, see chapter 14/6. Indeed, the closest thing to a political program reflecting such an approach, the Wilsonian, Leninist right to national self-determination for supposedly homogeneous ethnic-linguistic cultural nations, was patently being reduced to a savage and tragic absurdity as the new millennium approached. In the early 1990s, perhaps for the first time, rational observers irrespective of politics, other than those of some specific group of nationalist activism, began publicly to propose the abandonment of the right of self-determination. Not for the first time, the combination of intellectual nullity with strong, even desperate, mass emotion, was politically powerful in times of crisis, insecurity, and, over large parts of the globe, disintegrating states and institutions. Like the movements of interwar resentment which had generated fascism, the religio-political protests of the Third World and the hunger for a secure identity and social order in a disintegrating world, the call for community was habitually joined with the call for law and order, provided the humus in which effective political forces could grow. These in turn could overthrow old regimes and become new ones. However, they were no more likely to produce solutions for the new millennium than fascism had been to produce solutions for the age of catastrophe. At the end of the short 20th century it was not even clear whether they were capable of generating organized national mass movements of the kind which had made some fascisms politically formidable even before they acquired the decisive weapon of state power. Their major asset was probably an immunity to academic economics and the anti-state rhetoric of a liberalism identified with the free market. If politics were to dictate renationalizing an industry, they would not be put off by arguments to the contrary, especially when they could not understand them. And yet, if they were ready to do anything, they knew no more than anyone else what should be done. 3. Neither, of course, does the author of this book. And yet, some long-term tendencies of development were so plain that they allow us to sketch both an agenda of some of the world's major problems, and at least some of the conditions for their solution. The two central, and, in the long run, decisive, problems were demographic and ecological. The world's population, exploding in size since the middle of the 20th century, was generally expected to stabilize at about 10 billion human beings, or 5 times its 1950 numbers, sometime around 2030, essentially by a decline in the Third World's birth rate. If this forecast were to prove wrong, all bets on the future would be off. Even if it proved roughly realistic, it would raise the problem, not hitherto ever faced on a global scale, of how to maintain a stable world population or, more likely, a world population fluctuating round a level or slightly rising, or falling, trend. A dramatic fall in the global population, improbable but not inconceivable, would introduce yet further complexities. However, stable or not, the predictable movements of the world's population were certain to increase the disequilibria between its different regions. On the whole, as in the short 20th century, the rich and developed countries would be those whose population would be the first to stabilize, or even no longer to reproduce itself, as several such countries in the 1990s no longer did. Surrounded by poor countries with vast armies of the young, clamoring for the modest jobs in the rich world which make men and women rich by the standards of El Salvador or Morocco, these countries of many senior citizens and few children would face the choice of allowing massive immigration, which produced political troubles at home, barricading themselves against the immigrants whom they needed, which might be impracticable in the long run, or finding some other formula. The most likely was to permit temporary and conditional immigration, which did not give the foreigners the social and political rights of citizens, i.e. to create essentially inegalitarian societies. These could range from the societies of frank apartheid like those of South Africa and Israel, declining in some parts of the world but by no means excluded in others, to the informal toleration of immigrants who made no claims on the receiving country, because they saw it simply as a place in which to earn money from time to time, while basically remaining rooted in their own homeland. Later 20th century transport and communications, as well as the enormous gap between the incomes that could be earned in rich and poor countries, made this sort of dual existence more possible than before. Whether it could in the long or even the medium run, render the frictions between natives and foreigners less incendiary, remains in dispute between the eternal optimists and the illusionless skeptics. There can be little doubt that these frictions will be a major factor in the politics, national or global, of the next decades. The ecological problems, though in the long run decisive, were not so immediately explosive. This is not to underestimate them, even though, from the time they entered public consciousness and public debate in the 1970s, they tended to be mistakenly discussed in terms of an imminent apocalypse. However, the fact that the greenhouse effect may not cause the average sea level to rise high enough by the year 2000 to drown all of Bangladesh and the Netherlands, or that the loss of an unknown number of species every day is not unprecedented, was no cause for complacency. A rate of economic growth like that of the second half of the short 20th century, if maintained indefinitely, assuming this to be possible, must have irreversible and catastrophic consequences for the natural environment of this planet, including the human race which is part of it. It will not destroy the planet or make it absolutely uninhabitable, but it will certainly change the pattern of life on the biosphere, and may well make it uninhabitable by the human species as we know it in anything like its present numbers. Moreover, the rate at which modern technology has increased the capacity of our species to transform the environment is such that, even if we assume that it does not accelerate, the time available to deal with the problem must be measured in decades rather than centuries. About the answer to this approaching ecological crisis only three things can be said with reasonable certainty. First, that it must be global rather than local, even though clearly more time would be gained if the greatest single source of global pollution, the 4% of the world's population who inhabit the USA, were to be charged a realistic price for the petrol they consume. Second, that the objective of ecological policy must be both radical and realistic. Market solutions, i.e. including the costs of environmental externalities in the price consumers pay for their goods and services, are neither. As the example of the USA shows, even a modest attempt to raise an energy tax in that country can raise insuperable political difficulties. The record of oil prices since 1973 proves that, in a free market society, the effect of multiplying energy costs 12 to 15-fold in 6 years, was not to diminish energy use but to make it more efficient, while encouraging massive investment in new and environmentally dubious sources of irreplaceable fossil fuel. These in turn would lower the price again and encourage more wasteful use. On the other hand, proposals like a world of zero growth, let alone fantasies like a return to the alleged primitive symbiosis between man and nature, while radical, were completely impracticable. Zero growth under existing conditions would freeze the present inequalities between the world's countries, a situation more tolerable to the average inhabitant of Switzerland than to the average inhabitant of India. It is no accident that the main support for ecological policies comes from the rich countries and from the comfortable rich and middle classes in all countries, except for businessmen who hope to make money by polluting activities. The poor, multiplying and underemployed, wanted more development not less. Yet, rich or not, the supporters of ecological policies were right. The rate of development must be reduced to what was sustainable in the medium run. The term was conveniently meaningless, and, in the long run, a balance would have to be struck between humanity, the renewable resources it consumed and the effect of its activities on the environment. Nobody knew and few dared to speculate how this was to be done, and at what level of population, technology, and consumption such a permanent balance would be possible. Scientific expertise could no doubt establish what needed to be done to avoid an irreversible crisis, but the problem of establishing such a balance was not one of science and technology, but political and social. One thing, however, was undeniable. It would be incompatible with a world economy based on the unlimited pursuit of profit by economic enterprises dedicated, by definition, to this object and competing with each other in a global free market. From the environmental point of view, if humanity was to have a future, the capitalism of the crisis decades could have none. 4. Considered in isolation, the problems of the world economy were, with one exception, less serious. Even left to itself, it would continue to grow. If there was anything in the Kondratiev periodicity, CP 87, it was due to enter another era of prosperous expansion before the end of the millennium, although this might be hampered for a while by the after-effects of the disintegration of Soviet socialism, by the collapse of parts of the world into anarchy and warfare, and perhaps by an excessive dedication to global free trade, about which economists tend to be more starry-eyed than economic historians. Nevertheless, the scope for expansion was enormous. The Golden Age, as we have seen, was primarily the great leap forward of the developed market economies, perhaps 20 countries inhabited by about 600 millions, 1960. Globalization and the international redistribution of production would continue to bring most of the rest of the world's 6,000 million into the global economy. Even congenital pessimists had to admit that this was an encouraging prospect for business. The major exception was the, apparently irreversible, widening of the chasm between the rich and poor countries of the world, a process somewhat accelerated by the disastrous impact of the 1980s in much of the Third World, and the pauperization of many ex-socialist countries. Short of a spectacular fall in the growth rate of the Third World population, the gap looked like continuing to widen. The belief, following neoclassical economics, that unrestricted international trade would allow the poorer countries to come closer to the rich, runs counter to historical experience as well as common sense. A world economy developing by the generation of such growing inequalities was, almost inevitably, accumulating future troubles. However, in any case economic activities do not and cannot exist in isolation from their context and consequences. As we have seen, three aspects of the late 20th century world economy gave cause for alarm. First, technology continued to squeeze human labor out of the production of goods and services, without providing either enough work of the same kind for those it jettisoned, or the guarantee of a rate of economic growth sufficient to absorb them. Very few observers seriously expected even a temporary return to the full employment of the Golden Age in the West. Second, while labor remained a major factor of production, the globalization of the economy shifted industry from its old centers in the rich countries with high-cost labor to countries whose main advantage, other things being equal, was cheap hands and heads. One or both of two consequences must follow: the transfer of jobs from high-wage to low-wage regions and, on free market principles, the fall of wages in high-wage regions under the pressure of global wage competition. Old industrial countries like Britain could therefore move in the direction of becoming cheap labor economies themselves, though with socially explosive results and unlikely to compete on this basis with the next. Historically such pressures had been countered by state action, e.g. by protectionism. However, and this was the third worrying aspect of the fin de siècle world economy, its triumph, and that of a pure free market ideology, weakened, or even removed most instruments for managing the social effects of economic upheavals. The world economy was an increasingly powerful and uncontrolled engine. Could it be controlled, and, if so, by whom? This raised both economic and social problems, though obviously far more immediately troubling ones in some countries, e.g. Britain, than in others, e.g. South Korea. The economic miracles of the Golden Age had rested on rising real incomes in the developed market economies, for mass consumption economies need mass consumers with enough income for high-technology consumer durables. Most of these incomes had been earned as wages in high-wage labor markets. These were now at risk, though mass consumers were more essential to the economy than ever. Of course, in the rich countries the mass market had been stabilized by the shift of labor from industry to tertiary occupations, which had, in general, much stabler employment, and by the vast growth in transfer incomes, mostly social security and welfare. These represented something like 30% of the joint GNP of the Western developed countries in the late 1980s. In the 1920s they had probably stood at less than 4% of GNP, Barak, 1993, p. 174. This may well explain why the Wall Street Stock Exchange collapse of 1987, the largest since 1929, did not lead to a world capitalist slump like that of the 1930s. However, precisely these two stabilizers were now being undermined. As the short 20th century ended, Western governments and economic orthodoxy agreed that the cost of public social security and welfare was too high and must be reduced, and mass reduction of employment in the hitherto stablest sectors of tertiary occupations, public employment, banking and finance, the technologically redundant mass office work, became common. These were not immediate dangers to the global economy, so long as the relative decline in the old markets was compensated by expansion in the rest of the world, or, so long as the global number of those with rising real incomes grew faster than the rest. To put it brutally, if the global economy could discard a minority of poor countries as economically uninteresting and irrelevant, it could also do so with the very poor within the borders of any and all its countries, so long as the number of potentially interesting consumers was sufficiently large. Seen from the impersonal heights from which business economists and corporate accountants survey the scene, who needed the 10% of the U.S. population whose real hourly earnings since 1979 had fallen by up to 16%. Again, taking the global perspective which is implied in the model of economic liberalism, inequalities of development are irrelevant unless it can be shown that they produce globally more negative than positive results. From this point of view there is no economic reason why, if comparative costs say so, France should not shut down its entire agriculture and import all its foodstuffs, or why, if this were technically possible, as well as cost-effective, all the world's TV programs should not be made in Mexico City. However, this is not a view that can be held without reservations by those who live in the national economy, as well as in the global one, that is to say, by all national governments and most of the inhabitants of their countries. Not least, because we cannot avoid the social and political consequences of worldwide upheavals. Whatever the nature of these problems, an unrestricted and uncontrolled global free market economy could provide no solution for them. If anything, it was likely to make developments such as the growth of permanent unemployment and underemployment worse, since the rational choice of profit-making businesses was A, to cut down the number of its employees as much as possible, human beings being more expensive than computers, and B, to cut down social security, or any other, taxes as far as possible. Nor was there any good reason to suppose that the global free market economy would solve them. Until the 1970s national and world capitalism had never operated under such conditions or, if they had not necessarily benefited. For the 19th century it is at least arguable that contrary to the classical model, free trade coincided with and was probably the main cause of depression, and protectionism was probably the main cause of development for most of today's developed countries. Barak, 1993, p. 164. As for the 20th century, its economic miracles were not achieved by laissez-faire but against it. It was therefore likely that the fashion for economic liberalization and marketization, which had dominated the 1980s, and reached a peak of ideological complacency after the collapse of the Soviet system, would not last long. The combination of the world crisis of the early 1990s, and the spectacular failure of such policies when applied as shock therapy in the ex-socialist countries, already caused second thoughts among some former enthusiasts, who would have expected economic consultants in 1993 to announce perhaps Marx was right after all. However, Two major obstacles stood in the way of a return to realism. The first was the absence of a credible political threat to the system, such as communism and the existence of the USSR, or, in a different way, the Nazi conquest of Germany had once seemed to be. These, as this book has tried to show, had provided the incentive for capitalism to reform itself. The collapse of the USSR, the decline and fragmentation of the working class and its movements, the military insignificance in conventional war of the Third World, the reduction of the really poor in the developed countries to a minority underclass, all these diminished the incentive for reform. Nevertheless, the rise of movements of the ultra-right, and the unexpected revival of support for the heirs of the old regime in the ex-communist countries, were warning signals, and, by the early 1990s, once again seen to be such. The second was the very process of globalization, reinforced by the dismantling of the national mechanisms for protecting the victims of the free global economy from the social costs of what was proudly described as the system of wealth creation, now everywhere regarded as the most effective that humanity has yet devised. For, as the same editorial of the Financial Times, 24/12/93, admitted, it remains, however, an imperfect force. About 2/3 of the world's population have gained little or no substantial advantage from rapid economic growth. In the developed world, the lowest quartile of income earners have witnessed trickle up rather than trickle down. As the millennium approached, it became increasingly evident that the central task of the time was not to gloat over the corpse of Soviet communism, but to consider, once again, the built-in defects of capitalism. What changes in the system would their removal require? Would it still be the same system after their removal? For, as Joseph Schumpeter had observed, apropos of the cyclical fluctuations of the capitalist economy, they are not, like tonsils, separate things that can be treated by themselves, but are, like the beat of the heart, of the essence of the organism that displays them. Schumpeter, 1939, IV. The immediate reaction of Western commentators to the collapse of the Soviet system was that it ratified the permanent triumph of both capitalism and liberal democracy, two concepts which the less sophisticated of North American world watchers tended to confuse. Though capitalism was certainly not in the best of shape at the end of the short 20th century, Soviet-type communism was unquestionably dead, and quite unlikely to revive. On the other hand, no serious observer in the early 1990s could be as sanguine about liberal democracy as about capitalism. The most that could be predicted with some confidence, except, perhaps, for the more divinely inspired fundamentalist regimes, was that practically all states would continue to declare their profound attachment to democracy, organize elections of some kind, with some toleration for a sometimes notional opposition, while putting their own gloss on the meaning of the term. Indeed, the most obvious thing about the political situation of the world states was its instability. In most of them the chances of survival for the existing regime over the next 10 or 15 years were, on the most optimistic calculation, not good. Even where countries had a relatively predictable system of government, as, for instance, Canada, Belgium or Spain, their existence as single states in 10 or 15 years might be uncertain, and, consequently, so would be the nature of their possible successor regimes, if any. In short, politics was not a field that encouraged futurology. Nevertheless, some features of the global political landscape stood out. The first, as already noted, was the weakening of the nation-state, the central institution of politics since the Age of Revolution, both by virtue of its monopoly of public power and law, and because it constituted the effective field of political action for most purposes. The nation-state was eroded in two ways, from above and below. It was rapidly losing power and function to various supranational entities, and, indeed, absolutely, inasmuch as the disintegration of large states and empires produced a multiplicity of smaller ones, too weak to defend themselves in an era of international anarchy. It was also, as we have seen, losing its monopoly of effective power and its historic privileges within its borders, as witness the rise of private security or protection and the rise of private courier services to compete with the post, hitherto virtually everywhere managed by a state ministry. These developments did not make the state either redundant or ineffective. Indeed, in some respects its capacity to monitor and control the affairs of its citizens was reinforced by technology, since virtually all their financial and administrative transactions, other than small cash payments, were now likely to be recorded by some computer, and all their communications, except for most face-to-face conversations in the open air, could now be intercepted and recorded. And yet, its posture had changed. From the 18th century until the second half of the 20th, the nation-state had extended its range, powers, and functions almost continuously. This was an essential aspect of modernization. Whether governments were liberal, conservative, social democratic, fascist, or communist, at the peak of this trend, the parameters of citizens' lives in modern states were almost exclusively determined, except during interstate conflict, by the activities or inactivities of that state. Even the impact of global forces, such as world economic booms and slumps, came to them filtered through their state's policy and institutions. By the end of the century the nation-state was on the defensive against a world economy it could not control, against the institutions it had constructed to remedy its own international weakness, such as the European Union, against its apparent financial incapacity to maintain the services to its citizens so confidently undertaken a few decades ago, against its real incapacity to maintain what, by its own criteria, was its major function, the maintenance of public law and order. The very fact that, during the era of its rise, the state had taken over and centralized so many functions, and set itself such ambitious standards of public order and control, made its inability to maintain them doubly painful. And yet, the state, or some other form of public authority representing the public interest, was more indispensable than ever if the social and environmental iniquities of the market economy were to be countered, or even, as the reform of capitalism in the 1940s had shown, if the economic system was to operate satisfactorily. Without some state allocation and redistribution of the national income, what, for instance, would happen to the peoples of the old developed countries, whose economy rested on a relatively shrinking foundation of income earners, squeezed between the rising numbers of those not needed for labor by the high-tech economy, and a swelling proportion of the non-earning old? It was absurd to argue that the citizens of the European community, whose per capita share of the joint national income had increased by 80% from 1970 to 1990, could not afford the level of income and welfare in 1990 that had been taken for granted in 1970, World Tables, 1991, pages 8 to 9. But these could not exist without the state. Suppose, the scenario is not utterly fantastic, present trends continued, and led to economies in which 1/4 of the population worked gainfully, and 3/4 did not, but after 20 years the economy produced a national income per capita twice as large as before. Who, except public authority, would and could ensure a minimum of income and welfare for all? Who could counter the tendencies to inequality so strikingly visible in the crisis decades? To judge by the experience of the 1970s and 1980s, not the free market. If these decades proved anything, it was that the major political problem of the world, and certainly of the developed world, was not how to multiply the wealth of nations, but how to distribute it for the benefit of their inhabitants. This was so even in poor developing countries which needed more economic growth. Brazil, a monument to social neglect, had a GNP per capita almost 2.5 times as large as Sri Lanka in 1939, and over 6 times as large at the end of the 1980s. In Sri Lanka, which had subsidized basic foodstuffs and given free education and health care until the later 1970s, the average newborn could expect to live several years longer than the average Brazilian, and to die as an infant at about half the Brazilian rate in 1969, at a third of the Brazilian rate in 1989, World Tables, pages 144 to 47, 524 to 27. The percentage of illiteracy in 1989 was almost twice as great in Brazil as on the Asian island. Social distribution and not growth would dominate the politics of the new millennium. Non-market allocation of resources, or, at least, a ruthless limitation of market allocation, was essential to head off the impending ecological crisis. One way or another, the fate of humanity in the new millennium would depend on the restoration of public authorities. 6. This leaves us with a double problem. What would be the nature and scope of the decision-making authorities, supranational, national, subnational, and global, alone or in combination? What would be their relation to the people about whom these decisions are made? The first was, in a sense, a technical question, since the authorities were already in existence, and in principle, though by no means in practice, so were models of the relationship between them. The expanding European Union provided plenty of relevant material, even if every specific proposal for dividing labor between global, supranational, national, and subnational authorities was likely to be bitterly resented by someone or other. The existing global authorities were no doubt too specialized in their functions, though they tried to extend their range by imposing political and ecological policies on countries that needed to borrow money. The European Union stood alone, and, being the child of a specific and probably unrepeatable historical conjuncture, was likely to remain alone, unless something similar was to be reconstituted from fragments of the former USSR. The pace at which supranational decision-making would advance, could not be predicted. Nevertheless, it would certainly advance, and one could see how it might operate. It operated already, through the global bank managers of the great international lending agencies, representing the joint resources of the oligarchy of the richest countries, which also happened to include the most powerful ones. As the gap between the rich and poor grew, the scope for exercising such global power looked like increasing. The trouble was that, since the 1970s, the World Bank and the International Monetary Fund, politically backed by the USA, had pursued a policy systematically favoring free market orthodoxy, private enterprise and global free trade, which suited the late 20th century US economy as well as it had the mid-19th century British one, but not necessarily the world. If global decision-making was to realize its potential, such policies would have to be changed. This did not look an immediate prospect. The second problem was not technical at all. It arose out of the dilemma of a world committed, at the end of the century, to a particular brand of political democracy, but also faced with policy problems, to which the election of presidents and pluriparty assemblies were irrelevant, even when it did not complicate their solutions. More generally, it was the dilemma of the role of the common people in what had been called, correctly, at least by pre-feminist standards, the century of the common man. It was the dilemma of an age when government could, some would say, must, be of the people and for the people, but could not in any operational sense be by the people, or even by representative assemblies elected among those who competed for its vote. The dilemma was not new. The difficulties of democratic politics, discussed for the interwar years in an earlier chapter, had been familiar to political scientists and satirists since the politics of universal suffrage became more than a peculiarity of the USA. The democratic predicament was more acute now, both because public opinion, monitored by polls, magnified by the omnipresent media, was now constantly inescapable, and because public authorities had to take far more decisions to which public opinion was no sort of guide. Often they might have to be decisions which might well be opposed by the majority of the electorate, each voter disliking their prospective effect on his or her private affairs, though perhaps believing them to be desirable in the general interest. Thus at the end of the century politicians in some democratic countries had come to the conclusion that any proposal to raise taxes for any purpose meant electoral suicide. Elections therefore became contests in fiscal perjury. At the same time voters and parliaments were constantly faced with decisions on matters about which non-experts, that is to say, the vast majority both of the electors and the elected, had no qualifications to express an opinion, for instance the future of the nuclear industry. There had been moments, Even in democratic states, when the citizen body was so identified with the purposes of a government enjoying legitimacy and public trust that a sense of the common interest prevailed, as in Britain during the Second World War. There had been other situations which made possible a basic consensus between the main political rivals, once again leaving governments free to pursue the general aims of policies, about which there was no major disagreement. As we have seen, this was the case in a number of Western countries during the Golden Age. Governments had also, often enough, been able to rely on a consensus of peer judgment among their technical and scientific advisors, indispensable to administrations of laymen. When they spoke with the same voice, or, at any rate, their consensus overrode dissidents, policy controversy narrowed. It is when they do not, that lay decision-makers grope through darkness, like juries faced with rival psychologists called by prosecution and defense, neither of whom there is strong reason to believe. But, as we have seen, the crisis decades had undermined political consensus and generally accepted truths in intellectual matters, especially in fields with a bearing on policy. As for undivided peoples firmly identified with their governments, or the other way round, they were thin on the ground in the 1990s. True, there were still many countries whose citizens accepted the idea of a strong, active, and socially responsible state that deserved some freedom of action, because it served the common welfare. Unfortunately, the actual governments of the fin de siècle rarely looked like this ideal. As for the countries in which government as such was suspect, they were those which modeled themselves on the USA's pattern of individualist anarchism, tempered by litigation and pork-barrel politics, and the much more numerous ones where the state was so weak or so corrupt that citizens did not expect it to produce any public good at all. These were common in parts of the Third World, but, as Italy in the 1980s showed, not unknown in the first. Hence the most untroubled decision-makers were those who escaped democratic politics altogether, private corporations, supranational authorities and, of course, non-democratic regimes. Within democratic systems it was not so easy to shelter decision-making from politicians, although central banks were removed from their grasp in some countries and conventional wisdom wanted this example followed elsewhere. Increasingly, however, governments took to bypassing both the electorate and its representative assemblies, if possible, or at least to taking decisions first and then challenging both to reverse a fait accompli, relying on the volatility, divisions, or inertness of public opinion. Politics increasingly became an exercise in evasion, as politicians were afraid to tell voters what they did not want to hear. After the end of the Cold War, unavowable actions were no longer so easily hidden behind the Iron Curtain of national security. Almost certainly the strategy of evasion would continue to gain ground. Even in democratic countries more and more decision-making bodies would be withdrawn from electoral control, except in the most indirect sense that the governments which appointed such bodies had themselves, at one time, been elected. Centralizing governments, such as those of Britain in the 1980s and early 1990s, were particularly inclined to multiply such ad hoc authorities not answering to an electorate and nicknamed quangos. Even countries without an effective division of powers found this tacit demotion of democracy convenient. In countries like the USA it was indispensable, since the built-in conflict between executive and legislature made it almost impossible to take decisions under normal circumstances, except behind the scenes. By the century's end large numbers of citizens were withdrawing from politics, leaving the affairs of state to the political class. The phrase seems to have originated in Italy, who read each other's speeches and editorials, a special interest group of professional politicians, journalists, lobbyists, and others whose occupations ranked at the bottom of the scale of trustworthiness in sociological inquiries. For many people the political process was irrelevant, or merely something that affected their personal lives favorably or not. On the one hand, wealth, the privatization of life and entertainment, and consumer egoism, made politics less important and less attractive. On the other hand, those who reckoned to get little out of elections, turned their backs on them. Between 1960 and 1988, the proportion of blue-collar workers who cast their vote in American presidential elections fell by one-third. Lilly, Naylor, 1992, p. 731. The decline of the organized mass parties, class-based, ideological or both, eliminated the major social engine for turning men and women into politically active citizens. For most people, even the collective identification with their country now came more easily through the national sports teams and non-political symbols than through the institutions of the state. One might have supposed that depoliticization would leave the authorities freer to take decisions. In fact, it had the opposite effect. The minorities which went on campaigning, sometimes for specific issues of public interest, more often for some sectional interest, could interfere with the smooth processes of government just as effectively, perhaps even more effectively, than all-purpose political parties, since, unlike these, each pressure group could concentrate its energy on pursuing a single objective. Moreover, the increasingly systematic tendency of governments to sidestep the electoral process magnified the political function of the mass media, which now reached into every household, providing by far the most powerful means of communication from the public sphere to the private men, women, and children. Their capacity to discover and publish what authority wished to keep quiet, and to give expression to public feelings which were not, or could no longer be, articulated by the formal mechanisms of democracy, made them into major actors on the public scene. Politicians used them and were frightened of them. Technical progress made them increasingly difficult to control, even in highly authoritarian countries. The decline of state power made them harder to monopolize in non-authoritarian ones. As the century ended, it became evident that the media were a more important component of the political process than parties and electoral systems, and likely to remain so, unless politics took a sharp turn away from democracy. However, while they were enormously powerful as a counterweight to government secrecy, they were in no sense a means of democratic government. Neither the media, nor assemblies elected by the politics of universal suffrage, nor the people itself could actually govern in any realistic sense of the word. On the other hand, government, or any analogous form of public decision-making, could no longer govern against the people or even without it, any more than the people could live without or against government. For better or worse, in the 20th century the common people entered history as actors in their own collective right. Every regime except theocracy now derived its authority from them, even those who terrorized and killed their citizens on a large scale. The very concept of what it was once fashionable to call totalitarianism implied populism, for if it did not matter what the people thought about those who ruled in its name, why bother to make them think the thoughts deemed appropriate by their rulers? Governments which derived their authority from the unquestioning obedience to some divinity, to tradition, or from the deference of lower to higher ranks in a hierarchical society, were on the way out. Even Islamic fundamentalism, the most flourishing brand of theocracy, advanced not by the will of Allah, but by the mass mobilization of the common people against unpopular governments. Whether the people had the right to elect its government or not, its interventions in public affairs, active or passive, were decisive. Indeed, just because the 20th century had plenty of examples of incomparably ruthless regimes, and those seeking to impose minority power on majorities by force, as in apartheid South Africa, it demonstrated the limits of sheer coercive power. Even the most ruthless and brutal rulers were well aware that unlimited power alone could not supplant the political assets and skills of authority, a public sense of the regime's legitimacy, a degree of active popular support, the ability to divide and rule, and, especially in times of crisis, the citizens' willing obedience. When, as in 1989, this obedience was visibly withdrawn from Eastern European regimes, these regimes abdicated, even though they still had the full backing of their civil functionaries, armed forces, and security services. In short, contrary to appearances, the 20th century showed that one can rule against all the people for some of the time, some of the people all the time, but not all the people all the time. Admittedly, this was no comfort to permanently oppressed minorities or to peoples who suffered during a generation or more of virtually universal oppression. Yet all this did not answer the question what the relation between decision-makers and peoples should be. It merely underlined the difficulty of the answer. The policies of authorities had to take account of what people, or at least majorities of citizens, wanted or did not want, even if it was not their purpose to reflect popular wishes. At the same time, they could not govern simply on the basis of asking them. Moreover, unpopular decisions were harder to impose on masses than on power groups. It was far easier to impose mandatory standards of emission on a few giant auto producers than to persuade millions of motorists to have their petrol consumption. Every European government discovered that the results of leaving the future of the European community to popular votes were unfavorable, or at best unpredictable. Every serious observer knew that many of the policy decisions that would have to be taken in the early 21st century would be unpopular. Perhaps another tension-relaxing era of general prosperity and improvement, like the Golden Age, would soften the citizens' mood, but neither a return to the 1960s nor a relaxation of the social and cultural insecurities and tensions of the crisis decades were to be expected. If voting by universal suffrage remained the general rule, as was probable, there seemed to be two main options. Where decision-making was not already outside politics, it would increasingly sidestep the electoral process, or rather the constant monitoring of government inseparable from it. Authorities which had themselves to be elected would also, increasingly, hide, octopus-like, behind clouds of obfuscation to confuse their electorates. The other option was to recreate the sort of consensus which allowed authorities substantial freedom of action, at least so long as the bulk of citizens did not feel too much cause for discontent. An old established political model for this had been available since Napoleon III in the mid-19th century, the democratic election of a savior of the people or a nation-saving regime, i.e. plebiscitary democracy. Such a regime might or might not have come to power constitutionally, but, if ratified by a reasonably honest election with a choice of rival candidates, and some voice for an opposition, it satisfied the fin de siècle criteria of democratic legitimacy. But it offered no encouraging prospect for the future of parliamentary democracy of the liberal kind. 7. What I have written cannot tell us whether and how humanity can solve problems it faces at the end of the millennium. Perhaps it can help us understand what these problems are, and what the conditions for their solution must be, but not how far these conditions are present, or in the process of coming into being. It can tell us how little we know, and how extraordinarily poor has been the understanding of men and women who took the major public decisions in the century, how little of what happened, especially in the second half of that century, was expected and still less predicted by them. It can confirm what many have always suspected, that history, among many other and more important things, is the record of the crimes and follies of mankind. It is no help to prophesy. So it would be foolish to end this book with predictions of what a landscape will look like which has already been left unrecognizable by the tectonic upheavals of the short 20th century, and will be left even more unrecognizable by those which are even now taking place. There is less reason to feel hopeful about the future than in the middle 1980s, when the present author concluded his trilogy on the history of the long 19th century, 1789 to 1914, with the words, "The evidence that the world in the 21st century will be better is not negligible. If the world succeeds in not destroying itself, i.e. by nuclear war, the probability will be quite strong. Nevertheless, even a historian whose age precludes him from expecting dramatic changes for the better in what remains of his lifetime, cannot reasonably deny the possibility that in another quarter or half-century things may look more promising. In any case, it is highly likely that the present phase of post-Cold War breakdown will be temporary, even though it already looks like lasting rather longer than the phases of breakdown and disruption which followed the two hot world wars. However, hopes or fears are not predictions. We know that behind the opaque cloud of our ignorance and the uncertainty of detailed outcomes, the historical forces that shaped the century are continuing to operate. We live in a world captured, uprooted, and transformed by the titanic economic and techno-scientific process of the development of capitalism, which has dominated the past 2 or 3 centuries. We know, or at least it is reasonable to suppose, that it cannot go on ad infinitum. The future cannot be a continuation of the past, and there are signs, both externally, and, as it were, internally, that we have reached a point of historic crisis. The forces generated by the techno-scientific economy are now great enough to destroy the environment, that is to say, the material foundations of human life. The structures of human societies themselves, including even some of the social foundations of the capitalist economy, are on the point of being destroyed by the erosion of what we have inherited from the human past. Our world risks both explosion and implosion. It must change. We do not know where we are going. We only know that history has brought us to this point and, if readers share the argument of this book, why? However, one thing is plain. If humanity is to have a recognizable future, it cannot be by prolonging the past or the present. If we try to build the third millennium on that basis, we shall fail. And the price of failure, that is to say, the alternative to a changed society, is darkness. If anything, it might even suggest an inverse correlation. Austria was not a byword for economic success in the days before 1938, when it possessed one of the most distinguished schools of economic theorists. It became one after the Second World War, when it was hard to think of any economist resident in that country with a reputation outside it. Germany, which refused even to recognize the internationally recognized brand of economic theory in its universities, did not appear to suffer. How many Korean or Japanese economists are cited in the average issue of the American Economic Review? However, Scandinavia, social democratic, prosperous and full of the most internationally respected economic theorists since the late 19th century, could be cited on the other side of the argument.